Morning, 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 morning. Morning, chat. Me too. How's everybody doing? We're gathering before we get started on all our stuff. I need to figure out. Oops. I want to make it to where OBS it works better with YouTube streaming as well. I think we're good now. I'm gonna eat my food real quick because we're not gonna take a break to eat in once we get started. So I want to make sure to have that kind of covered. Oh, we have a new follower. But they're not here. So if they show up, I'm gonna hit the follow button for them so that they can like the whole shot at thing. All right. Oh, I want to post the. Where's it at? Here. I want to post this to the channel. We don't need to hear ourselves talk. Let's let's just not do that one. Do they have like a share to? They don't. It's fine. We're not too worried about it. Okay. So if I take off this part, does this work? Like just this? Oh, I think Gabby's in the chat. It did work. It's in this here anyway though. So we'll just post this in the channel. Hi, Abby. People, hey. All right, let's see if there we go. So that should be pinned now to the top of the chat, so that if we get new people in, I don't have to keep saying it. Maybe eventually we'll figure out how to make like commands and stuff to where people can like exclamation point, go or whatever kind of thing. Morning, everybody. I got followed 25 minutes ago, but I wasn't live then. I want to say, hopefully someone found like the Reddit post or the YouTube and followed me on here. That's pretty nice. Thank you. If you come into stream and I notice your name, I will replay the follow alert. Already got a couple comments, which is nice. I made this video late last night, and then I literally just like passed out. I should refresh this. Wow, this is cool. Thanks, wife. Also have someone who wrote to me on here, which is my first post ever, and I already found someone who made a comment and got 2 likes, which is pretty cool. Has people on Reddit that comment and talk to you a little bit, which was also pretty cool. So pretty excited, even if I don't have all the answers to everything. People are so interested. It's really nice. Also, this has like 11K views, which is obviously this is not a huge turnover for 14 uploads and stuff, but we'll get there, you know. That's pretty sweet. All right, I'm gonna chat on these last few nuggets. Give it a chance for people to gather if they want to watch. But essentially, what today we're gonna be doing is just running our build guide right here. We run through Act 1 through 10. We're gonna have a timer in the top right here. It'll actually when I switch to the on game screen, this will actually be displayed for people to see. I can make it smaller, so it's not as like weird. And we'll see how long it takes me to complete the acts with this. I've practiced like 1 through 3 a little bit, but my times obviously aren't super good. So we'll see how things go. You know, that's just the way life lives. My plan is to finish the campaign today. Unfortunately, we're playing it in standard. Obviously, the new buffs aren't going to be there. It's like that, the golden buffs and everything. So it'll be a little bit worse than what you would probably see on League launch, but we get the vibe. You know, that's what we're going for today. We'll go for vibes. We usually do POB reviews on our stream. Probably not gonna do them today just because I want to try to get through this content so people want to follow through. They have a chance to. So if you're watching back this video, good morning. If you watch back this video on like the live stream recordings, sorry for the little munch in chat right before it started. Skip ahead like probably 5 minutes. Also, I got a new subscriber on YouTube. That's the first time I've seen that notification pop up on OBS. So thank you, new subscriber on YouTube. Woo! We'll be starting shortly. Once again, just shove my face full of food before I get started. Because my campaign, like, if you watch like speedrunners, they finish like the campaign in like 2 hours or like 2 to 3 hours kind of thing. This is not gonna be that vibe. This is gonna be, as I said in my build video, we're not games done quickly. We are games done eventually, which is a coin term that I learned from someone the other day. And that's probably what we're gonna go with. Oh, I got another subscriber on YouTube. Apparently, the notification just popped up, even though it says now it was 30 minutes ago. So, oh, it's the same person that followed me on Twitch. Thank you, person. Umi, if you're in chat, any chats, thank you for subscribing and following. I appreciate it. I got 2 nuggets left. We're gonna take a big chug of our drink, and then we're gonna get started. Before we get started, if anyone's watching, do you have any questions about what's happening today, or like the build guide, or anything like that? Abby posted, cat sitting very comfortable around campfire with its friends. Relatable. I just broke something on my desk. It's fine. We're gonna pretend it doesn't exist. Okay, guys. For those who are not aware, this is our POV build. We have it posted on Reddit. We have it posted on YouTube for a short video of it. The link's also there. But if you need a link in any of the chats, let me know. I'll probably send it to you, or I'll have like a mod / my wife, or if Tyler gets on later, send it to you. But yeah, okay. So we're gonna play this build. We're gonna do our best to make it not painful for everybody, but that's just the way life works. Let's go ahead and switch to. Yeah, that's fine. Wife's being a little gremlin. That's just normal stuff, though. Let's go Path of Exile, load up. Also, if you have any questions about things like, you know, what filters I'm using, that kind of stuff, I'm happy to answer that stuff as well. And I can see if I can get a mod to send it to you, because I don't, like I said, I don't want to take too many pauses once I start. So that way, people who want to watch this video later aren't going to be like, oh my god, this guy stops every like 5 minutes to talk to chat. I need this man to speedrun his thing. Once again, not speedrunning. But we will do our best. All right, so we're going to migrate this just to get it out of the soul self-bound environment. We're also going to delete it because we don't want that character there. We need to go through and actually delete some characters eventually, or buy more slots. But for now, we're just going to go ahead and play this. Soul self-bound. Unfortunately, I do standard. I wish we could start the new league already, but that's just the way life is. That being said, on league launch, I will be playing trade environment because the big thing is I want to be able to afford be able to get like the cheap uniques and stuff like that, so that people have questions about how I would like to get a build and stuff like that, or how I would do stuff. I want to be able to do that pretty easily. I think the build's still pretty viable and solo self-bound for being like a 4-stone map clearer kind of thing. And we'll see how Boston goes, especially with the new buffs and stuff. But that's just the way it is. That's a new build. We don't need a mule, so that's really fun. And for those who don't know, muling is essentially where you have to level up another character to like level 4 or sometimes just level 2 to get certain gems because your class doesn't start with those gems anymore.
She makes herself an orphan. Learn well the lessons the Drake class teach you.
We're going to make sure our filters are on. Then we should have I don't have the timer shown. Here's the timer up here. Once again, I have the timer. The timer does not guarantee that it will be quick. Just constantly have to say that. All right. Looks like our loot filter is actually broken, which is unfortunate. So I need to go fix that before we get started. So we're not going to start the timer yet. Let's go back to our freestyle scene real quick, and I'll kind of show you all where I get the filters from. It's most likely that what's his face ended up updating stuff. So we have this post right here. Oh, notification. That's kind of whatever. I wish these was updating. I just want to know people with comments. And then you kind of go through here. You can get item filters from his actual page, which is CDRPOE dash 104. And then he'll have in here where you should get sound pack, because this is a sound one. We want to do just a spell one. A lot of them are just the same, but sometimes they're different. Did I pass up the spell one? Am I crazy? Caster, sorry. We want the caster one. So we're going to go here. Looks like the update 11 hours ago, which is probably why I broke. Yep, right here. This is literally what it's saying when the error was. Mainly caster and level armor brand. You punk. You have to read on the sound pack or down to the source. That's fine. So we liked Oracle, I believe is what it was. They added some new ones actually. They have Axel and Titanus. They also have a Never Sync zip. We're just gonna go with Oracle. I believe this is the one that sounds like Gladys. The way you can easily get to your thing is if you're on your filter in game settings, you can hit the little folder button and it should pop up your little folder. And then essentially what you want to do is go back to the page you were just on. Go here. That's the wrong one. We want to go here. We can open this, and then you want to drag these sounds and put it into here, like just into the open thing. It worked last time, so hopefully it works this time. Like this. If action overwrite, you say yes because you love replacing. It'll take a little bit of time, especially on my older computer, but it's a really nice filter, and now you'll kind of see it. It speaks to you a little bit, and he has multiple ones that'll allow you to. All right, so it should work now. We can go back and test to hit this, and load successfully, no error. And see, this now highlights things will make noise. But I have a few of his as default. I'll follow the melee one, the mine one, and the caster one. But he had a bunch, so I'll just briefly go over it because I wanted to go over this for newcomers anyway. There's a crazy amount here. Like They have his Uber filter ones for like late game stuff. They have Armor Brand one, which I don't follow because I don't play Armor Brand. If you want to play range, there's a ranged one. There's an Econk Tabot, so Explosive Concoction Tabot is right here. RF Juggy has one as well. Poison Concoction to spell, a minion one. So yeah, there's plenty of choices here. So if you want a certain build, he might have a thing that works for it. He doesn't have one, especially for Wintertide. He has Armor Brand. But it says right here, includes green sockets, unlike Leveling Caster, and we don't use a lot of green sockets. We actually use primarily blue sockets with a little bit of green and a little bit of red. So Caster's kind of where we want to be at, because it's blue main links and so on and so forth. So you can kind of read the descriptions to see what you want. Alright, let's switch back to the game scene. Filter is now working, I'm glad we checked that. Let's save our changes, we want to close. We are going to start our timer and get this game going. Alright. Oh, I already clicked off. XD. Already lost 17 seconds.
The dead will soon rise for me.
I can do a little bit of minor stuff, like going into menus and changing like this, but obviously I'm not super professional at it. I stopped a little bit here or there, but that's okay. Oh, I didn't make a regex. Okay, we also need to make a regex. I should post that into the POV as well, so maybe I'll do that. Actually, it'll be updated for the new patch because you can add more characters to the regex. You can go from, essentially the limit right now is 50, and you can go up to 250 in the new patch, which will allow you to be able to search for like more things and fine tune it a little better. If you're playing Witch and you're going against Hillock, you literally just kite him a little bit, throw back a fireball. You ignite him, it does a good bit of damage. You can see him on fire a little bit sometimes. So like right now he's on fire. There he is, now he's on fire, so he's burning a little bit, which takes a little bit extra damage, which is nice. But you don't necessarily need to kill everyone else in the Twilight Strand. If you do, great. It slows down your time and it's not necessary. But if you're kind of just having fun, you don't care about time as much, just do what you want to do.
I saw what you did to Hillock out there, Witch.
Oh, new follower. Segundex game. I'm not gonna be able to. Man, I didn't hear that on the thing though, so I have to fix that as well. But I did see pop up on the side of the corner of my eye. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's pause the timer real quick, just because I didn't make a regex, and then we're gonna do it. I can show people make regex later. I don't think I need to necessarily show it right now. All right, copy. It's actually already made. Perfect. Let's see if I can fix my sound alert thing for followers. Just real quick. I'm so sorry. If I replay his or theirs. Why does it sound like coming through my headset? See it popping up. Okay, people are just going to like yell at me if I get followers. But I appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and start the timer up so we don't waste too much time with people. Regex, you can put it in here and it'll highlight things you want. So there's nothing here I actually would want. So we can kind of move on.
While we live.
Oh, talking to Stella isn't really important. Going here is because this is where you get your freezing pulse early and you want to place Fireball with that. You can get here. You can look for links. Like that is kind of okay to buy, but I probably will just wait. That's transmute, we can't even afford that. That's rare, we definitely can't afford that. So we're just gonna, we don't need this super early, so we're not gonna worry about that. And also we have gloves that kind of match it, so
farewell.
We're just gonna move on. Let's change this to always attack without moving. We can put our point in if we want to. We can put it right here. This all follows the build guide, so if you're in Twitch chat, it is pinned to the top. The build guides, or the build guide video is pinned to the top of my chat. And you can get a POV off of that. If you're on YouTube, I mean, just check my YouTube channel. I posted it's literally the only video I posted that's not like a live stream recently. And you can follow the POV there. You don't want to spend too much time killing in here. I do want that portal scroll. You can technically leave your Arcane Surge under leveled. I didn't put this in the POV because I didn't want to have to explain this for people when they get like frustrated. Late game, we do not use Arcane Surge, but through the campaign, if you have the extra sockets, you can use Arcane Surge on just whatever links you have available. So, for instance, if you put it onto your Frostblink or like your Frost Bomb, that kind of stuff, it'll be okay. You don't actually want to kill that person, so I'm just going to run. I've told people 1,000 times, you necessarily don't want to kill unique monsters early on. Save that until like you get like a lot more attack. Act 1 is like the worst. Also, I like to go to Mudflats before I go down to Tidal Island, because you want to go through Mudflats, do the Roa thing, because you're super excited to see Roas again. You don't want to do the Den early unless you really want the Record Orbs. Like, these are all tips to kind of like shortcut your time a little bit. Once again, not super speedrunner, but I have a couple of things that I like to do just to save a little bit of time for myself. But obviously you can go in all the zones and spend as much time as you want to into them if you end up, you know, just want to relax and make sure you get the quest done. But typically people will only do the quests that give you skill points or like ascendancy things. Or like the main quest, obviously. They don't actually care to do like the ones that give like just red orbs or random items.
Wisdom.
Alright, we want those wisdoms, but we're probably gonna come back that zone. I assume the exit is towards that way.
Alteration.
Ooh, an alteration? We're rich. This is how you become rich, chat. You just get lucky. Alright. I'm not good at zone reading, so if you are good at zone reading, you're probably like, this guy is an idiot. You should have went quarter turn, circle left to the right to find the exit for this. I'm just gonna... The vibe is usually it's on the right side for me. There it is. So see, it worked out. The vibe was usually correct. Go to Submerged Passage. Banger. So once you get here, you can teleport back to the coast. And the coast, these 2 points are always next to each other. So like Mudflats, which we were just in, is always nearby the Tidal Island. This is one of the ones you kind of want to pick up. You get an early movement speed flask, which obviously you can't upkeep all the time, but it's really good just for helping you through your early campaign. Oh, I did mention like you don't want to kill too many monsters. If you're needing experience, killing blue packs gives you like the most amount of experience for like how long it takes to kill things. So I do recommend doing that if you need a little experience. Like you can see in the top right it says level 3, and if we open our character we're level 4, so I think we're over level for this area, but we did backtrack a little bit. The zone we're going into next is like level 4, level 5. So leveling a little bit here isn't the worst thing in the world, you know?
Wisdom.
Wisdom scrolls are always worth picking up early on. Like, that's how you purchase most of your things early. Pro tip for if you're using Freezing Pulse over like that Rolling Magma or pretty much any other spell, Freezing Pulse does more damage if they're up close. Once it passes 50% of its range, or I think it's half its range, less 50%, right? It loses a good bit of its damage, which the gym says. So
Progress is literally how you're measured.
And here you want to pick up everything you can.
Progress is literally how you're
If
measured.
you can't pick up that, you definitely need to. So let's just make room for it. And then you don't have to portal out here. You can log out, and you can just log back in. You want to go to town, and saves you a portal. And portal scrolls are a little stingy early on. Like you see, I only have like 2. So we want to grab that. We want to grab Summon Phantasm from here. We want to purchase Holy Flame Totem from here, which we don't have. Well, we do have proper links for it. Hell yeah. So we want to put that into a red and blue socket if we have it. If you can purchase it, you want to get Shield Charge, even though you can't use it right now because you're going to use it soon. And Frostblink you get from the quest, so you don't need to purchase that one from her. Oh, that being said, I do want to see if she has any updated stuff now. Okay.
Farewell.
Look at our links. Do we have any gear that we need to keep? All of this is kind of whatever. We'll keep this. I'll put this here. Yeah, that's probably fine. Alright, so we want Frostbomb from here. And we want Frostblink from here. Doesn't matter where you put them right now because you're not linking them to anything. We can sell Fireball. We want to keep Shield Charge though, and we want to sell all this other stuff. I guess there's an argument here for identifying this and using it, so we're going to do that. Even if it's less links, we don't need links right now, and it's a rare chest that gives us a little bit extra stats, so it's kind of worth it. Keep shield charge, we just bought that. Sell fireball, we never need that again. This looks very similar. Ooh, Moosey boots, but it costs a transmute. We don't have a transmute, unfortunately. So if you get early Moosey boots and you're able to buy them, that's really good because extra movement speed allows you to obviously move faster, which is pretty solid. But unfortunately, we don't have that. So maybe, hopefully, it'll be here when we get back. We're gonna go through here. We're gonna teleport over this way. Problem solved. I want to put my frost bomb here. This is a preference thing. I like it to be on my mouse 4-click, and then I like this to be here. But you know, put stuff wherever you want, and obviously you can change your key bindings for down here as well if you end up like not liking how they're preset. One of these is changed to like 6 and stuff like that. So, yep. That's one of the things and see how it feels good for you. It feels good for your hands because this game does use your hands a good bit, especially depending on what builds you play. Early on, you're definitely, well, I mean, I say early on, but honestly, Bolt Dot is definitely one of the ones that has more buttons. Oh, so this map specifically, when you come to this location, hell yeah, you'll come across a little bitty bridge like this. You want to put a portal here. And that's if you don't go and do the side area, because you're going to essentially run ahead, grab the waypoint, and then teleport back to this area. You don't really want to kill rare mobs. You don't really want to kill unique mobs, so you can kill like some of these guys. You want to be level 6 by the time you get to the side area, so a little leveling here isn't too bad. I'm level 4 currently. As long as you're not 5 levels under throughout the whole campaign, your experience gain's good. The lower your level is to the zone, the more experience you gain for killing things, which is why some people just try to like, you know, run ahead and be a little bit under leveled. But if you're killing everything and you're over leveled, you'll gain less experience, and your time will also be longer. But who cares? If you're having fun, have fun.
2R1B body.
2R1B, that doesn't help me, even though it's part of the caster thing. I think it's more related to like if you're doing RF or doing like the rolling magma thing, because rolling magma uses a bunch of red. Perfect level. So the goal here is just to get to the waypoint right here before your portal essentially expires. I don't know the actual timing on how long your portal expires, but I know it does eventually, so just keep that in mind. So once you get here, you teleport back, and then now your portal is here in town. So you can kind of go back like this. If you get into a point where you, like, so the other skills we aren't really using, we're using Freezing Pulse still, and like obviously blinking around with Frost Blink. But the other skills are primarily used for if you're trying to actually kill like a tough mob. Frost Bomb gives you exposure, and reduces life regen, which is nice for some mobs. And then the exposure gives you like minus res, so your damage is a little bit better. And the Holy Flame Totem with its own Phantasm support is mostly just like a defensive thing. Ooh, Essence Monster. Okay.
2G1 or melee.
I don't know what that would need for 2G or melee, but that's life. We're gonna do this. Essence is good to get early if you can. Obviously, this mob's a little tougher, so it's a little annoying. But if you can get Essence early, you can use it to help like attempt to craft like yourself with magic boots, or like legacy boots, or like a get better wand. That being said, this guy is tough, and I don't have a lot of mana, so I'm probably gonna die here. To be honest, he's also chill and cold resistant, so maybe we should just leave. Yeah. If he was anything else, if he was just like a regular Essence mob, we probably would kill that. I wasted a good bit of time for that though, so it's whatever. But you see like the little Frost Bomb there, pretty cute. I would love to get like more. Right here's the mob you're looking for. It's a guaranteed Essence mob. This is the one you want to kill here.
Wisdom.
But I would love to get like another mana
Life
flask.
flask.
That's a life flask. Thank you, game. I said mana flask and it gave me life. GGG. I'm a streamer now. You need a streamer client. This guy is pretty tough. If I die here, I respawn back at the beginning of the room, which will obviously waste a little bit of time. But if you die, it's not a big end of the world. As long as you're playing softcore. If you're playing hardcore, don't die. If you're playing hardcore, probably don't play Witch and don't rush ahead. You want to take things slow and over level areas, probably. Especially if you're playing like Witch. I think my fastest time ever through campaign was 4.5 hours. After that, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go at my own pace. I got 3 whole months. Yeah, that's pretty much the vibe. I mean, I play like in trade mostly, but I do eventually do a little bit of SFF after I get bored in trade. And I get to the point where I was just like, I'm never gonna like I'm 37 years old. I'm a middle-aged man. I'm never gonna dedicate myself to getting down to like a 2-hour campaign. If I get down to 6, I'd be happy. Like if I get down to 4 or 5, insane. I feel like a god. So just do whatever feels good for you. You don't have to race. How you doing, T-Bear? Alright, sorry, log back in. Adjusted myself to sit a little bit better. So we don't log out there because we don't need it to once again, portal scrolls are a little costly, so we don't want to use them all. So it gave me a mana flask, but it gave me one. Oh, I guess I have a bunch of these. I can use this. It's fine. Was there anything else that I actually cared about using? None of this is good. Socket colors or anything at all. So we're probably just gonna sell all this stuff. We can throw this onto our boots. Let's see if we get movement speed. Never lucky. Of course, all the tests that I did before, I was super lucky. This one, not so much.
Farewell.
We can check him again to see if we have what we need to buy whatever we want. So we can buy these movement speed boots now, which is silly because we just kind of did that. But we're going to do it because we want movement speed, so we're going to grab that. We're going to check Lily one more time, and we're going to head out. Pins on my build. Usually 6 to 10 hours for me. Yeah, I'm doing good. I don't know why I looked at this page because I don't need anything from there.
Take care.
But I'm doing pretty good. Launched my first build video yesterday. Now I'm running my campaign tests for people who want to watch.
Made it.
Life is good. League launch is happening. I'm pretty excited for the league launch itself. We want to grab this strength node. We want to grab this node. And now we should be able to equip our shield charge as well. We won't get faster attacks, so this will look a little atrocious, but it's still better than running in regular speed. Yeah, I want to say I usually finish around 8 hours. It also comes to a point. Ooh, chance. It comes to a point to where like the build feels good to play around like Act 3. That like any build pretty much like around Act 3 starts to feel a lot better. That I just have fun just killing stuff. Pox's RF. Hell yeah. I'm running the wrong way because I'm enjoying chat. So that's me. You don't want to run the way you've already gone. You want to progress the campaign. So I've wasted probably about like 20 seconds running back and forth there, but it's whatever. Switch over to Soul Rain since it got buffed. Are you gonna like re-roll a different character, or is there like a Chieftain or Marauder Soul Rain build that I'm not aware of? Yeah, reroll. That makes sense. I was thinking in my head, I was like, man, is there a Chieftain that does Soul Rend? Because that'd be kind of interesting. I mean, you can get chaos damage, like ignites and stuff, so maybe it would work out. My moderator, who's not here right now, or one of my moderators who's not here right now, he's probably playing RF Chieftain for League Start. When I first got him playing PoE, Pox was the one that whose guide we followed for him to be able to do it, because I was still new and learning, and... Oop. That says 2B? Oh, it's 1R. I'll take it either way. But yeah, Pox guide's pretty good, especially with newcomers.
Wisdom.
Probably back for that wisdom scroll, but I'm not going to. That being said, I think my buddies, Senegal Pox are... Actually, he might be going Chieftain now. I think yesterday he decided he's going to try to the Captain Lance one, which is a Scion strength stacking one. Obviously, you don't need to start strength stacking, but like he's just gonna start Scion and then progress into the strength stacking later on. We're level 6, so we want to level a little bit. Actually, we're taking a lot of damage there. We're getting ignited by fire dudes. We grab this portal, sweet. It's following whatever Google sent to me. And usually it's checking out RF, and now I look at Chieftain. I'm like, why have I never liked this before? Yeah, Chieftain. Like, a lot of people complained when Chieftain was reworked, and they were like, it's not as stronger anymore. And I was like, man, I don't know. I would look at Chieftain, and I'm like, you get so much like from the 2 resistance nodes, you get so much free resistance like help that you literally just have to focus on only fire and chaos, and you'll be like capping all your stuff, and you'll also have like a free melding for like 90 res. I'm like, this just sounds like a great time for someone who wants to be a little lazy and not worry about stuff. And then also the explosions on top of it, just like chef's kiss, right? Like those huge explosions when you get into like a pack later on, in, like maps, like Orbital Expedition. So good. It just like chieftain. I don't know. I thought people slept on chieftain for too long, but I'm glad people are picking it up now and actually enjoying it.
Toby 1G gloves.
Hey, that's actually the color. Wait, no, I need all. I don't actually know if I need that anymore. I think I changed the build to where I don't actually use that early. We'll see. I think I need 3 blue. Is my big one. Like, only focus on fire res and be capped through an entire campaign? Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's just so easy. And then you can even like pick that node eventually to where enemies near you have negative 20 fire res, like as a set thing, so you don't have to worry about like cursing or like exposure, that kind of stuff. Which would be really nice. We are going to try to do the run legit like we would on a league start, so we're going to want to hit our Ascendancies and whatnot. So I've already collected this in SSF probably, but I'm going to collect it again just to showcase. That's the one he gets, yeah. There's also, if you end up going like the strength stacking thing in the end, there's that one node that seems really interesting where you get like little flat strength added around like jewels, I think is what it was. And I thought that was a pretty cool concept. If you end up going like a strength stacking kind of thing. You always want to make sure to hit that before you start fighting people. Because if you start to fight people and you die, then you just go back to the beginning of your trial before you hit the thing. We're not going to kill that guy. We should probably pick up some of those items, but we didn't because we're doing this.
Alteration.
We will pick up the alteration. Also, one sad thing about going cold in Act 1, as opposed to like rolling magma war and stuff like that, there are a lot of like cold resistant mobs in Act 1. Like Merveil herself is cold resistant. I don't know why I went this way. Chatter's that little skeleton we just saw, even though he's not like required, he's cold resistant. The big crab thing we fought earlier that was in the essence, he's also cold resistant. So you just have an endless struggle against cold resistant monsters in Act 1. It gets better once you get Wintertide though, even Wintertide's cold. Because Wintertide damage is so much higher than like Freezing Pulse. We are super underleveled. We want to usually be around 8 or 9. Ideally we're probably around 9 when we go to Brutus. So in this next area, I definitely want to kill some monsters. At this point of the game, we're not going to get any big nodes until we get a Roam Binder, so it's just kind of hanging out. We'll get one big node, I think, on the way there. Yeah, we got that one small node, or that one next to Templar. Yeah, we want to kill a couple things. Hopefully we'll see some rare packs, that'd be really sweet. Yeah, I mean, it's just for new players. Like, you don't want to go into things that are, like, super unattainable. I think it's nice to have that scaling option for players who are into it and, like, want to push their builds. So, like, it's good to... I think, like I said, Pox is a good jumping off point, but if you want to, like, invest into, like, the same build, RF can be scaled much higher. You just need to, like, change the mindset about it a little bit. But yeah, as a base level for new beginners, Pox's RF is really good. And it still scales decently, just like if you want to do like Uber content and stuff like that, you probably have to go like strength stacking. Since they made that change where levels don't really impact RF damage that much. Could we hit 8? Which is questionable if that's good enough for me, but we don't really get a big node, so let's just go fight Brutus and like cry a little bit. Chat, if Brutus kills me,
to the one place where
nobody laugh. He's probably gonna kill me. My reaction speed's super slow. I'm a witch at 140 life. There's a good chance that Brutus kills me here. I have at least my pots up, which is really nice. But I'm also at level 8 going to fight Brutus. So and I have Freezing Pulse as my main damage, which is not the best. The one good thing, so cold damage is not high, but it does chill, which makes the action speed slower of enemies, which is really nice. I've Frostblinked on them for no reason, but it's fine. And see, the one good thing about totems is they'll tank for you a little bit. You want to get out of there for that one. I almost died, see? Want to try to not get hit as much as possible. Back it up a little bit. Probably throwing Frostbomb down a little too much and wasting some mana there, but it's gonna be okay. We're not about perfection. We're about just eventually getting to the point where we want. Also, I realized that the Mana Flask is like instant recovery, so it's actually not great. So we'll probably do a portal here real quick, just to refill our flasks. And then that way we can come back in here with full Mana Flask and full mana. And I immediately die. So my overflow flask anyway, so that portal is kind of wasted, but if you're a better player and you don't die there, portaling to refill your flask for like boss things early on is not a bad choice. But you know, if you die, you waste a little bit of time running back like I'm doing now. But you also get refilled flasks, so woo! Kill me once when I was fumbling in my inventory and my item when I kill cursor, so don't judge it there. Yeah, that's why whenever I do the thing where I'm like running and also like messing with my inventory or like passive tree kind of thing, I'm like, this is 100% me gonna die right here, because I'll get like hit by someone and I'm like panicking. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to suck at my gear. Give me a second. Oop. That guy dodged that wave thing. I think I'm pretty sure that wave thing one-shots me if you get hit by it. So glad. And see, like the damage isn't super bad. Okay, stop hitting me. The damage isn't super bad for the skill, for it being a cold skill.
Rare boots.
But that's life. Ooh, rare boots can be good. And from here, if you can pick it up, that's fine. You can log out from here. You don't have to actually walk into the next area, because it'll give you the waypoint for it, just after you kill Brutus. Another pro tip. From here, we want efficacy, which we got here. We don't have our 3-link right now, so we'll probably just put it onto here to level it for now. I don't think there's anything necessarily here that we want. We'll identify these boosts in case there's movement speed. There's not. Never lucky. I like your voice. Thank you. Thank you, my wife. I don't know why I always go to that second page. We don't want to go to the second page. We want to get clarity here, because we'll use that until we get our golems. Though we'll probably use it through this whole campaign, just because... Ooh, this is... Oh, 9. My friend always gets on my cases about walking everywhere and not using logout, and I'm like, when you beat the game ties, you can say what you want. Until then, shut your trap. Yeah, my other friend who plays RF, he pretty... Why is this not highlighting? Oh, it's not all blue links. That's why it's not highlighting. It's just 3 blue. Lame! I'm not getting my links. But he literally, like, I yell at him constantly. I'm like, you're spending too much time just looking at stuff. Go do other things. And he's like, it'll be fine. I don't remember getting anything here. Or if it's the guide real quick, which you can't see right now, because I'm on the game capture screen, but it is pretty sweet. So after the Caged Brute, we want to pick up Unbound Ailments. Is the only one we want to buy. Okay, so we want to buy Unbound Ailments. Unbound. Right here. We don't have a socket to level it in. We probably should start putting stuff in our offhand just to help with the leveling in gems, but we'll think of that in the future. Alright, we want to get level 10 to be able to use our Clarity, which will help with the mana. We won't have to spam potions as much. We're going to probably kill a little bit more than you normally would want to, because I just not doing great as far as... also, my Brutus skill is a little bit slower than it has been on other builds. Like, once again, I'm playing Cold Witch, which is not the best damage dealer. If I was playing something like,
This is for your own.
Spectral Throw, Duelist kind of thing, you're gonna be a lot faster. Also, you probably just make better choices than I made. You'd be faster. All I'm saying is, don't judge the build on me being bad at video games. Judge the build on you playing it and enjoying it. If you come here judging it on me playing bad video games, you're never going to enjoy any build that I make. Alright, 1 level. Nice. We don't necessarily kill the rare mob, because it's annoying. But if he dies he dies, great. Man, I keep thinking Frost Blinks on the other thing. There we go. Now we can see kill him. So you can put that down. Totems help with like summoning little spirits, but it also helps just be a little defensive layer for you to kind of stand back and hit people, which is nice. That being said, once you get your Wintertide at level 12, you will no longer use the totem. You also will be unable to use your totem because the Runebinder Keystone makes it so you can't essentially use totems. Yeah, I mean, having fun is the most important part of playing video games. I mean, that's why I play video games. I know some people play because they want to break records and stuff, but not gonna be me. I'm not gonna break any records here. I'm just here to kind of have fun. I like the gambling aspect with like crafting later on. I love the sound effects, like a divine dropping, that kind of stuff. Like, that's why I play the game. I don't play the game to just beat it, quotation marks, in like a week and then get bored and move on to something else. That being said, I do like getting through the campaign a little bit faster than like 10 hours. That way I can just, on day one, actually do like some maps or heists. I'll probably play heist because I like heist a lot. And just get a little bit of early currency and whatnot. Because on League launch, I play DGen hours. I just like play from launch until like 3 a.m. Especially now, I'm gonna be like streaming and whatnot. These guys, they're cold and chill resistant. Man, see, I'm just saying, the game is unfair with the amount of cold and chill resistance they give to me in Act 1 before I even get my damage links. The cool thing about being at this point of the game, once we get through this area, I mean, I'll grab it, but maybe we can recolor it to all blue. We'll look at it later. But being in this area is once we get into the cavern, not necessarily the cave right here, but like the actual cavern leading out. 1, 2. What level are we? Yeah, that's good. I mean, 1, 2. Okay. Once you get into the cavern, you can pretty much buy Wintertide. As long as you're level 12, you'll have Wintertide for Merveil for finishing Act 1. And then once you get into Act 3, or sorry, Act 2, and you're level up to get the first like brand cluster, the clear of Wintertide just becomes so good. And like, I'll show it obviously and explain it whenever we get there, but don't judge anything based off Act 1. Act 1 is bad for pretty much everything. Even like the ones that are like good, like you get Sunder is I think one of the stronger Act 1s, but you don't get that till like Merveil either, has like level 12 as well. And then obviously some starting areas are just a little bit stronger with like attack speed and stuff. So like Duelist is really good for like being able to just dance around. Here, I would like to see if I can get her to attack the totems. I'm going to summon the totem on her.
Progress is literally
grab this, and then she still got me. I'm gonna say I want to try to avoid her freeze. You don't want to fight her. Oop, I'll take the Lapis Amulet though. But yeah, you don't want to fight her. Oop, go this way. Talk to Fairgraves. Get him to be all weird. There's like a weird glitch here where if you stand at a certain angle, like right here, see it shoots it into the ground sometimes. Like it just a little bit ago. I think it's where I'm aiming at, maybe. Yeah. So just pro tip if you're using a projectile. If you're shooting at a certain part of the ground there, it'll just shoot it into the ground randomly instead of like actually happening enemies. Also, you can die to Fairgraves pretty easily. He does a good bit of damage, especially if you stand at the maximum range for his Spectral Throw. So just maybe get more close to him is probably better. I don't want the Pablo Ring. I don't want any of those magic items. Magic items typically aren't worth identifying unless you're like really rich in Wisdom Scrolls early. Just because, like I said, Wisdom Scrolls are a little hard to come by. I wish they had added the PoE2 thing where you essentially have an identify person at home, like in town. That'd be nice. Then your dependence on scrolls wouldn't be as bad. Or make it to where like merchants charge you gold instead of like currency for items. Getting through the campaign will be a bit easier with the black market availability. Well, the black market won't be available till Act 6. If I remember correctly from the thing, you'll have all the respecs, like so, like how they were like, oh, you can respec with gold and stuff like that. That'll be in every act you're starting, including Act 1. but you won't have the black market until Act 6, I believe. Oh, right, black market currency exchange. I'm sorry, I'm confusing the Faustus's two abilities. You're right. Yeah, I think black markets will be available early on, which will help out with if they make it to where you can gamble and get lucky a little bit easier than regular merchants. It'll be really nice. Currency exchange is the one I was talking about. My bad for using the two. Alright, so we are almost level 12. We will level up in this next zone, which leads to, and then the next one will lead to Merveil. So we'll just go back here now, and we're going to buy our Wintertide. And that way when we get 12, we'll be able to switch. Also, I said we got clarity, but I never actually went to equip it earlier, so that's pretty funny. We're going to put this in our offhand. And just level these up for now.
Fair great.
Anyways, a lot of stuff. Yeah, like I played 3,000 hours so far, and I'm still learning like a crazy amount of stuff to this day. So this choice doesn't matter. You can pick what you want. I will take Creeping Frost because my other plan is if Wintertide ends up not being what I want in the long run, Creeping Frost is probably still pretty solid. So we have a transmute. I don't think we needed anything else here, but let's just go ahead and double check the guide. Wintertide. Yep, that's the last thing we get from this act. Okay. Cool. I have too many hours. I'm in every league except for maybe 1 or 2 since 2017. Yeah, that's a lot. I played scarcely since like Harvest and like Delirium League. And finally. And I played but since like Crucible League, once I got my friend involved in the game, I've been playing like pretty much nonstop, so we'll leave Arcane Surge there. We'll put Frostblink with Arcane Surge. We'll probably stop leveling Arcane Surge up as well, but we'll work out later. And in here, we don't really have anything for it. But where's efficacy at, actually? I'll put it in the offhand, didn't I? We'll just take this down here. We'll put both of these in there for now. You definitely don't need Unbound Ailments in your main link. In fact, I don't have it in the guide that way. Because it is not required. So we don't want to pick that node yet. We'll put it there. Until we get level 12, then we'll put that node. We won't be able to use our Holy Flame Totem. We're going to put our Aura on our back bar and take it off here so we don't misuse it by accident. Did I like sell the Frost Bomb at some point? Oh, it's in my chest. I didn't put it somewhere. Classic. I know what I'm doing, guys. Professional streamer here. Didn't play Sentinel or Heist. I actually played Sentinel. I didn't play Heist, though. That being said, I actually love the Heist mechanic as it is now, so I kind of wish I did play Heist. I mean, so the game's always more fun with like friends and stuff. So once I got my friend Tyler into playing PoE, every league since then has just been like really hype. Like we would always like watch the live streams together for the reveal patches and stuff. Friends just make things way more hype. Every time I'm like, dude, you can't keep like getting away with it. They're just cooking so much. And it's just really nice. The last thing I didn't really care for, Heavy Belt's really good, is Lake Calandra. I didn't really care for it. That one was kind of buns. I actually stopped playing like in yellow maps because I just didn't like the mechanic, and I didn't have like any friends to talk to about it. So I was like, I'm out of here. So now we can do this. We can also go back into our passive tree, go here. We have an extra point, which I feel like I missed something, but we'll put it there. Am I over leveled? I don't actually know. Oh, we get the life nodes. I forgot the life nodes. That's what I forgot to do. Okay. Alright, chat. Normally you'd want to get the life nodes there instead of doing what I did, but, you know, do what you gotta do. We can take out Holy Flame Totem, which you can do this later. You don't have to do this obviously right now where I'm doing it, because we can't use Holy Flame Totem anymore anyway. So this should be like kind of like your links. Merveil time. Oh wait, it's the next area. Ice is okay. When it first came out, oh my god, I was super back when every release started out super derpy. Yeah, there was a time where like, also this zone is awful, especially if you're not like running super fast, because these are little self-destruction dudes are in here, and they do so much damage if they get to dogpile you. The little red dudes. You're kind of active right here. There's some. Yeah, there it is. There it is. But yeah, leagues used to be like week 1, kind of weird. Things are all broken. Nothing's working properly. But they've gotten better with that over time. So at least that's one good thing.
3B wand.
3B wand.
3B
I'll go
wand.
back to 3B wand. I need a lot of blue later on, so I'll take all of it I can get. We want to try to not keep dying to the explosive dudes. We want to show how cool we are at playing video games. Wrong way. Watch this be the wrong way, and I'm going to relive. Okay, it's fine. Love Kalandra. The only reason, in my opinion, that made it awful was Archnemesis mods. Yeah, well, people also hated the Archnemesis League, I think. And they just rolled that into Kalandra, if I remember correctly, right? The big damage from Wintertide comes from that little aura that comes out once it dissipates. Whenever the brand detaches or expires, it'll release that aura, which puts on a debuff that does like stacked damage, essentially. So you don't want to spam out your brands too much. You want to make sure they're having time to expire so you get like a multi damage with it. So, oh, okay, I decided to just get crit with that one, I guess. I don't know. Merveil is like the last fight that we really have that's kind of like a struggle for us. Oh my god. Alright, no one say anything. It's fine. But Merveil is the last fight that is kind of annoying for us. I decided for like a 4th time. Not a softcore player, or sorry, not a hardcore player. If you're coming here for hardcore content, look the other way. This is not even her final phase, and I'm just like getting completely destroyed. Not a word can be said. The hardest boss in the game. Yeah, between her and Roa's, Act 1 is like the worst thing that could exist. Like I said, this phase is actually, I like this phase a lot better than the other phase, even though I just did her shout AoE thing and then just take that damage. But this phase is typically easier to handle if you're paying attention and not looking over the chat. Also, we didn't pick up any defensive nodes early on. You can go into the life node, which I have in the POB, and if you level more level, you'll get like all the big nodes in the POB. So I wanted to level it a little bit, and didn't go to defensive nodes, and she's now exploding on me, so there are things to make it a little better. You can also obviously shop better for gear. I look for just the links, but if you can get like better gear.
Where's she?
Alright. Go out here now. Now we're at Act 2. Let's go ahead and 40-minute Act 1 is not super great. Like, I mean, it's better for me. I usually do like hour Act 1, so that's 20 minutes off for me. That's pretty nice. But I'd ideally like to be around like 30 minutes. But that'll come with practice and just like, you know, not dying 6 times.
Portal.
Stuff like that.
Alteration.
Alright. We're level 12 and a 13, so this is not too bad. Let's go in here, see if we want to keep any of the stuff that we got from Merveil, and if not, then we will just sell everything. We'll use this. I mean, not only is it 3 blue, it has cast speed, it has a little bit of lightning damage to spell, which isn't like super good, but usable. We don't necessarily need that link. And we need it. We'll start to find a bunch of this stuff. So we'll sell this. And then we actually need to take out stuff over a wand, and it doesn't let you do that. Oh wait, I need level 15 for this. Okay, so we won't use this yet. We can use the other stuff. The rest of this we can all sell. This we can put in our offhand to help level any gems we might have that we want to level. All of this though, we can be. Well, we'll keep Cooper Foss. All of that can be sold. Heavy belt we want definitely because we need strength later on. And I'm not gonna. Oh, nope. I want to keep that one. Oh, sell the gems as well. Perfect. Let's see if you guys have anything cool for sale. We already have an armor. None of these are necessarily better, so we're just gonna leave that the way it is. I don't think she sells anything that we want early on, so we're not going to look at that. We don't need to talk to Silk, but I'm going to because I love removing the markers, except for those, because Einar can not be mean to me and be fine. Should be my first 2 years playing, I would full clear each area every time, get to the point where I was like, I'm kind of doing slow. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like, especially if you're a new player, you don't follow like any kind of content creator speedrunning stuff. Like, I also would just full clear. I'd pick up like originally I didn't even have like an item filter. I would just pick up every item, and I was like, is this one better than what I'm currently wearing? So, like, I would spend, like, 2 hours in the first act, having to go back to town constantly. Like, I go back to a waypoint so I can unload all this gear that I picked up. So, that's just part of, like, I play role-playing games traditionally, outside of playing ARPGs, so, like, I'm used to, like, wanting to look at all my loot and see what's better, that kind of stuff. That's just part of being old and enjoying things. Alright, we don't necessarily need to kill that guy back there, so we're just gonna kill the smaller dude. We want to grab... So that's Crossroads. Crossroads is not yet. You want to do the Den here. If you don't do all the side quests, you at least want to do the ones that give you passive points, which the Den does do give you passive points. So I'm gonna... You should have grabbed these nodes earlier. I'm gonna grab those, even if it delays my brand cluster. Because I want to showcase what I am trying to show new players. When I played by myself, I actually skipped all life nodes and stuff until like Act 3 or 4. And then someone pointed out, like, that's not really good for like new players. And I was like, you know what? That's a fair point. I don't mind dying and I don't mind running past things, but I shouldn't be telling new players to do that constantly, so. Yes, passive reset points. You can... Well, the reset points you can skip definitely, because it won't be as valuable with gold now, hopefully. But if you don't want to skip them, you obviously don't have to. Wait, does the Den give passive respec points? I thought it didn't give a passive point. Am I crazy? I might be crazy. Nope, respec. Alright, you don't want to do the Den then. Don't do the Den. Or if you want to do it, do what you want. I'm not the person to decide your life. I like to go here and grab the waypoint in the center. It's always, if you follow the road, it's the center pretty much. And then I like to go up to... I don't know what this is called over here. Like Crypt, maybe? No, Crypt's down bottom. This is like a spider thing, I'm pretty sure. Also, like I said, the damage looks kind of mediocre right now, but trust me, when you get that first brand cluster, it starts to like look really good. This is Chamber of Sins, that's what it was. We know what we're doing on chat.
The air stinks of thaumaturgy.
Also, if you end up needing more like Strafe or Dex early, there's 2 nodes that we eventually get right in the same area that I was just in. That will give you like that and a little bit of resistance and stuff that you can always grab earlier if you need to. The important thing about build guides is that they are guides. They're not, you have to play this way or everything is awful. At least my guide. You can customize a little bit as you want. Like maybe you want to be a little tankier, maybe you want a little more damage, you don't care about the tankiness, you can kind of skip the nodes here and there. You know, just be mindful that if you're doing stuff that is outside of the guide, if something messes up, you gotta figure it out. Part of this game is learning all the little weird mechanics that make everything tick. Yeah, especially like once I get, honestly, everything past Act 1, I mostly just do most of the quests. I might skip like a couple here or there, but not a crazy amount. Like I'll do most of them, and I'll go back and finish stuff later on once I, get into maps a good bit. Maybe even get the yellows. I'll be like, all right, maybe I'm missing passes. I'll go check them out. But especially on relaunch, the grind to just fly to maps or heist or wherever you're going first is really fun.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter.
Any people in the YouTube chat who are kind of hanging out silently? If you have any questions, feel free to ask anything. Twitch chat, if there's anyone else also hanging out, I mean, feel free to talk, guys. I know I'm streaming, running through this, and I don't want to do POB reviews today, but happy to always have conversations about build or just PoE in general or just gaming in general. So don't be scared. I do Crossroads section first. Also do Hammersmith last. Yeah, I don't know why I do it this way. I think that area in general. What the hell? I got a Rogue Exile right here. 2 Rogue Exiles right here. Alright, that's annoying. But, I don't know, it just works. The only thing I will say is that if you are trying to help, I think it's Caitlyn or whatever, the movement speed bandit, you probably want to go to that area last after you kill the other 2 bandits. Because the way they changed it, essentially, is that he'll just tell you to go do other stuff and come back to him anyway. There's no sense running out to him first. Alright, we're not going to actually use unique items in this test run, so we're just going to drop it on the ground and pretend it doesn't exist. Also, it's not useful for us anyway.
Is literally how you're measured.
If it was, we wouldn't use it, so... That's new. Never seen Rogue Exiles. Yeah, that was definitely... I haven't had that issue running into them there either. So that was definitely weird. Roost. Alright, here we want to grab, I believe it's Cold Snap. Yeah. And then at the same time, when we get Cold Snap, we want to buy something from her. It's in the guide. I don't remember. We'd like to get Heavy Belt here because we want the strength later on. Is it Brand Recall, I think? Yeah. That's it. Everything else is good right now. Yeah. Alright, we're not level 15 yet still. This shield could be usable. We might use that. We can identify these boots, see if they give me mood speed. They don't. Of course, never lucky. Cold damage, we'll identify it just to see if it gives nothing that I want. Perfect. We're not going to identify the shield, actually. We are going to identify this. We're going to sell this. We're going to keep this because we're still using it. Sell this stuff. And these 2 need to be level 16 to be able to use them.
I gave piety farewell.
Hey, thank you for the follow, T-Bear. Glad you're enjoying the stream, bud. That being said, for bandits, I love killing, or I love helping Illyria. Illyria is my favorite bandit to help. Can't change my mind. 15 all res is just too good. I think the only time that I would accept any other bandit choice is if you are playing a chieftain, because then cold and lightning res is not as important, obviously. But I think if you're pretty much any other build, I would rather just go all resistances than to wait and like struggle with hard resistances. Ooh, I wanted to make sure I shared this in case for people who didn't know. For the specific zone, next to this waypoint, there's always a building like this, and inside this building, this is a small detour that is not good for like necessarily speedrunning. But there's these 3 bandits always hiding in a corner next to a jewelry thing. Once you open this jewelry, they will attack you. But if you kill these bandits, and I might die because obviously my damage is super high because I took some defensive nodes instead, and they're a bunch of chaos damage. But if you kill these bandits who are now stunning me, I'm stuck. They give you a lot of jewelry and whatnot, and you can get like a bunch of rare jewelry early on, or even like just like if you're looking for a certain amulet, if you need like certain stats. It's pretty good. See, like look at that. I got 1 dropped it. Bunch of jewelry right there. Boom. So like they drop a crazy amount of stuff for if you're looking for certain like links or anything like that. They'll drop a good bit of rares. Look at that. You're teaching me something new. I never knew about that. Yeah, it's always here. It's always next to the waypoint. So like, even if you die, you get to spawn like right back really quickly. It's a good pro tip for people who are looking like for instance, if you're playing RF and you want like ruby rings, you can get a good chance to get ruby rings here because the fire res is obviously really good because you want to stack that for being able to generate RF. So definitely keep a lookout for that when you come to fight Creighton in the Broken Bridge. Something I learned through my mini runs in Settlers in the mini private leagues, and I was like, I need to share this with as many people as possible every time that I pass by. So now that I'm streaming, I'm glad I'm able to share it with someone and teach them a little bit about it. I'm gonna kill him because if you help him, it gives you like 8% movement speed, which, I mean, movement speed is always nice, I guess, but the other options are just too good for me. And obviously you can kill all bandits and then get just like an extra passive point. But like I said, for most builds, I consider the 18 or the all res 15 all res node be more valuable than the one passive point, especially early on.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
And the cool thing about... Oh, I can use this now. I should do that now then. Stop hitting me. Who's hitting me? Stop. I'm trying to change stuff. We talked about this earlier. Oh, the cool thing about Bandits is if you end up wanting to change later, like what choice you made, there's like craft recipes that you can do to essentially change which one you picked. So don't feel like you're locked in and you can't like escape kind of thing. Wispy boots, hell yeah, and they're rare. Perfect. So we'll be equipping those. We probably should use these gloves. We don't want to use this chest piece or this one, so we're gonna sell. We'll probably want to defend this wand. Man, I swear, on my practice runs, I ended up getting like a bunch of like really lucky with. I said I don't want to use these, right? Yeah, lucky with like +1 all cold spells stuff. So getting a little unlucky, but it's fine. We want to put Frostbomb here, Clarity here, and then Shield Charge here, just fine. It's all okay. We're still 1 level away from that, I think. We can check to see if there's anything here, but at this point, you're probably not looking for too much from him. Maybe like something like this, but there's not movement speed on it, and I don't have anything to craft with it, so I don't want to do that.
Hello?
No cold spell stuff, so let's move on.
Be well.
Chest base type is hilarious to me. Every time I pick one up, I'm like, oh, fancy a shabby jerkin, do you? Yeah. Good old shabby jerkin. Everyone loves it. Yeah, attack speed is actually pretty good, even without faster attacks now. Well, not attack speed, but like a movement speed with shield charge. So it feels really bad in Act 1 to use it, but leveling it up will give you the increased movement speed that you get from it. And then once you're able to get faster
Jade
attacks
Amulet.
later on, it'll just feel even better to shield charge around. Alternatively, if you're using scepters, you can eventually switch to like Leap Slam for people who enjoy Leap Slam a lot. But Witch doesn't get that naturally. You have to like get it from maybe Siosa in Act 3, or you have to wait till like Act 6 to get it from Lily. Yeah, the golden hand job. Yeah, you gotta post it. We love the golden hand job. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, I don't really have global chat enabled most of the time because global chat can be sometimes just like weird stuff happening. But I do occasionally turn it on just kind of like see what's going on.
And a flat ruby ring.
People are just kind of weird sometimes though. Still can't use the ruby ring. We want this over the intelligence amulet because we have plenty of intelligence, but we will eventually need dexterity. Ideally, you get a jade or even a citrine amulet, which citrine is the one that gives you strength or dex as like or strength and dex as the implicit. Because you need strength and dexterity in this build for a good amount of like stuff. Mostly strength is just for honestly shield charge, to be honest. So you don't need it too much, but it's nice to have. The higher level your shield charge is, the faster you go. But if you can't get to max 20, then like don't be upset about it. It's okay. I even said
Magic
earlier
bolts.
I was gonna stop leveling Arcane Surge, and then I just continue leveling it.
Rare wand.
Yeah, people are
Flash.
dodgers for a reason. Yeah. As with most gaming communities, you'll always have those people who just like to be loud and just be a little toxic in like whatever chats they can be in. Meowdy, everyone! Tyler, I was talking about you earlier. T-Bear has been in chat talking. They're planning on playing RF Chieftain. We were just talking about being senior gamers and not being the quickest of the bunch. T-Bear also is a person who likes to take their time in the campaign, and previously was all like, I'm full clearing zones and stuff, which is similar to you, so you came up with a good bit. RF mentioned, yeah, you also mentioned a second ago where I just mentioned Leap Slam, so I just said it again. If you want to do Leap Slam mention, pop off.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
Rare jewelry.
Rare jewelry. Oh, I might want to go back for that actually. So the portal should take me close enough to it. Yeah. Let's go back and get it though. Ooh, yeah, I'll take that. Could be a good belt. Use the floor curve zones. Haven't done that in a hot minute, but definitely doing RF League starter. Yeah, I think Tyler, like I said, I think he's decided he's going to do it's the Scion version and try to go into strength stacking in the end game. As much as I like to try different builds and stuff, I really do stick to mostly like one character most leagues. That being said, this league, because I'm doing content creation and like streaming and stuff, I'm probably going to try to make multiple builds later on. But I want to try to see how far I can scale this one first. And I'm not the fastest currency maker in the world, so I'm not going to be able to make like mirror tier gear in like week 1 or anything like that. So it'll be a minute. All right, so we need one more point. We'll get the mastery, and then trust me, the clear will look super cool. A lab runner, huh? I detest being in lab so much. But I imagine if you're playing like RF. Oh, I should have mentioned the tip about sapphire rings for new people when I was playing Merveil earlier. Too late now. There's no at this point they're not going to go back to it. It's okay. I'm gonna hit heist. I think even before I finish the campaign, I'm gonna play heist as soon as they drop any kind of contract. And I'm not gonna do like a speed heist here. I don't want to do that build where it's like you do 0 damage, here's all movement speed kind of thing. Like, that doesn't seem fun to me to play that kind of stuff. I mean, if you're in that kind of thing, pop off. I like to be able to kill stuff. Also, Tyler, if you use the it's 23 quality, it's pretty nice. If you use the filters that produce the link, we posted an update yesterday that broke a couple of them, so you have to like re-download sound packs and stuff. 20 divines. That's like an insane amount of divines. Richer than I am. I usually don't start making good currency until probably like week 2. Week 1, I make okay currency and I buy cheap stuff. Golden hand jump time.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Day before, that's probably smart. We don't want to. I'm not going to define the minion scepter. I'm going to be honest. We're not going to do that. Not getting super lucky with finding my super cool items. This might be okay to keep, and then I just don't need this stuff. I don't need this. This wasn't worth it. I'm going to keep that. I can also now, even though we won't use brand recall. Oh, I have a wand and a scepter. Okay, I'll put a scepter there. Does she sell? No. We want to put brand recall somewhere. We're not going to actually use this early on, so I'm probably just going to put it into my offhand, which I already was at. We will be using cold snap early on, so we want this in here. And that's a good location for it. That's fine. Running labs always stresses me out. Yeah. I'm always worried I'm just going to die and lose myself. But if you're playing stuff like RF and whatnot, your chances of dying are pretty low. If you have good health regen, traps don't matter too much. Alright guys, this is when we kick in. So once you get this node right here, brands attached to new enemy each time you activate, you start clicking. Tyler! Alright, thank you Tyler, you're very quick.
Ready, exile! It is time to hunt!
So look at all the little explosions that happen now from like one brand. Because every time they activate, which they activate really quickly, they'll bounce to a new enemy, and every time the brand detaches from one enemy, it applies that little circle debuff. So if you're in a pack, it's applying that debuff a crazy amount of times, and the debuff grows in strength as it activates. So once you get to 20 stacks, the debuff is actually really strong. And then later on, you'll eventually be able to. What's that? Oh, I like that. Eventually, you'll be able to do brand recall on a fast cooldown for like single target on like bosses and stuff like that, or like people that aren't with their allies. Also, you can cold.
Vegetation.
I'll take some of this stuff. Hell yeah, pick all that up.
Jade amulet.
We don't need another Jade Amulet right now, so I missed my blink, so we're gonna stick it for a bit and stare at the wall. Since we're helping Alira, we want to kill Oak first, but we want to make sure we grab this waypoint for it so it's easier to transition over to that.
Lignation.
Okay, I'm gonna have to try to pick that up on the way back. We'll go to the wetlands. We would like to kill Oak. We would like to get the waypoint and then teleport back to where we just were. We will probably do this essence because being able to craft on one of those scepters and maybe getting like a +1 is really good. Or just dying because you love to die is also pretty fun. You ran away.
Energy wand.
Perfect. Oh, we even got another essence. I mean, at a certain point, you don't want to keep going the essences because they will slow you down, but... Well, if you're trying to go a little faster, but I will do them because I love to kill essences and like use them for crafting really. But like after a certain point, you don't really want to keep doing essences just because your gear should be decent enough. Once you get like your 4 links and everything, and you have like, want to kill Oak.
Focus is literally how you're measured.
Literally how you're measured. Had a good bit of Sanctum. Yeah, I guess you played Sanctum, which is just like a intense version of Lab. So, especially if you get like a good lab layout for the day, I'm assuming you can run it, and it feels like not bad to do. I want to say there's some layouts that are just abysmal to play, and I usually end up running Lab for my Ascendancies on those days and get unlucky. Lab changes daily? Yeah, the layout changes daily. That's why there's a... I forgot what the person's name is, but they make the daily lab updates for people to be able to follow online.
Rare melee weapon.
Alright, there was something up here I wanted to go back and get, right? What was it? It's over there. It's better be worth it. Okay, I'll take that.
You are 1B body.
I think we're about fast too. There, Pewee Ninja is telling me anything. Frostwing and Wintertide Blast, Volcanic Fissure of Snaking, and Vortex Protection are going to be good sellers. Those are good bets. I mean, Volcanic Fissure of Snaking is definitely a good bet. That one, like a lot of people are talking about. Frostblink and Wintertide Blast, I see people mention about it every league, but it never takes off to the value I think it will. But we'll see if it's actually the league that does it. Vortex Projection is a new one that everyone's talking about too. Not as much as the Volcanic Fissure of Snaking, but I do see it mentioned. You also might be able to get good money with some of the new golems, like specifically the Stone Golem of Safeguarding. I think a lot of people are talking about for the golem stuff. If they don't use the base golem, the Safeguarding one's pretty decent. That's wild. In Standard? Standard's weird. No one plays Standard. Standard price, you can't just go Standard prices. Or is that in maybe have run labs? Yeah. If I end up pathing onto the left side of the tree, I can grab that node that has me a chance to get like the increased offering things. Also those are the lab runners. Dude, where is the other... Is it just down here in this little corner and I missed it? Forgot to switch it. Alright, I'm rage. Can we get some rages in the chat? Rage. This layout is ass. Yeah, thank you for the ragey. Yeah, Volcanic Fissure is going to be really popular. That's going to be definitely one that people you want to grab. Also, Peacock of Bouncing will be popular if a lot of the streamers are still going to do their whole thing where they do like expose concoction to Peacock of Bouncing in the end. This layout is actually making me curious, so I'm just going to waste 20 minutes running around it. I missed the blink here again. I think I missed the blink in the same spot last time, which is really funny. It must be like just right down south of the forest we were already in. I've never seen the layout that way before, so frustrating. Are we gonna Leap Slam? XD. Yeah, that's one good thing about Leap Slam. Unfortunately, Witch does not get it at this point. Yeah, it's gonna be over here. This layout's weird. I feel like I haven't had a layout like this in ever. But that's life. I don't think I use any Transgems in here. I think from here we go up to grab life nodes, if I remember correctly. We're at casual hour and 8 minutes, and we're still in Act 2, so feeling pretty good. I like to follow the road in this part. Also, I'm like 3 levels above the area.
Portal.
I did the thing where like it started to feel good to kill stuff, so I started killing everything. Let's try to speed up a little bit, and we'll skip ahead. We're 3 levels above this area. We don't need to be killing everything. I like to follow the road to get to the unique guy here at the end for a passive quest.
Portal.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Ignore the sound of me taking notes. Hey, Lyra's here. Nice.
The King of Rat. That was all.
1 and 3 are relatively the same. Oh, so you just farm like Merc Lab instead of farming like Uber Labs? Merc Lab does give you a chance to think. I think if you were going hardcore farming and get like buying the dedication upgrades, you probably want to farm Ubers, right? I don't know if it actually works in the lower ones. But if you're just like week 1 farming, I'm just spamming that Merc Lab's probably okay. Yeah, we love not hoarding information. Whenever I like first started playing and like really getting into like the grind of like doing stuff, I really enjoyed Delve, like the content itself. But like every time I would go and like look up to try to like see like,
Maybe
oh, what are the top
101.
delvers doing, or like what are the strategies kind of stuff to figure out like how to play it. They had this whole weird thing where a lot of the top delvers made their profiles private and they had their own private Discord where they wouldn't share information with the outside kind of thing. And I was like, that is so freaking weird, my guy. Wow, like I get you're trying to protect your profits or like whatever you're trying to do, but that's so strange. What a weird thing to do in a game that is really good with like community. I don't think it's that way anymore, but I'm saying like there was a time where that's how it was, and it was really weird to me. Also, I guess the one good thing about running laps too is you can quality your gear early on if you want to. Or not your gear, like your gems, what I meant to say.
This is literally how you're measured.
201 body.
The spike.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
We'll take this, put this here. Spike, I think, is this size. Bye, Longbow. For sure, last league I transferred your gems, and while I was waiting to get more, I had quality the ones that I had to sell more. Yeah, I thought the quality stuff would sell super good. If you aren't like quality your own stuff, like just selling it is probably worth a while. We have actually no rings on, which is a weird thing. So if you're playing this game, definitely make sure you have rings equipped at some point in the first act. Don't be a weirdo. I don't know why I did that, so just don't be weird. We can make some stuff magical in a second. Or rare, rather. So let's go to this offhand. We're going to slam it. We're going to say that it didn't roll anything that we care about. We're going to take this, we're going to slam it. It might be better than what we are currently using. Yeah, we'll say it is. Perfect. Alright. At this point, we don't really need anything from this guy specifically, because he's not going to sell us 4 links and whatever. I think we just want to care about Yena.
Yes?
Or Yena. How do you say her name? She also doesn't like us, so she doesn't sell anything we want. So, that's just life.
Farewell.
Up. Here, we want to get is Control Destruction. We're not doing crit. We can also replace our Unbound Ailments that we put in earlier with that. And then we'll put Unbound Elements into our Cold Frost, which is our Cold Snap, which is right here. Slinky, Tectonic, what's up, buddy? Wait, that name sounds super familiar. Is Tectonic back from when I used to do like Let's Plays on YouTube, like 10 years ago? Or maybe I'm just confusing with someone. I don't know. What's up, Tectonic? How's it going? Maybe I'm thinking of like the mod pack for Tectonica. That's me. How you doing, bud?
Life Pincher.
Oh, we said we weren't going to kill more people, and then I'm just back to killing people. Honestly, enjoying reading chat. So, I'm trying my best to manage conversations. I'm just like killing stuff along the way. Actually, I don't know where we're at. We're in Val Ruins. I hate ruins. I hate anything that's like prisons or the ruins or like cells. Anything that has small corridors. Oh, we're in the area we care about though.
Augmentation.
Alright, so chat. Whenever there's someone trying to tell you how to like craft something and being like, oh, there's like a 3.2% chance of success or whatever, those people are wrong, okay? And I'm gonna tell you the facts. Those people are essentially wrong because no matter what the real math is, or what they say the real math is, whatever big math says is incorrect. You always have a 50% chance to get it. You either get it or you don't. You feel me, chat? And this time, we're gonna get it. So essentially what we want to do is we'll get our Cold Snap, we want to get to this Vol Corrupt thing right here. And we're gonna get Vol Cold Snap from this. 100% chance. There's no way you missed this. We missed it. Shit. Alright. Forget what I said. 50% chance, chat. You get it or you don't. And this time we just didn't get it. I think now we're 2 for 2. Or sorry, 2 for 4. Let's see. I've only played 2 builds on PvE1, RF, Pox, and Cyclone. This is the first time we're playing something else. Gonna try your build. Hell yeah, dude. In my other chat, I've also streamed on Twitch. I have 2 people in there who are going to be playing RF. One I think is doing Scion, one I think is doing Pox's traditional RF Chieftain. And then I'll be obviously streaming me playing this Wintertide brand. So, you know, if you have any questions, feel free to pop into either chats and I'll help out if you have questions along the way.
How fascinating.
Should be good though. Even before all the buffs to Cold Dot and all the buffs to like Wintertide in general, or like the Ascendancies and stuff like that. Wintertide has always been like a good map clear build. Its issue was late game scaling.
Bandits.
So I can't promise we'll do Ubers later on. But we do have buffs, so you never know what's possible in the future, right? Tanky block for this build? I was thinking more of going for evasion and suppress, but there are multiple ways to scale defenses for Witch. So you want to go armor and block and pick up like block recovery, or like, you know, recover life or recover ES on block kind of things. If you go left side, and if you go right side, you want to go more of like evasion with ES and like ES scaling a little bit kind of stuff. So I haven't just fully decided which way I want to go yet. If you look at my early mapping tree, it's very split, and I can kind of go in either direction. But I have a couple ideas of things I want to test out. I also secret tech, guys. That's in my older live stream videos, not in the build video. I'm playing with the idea of doing strength stacking Witch or Elementalist, and picking up the Iron Will keystone, which gives you essentially spell damage per like 5 strength, whatever kind of thing. Because if you look at all the Cold Dot skills, you'll notice that the damage over time scales with your
G1v1.
spell damage. So if we get a lot of strength, right? We'll get a lot of spell damage, and we can scale like the dot that way a little bit. Plus, a lot of strength will give you a lot of life, which will give you like an extra defensive layer and all that kind of stuff. So, my chat the other day was telling me I'm cooked, but I think it's a great idea, and I'm probably gonna end up trying it. I guess the W of the tree is great for cold and block. Yes, if you go northwest. Sorry, I had a picture of compass in my head to figure out what northwest was. Yes, if you go to the upper left side of the tree, which is northwest, there's a lot of block nodes up there. So, and you're also on the left side of the tree where you can pick up a little extra armor nodes if you go further down. So, you can easily do that. And if you want like a defensive shield instead of going like a offensive shield, you can pick up like an Aegis Aurora on trade, which will give you some recovery on block based on your armor. So it's pretty good. You can also do things like go low life with Petrified Blood, and low life will give you extra spell damage, and then Petrified Blood will allow you to like survive just a little bit better, and you can get like a lot of the recoup nodes that are around the tree for which has like in its own shard, it has like 2 wheels for recoup, which are pretty strong, and then there's some on the right side next to like Shadow that exists as well, but those aren't as good for this build. He tends to be cooked. Hey. I've had like it's been a long week. It's been a great time. I've only caused like chaos with trying to make Fizz-Dot Elementalists a thing. So it's fine. But yeah, so there's lots of ways to scale this. I think I want to try to see how beneficial the golem situation is first. Like I think it'll be okay to keep golems alive, but if it becomes a problem, we'll see if a minor investment will help out. And then obviously if golems end up being just awful and not a good time, then we'll probably just abandon an idea and go into more traditional cold dot. We might even switch to Creeping Frost in the end instead of doing Wintertide, because Creeping Frost will allow us to have a hit, so we can pick up things like Shaper of... I zoned out. I'm killing too much stuff again, but having a hit on Creeping Frost or like Vortex or Cold Snap will essentially allow you to be able to pick up like Shaper of Winter and Shaper of Flames, which are huge defensive buffs. Secret here, by the way, we'll take a second to explain this. In this area, there's this little room that has these little things right here. If you press them, they open up the secret area, which leads to here where there is a crafting recipe. It is Vol skill damage, which is not important for a lot of builds, but if you're ever wondering why you don't have that, you have to go into the this temple, and that's how you get there. You gotta find this one room that has those 2 things on it. I said a lot of words. I don't actually remember where the conversations were at on things. I'm hyped for the patch, and I can't wait for work week to be done so I can game. Hell yeah! I know my friend Tyler, who's in Twitch chat, he took off like the following Monday so that he can just have a 3-day weekend to just play PoE. I'm currently trying to make this my full-time thing, so I'm not working a traditional job at the moment. So I'll be just doing absolute degenerate hours for this. Yo, Jared's in the chat again. Hey, what's up, Jared? Jared, if I remember correctly, and if I don't, I'm so sorry. I'm old and my memory's bad, but Jared is the person who is going to be trying Chains of Command Animated Guardian build. Lovable Lily's also now in the chat. A lot of people are showing up. Greatest creation yet. Lily, you've come here now like several days in a row, but I noticed you haven't followed me yet. What's that about? What do I have to do to convince you for the follow? It's free. It makes me look good, and I feel better about myself. Also, I'd love to hear about what your creation is. Also, Lily, oh, I wanted to. Okay, we're gonna hit the pause timer after this act, and that way I can. Well, the build guide goes over the video, but I'm gonna go over it and stream it as well. I love the changes they have to cold stuff on the passive tree. That's a good point. Yeah, Lily, it is a good point. Thank you, Lily, for the follow. I appreciate it. My notification's still not going off my head, so I'll have to fix that later. But I appreciate it, Lily. I wish I could do DJ hours. I spent like 6 hours sitting on my PC. My neck hurts like crazy. Nah, I'm gonna DJ hours. Not a league starter, but private league viable. All right, let me finish this act. I'll pause, and then we'll look at that real quick. But did you see the cold changes for the passive tree from the patch notes last night? I did. What do you think? Do you like them? I like them a lot. I saw some people were hating on them though. That was me on Twitch. Oh, the Mighty Tech. Oh, thank you for the follow as well. Sorry, I didn't even notice that popped up. I appreciate it, man. Every little bit counts. Help me move towards being a more full-time content creator, which is my goal. That way I can just kind of talk here endlessly to the void, and if the void talks back, perfect. Cool tip here too, you don't have to wait for this to open, you can just leave. Yeah, the +1 cold mastery, yeah, I'll take -35. People were complaining, like, oh, you're doing the whole PoE2 thing where you get like negatives on top of positives, and I was like, I'll take -30 fire res for +1 cold spells, are you shitting me? Like, that is such a deal. deal, DGG. Give me more of those. That's so good. But I saw a lot of comments were kind of negative about it. Honestly, I forgot what I was doing here. That's not good. This is sockets, so I'll probably keep this, and I'll sell everything else. Oh, I guess I'll sell this and keep this. We really don't need a lot of this stuff anymore.
Go with the spirit.
Okay, let me get to Act 3. Oh, I literally said, yeah, so you can just teleport to Act 3 now. Alright, we're City of Sarn. 125. Honestly. Oh, this right here, by the way, is movement speed thing. So in Act 3, you can craft movement speed if you haven't found it yet. Which is really nice. Let me get to the city. And then I'll look at Lily's thing. Lily, if I lose your message in chat, you might have to repost
Fuji
it.
1v1.
I apologize for that. But I'm really excited for the cold that stuff. I don't know if you saw my YouTube video. I understand that it's probably not the best quality video, but I made it at like 2 a.m. last night.
I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but we've
because I was like, man, I've been wanting to make this video, and I spent a lot of time on the build guide, the POV for it. Also here, if you don't want to walk around Sarn encampment to go all the way around that big loop, you could just leave. Yeah, I have a YouTube, a live stream on there as well, and I just posted my first video for like my build guide. I believe it's pinned. Is it not pinned anymore in the chat at the top? I think it is. Someone can confirm. But it should be a pinned message in the Twitch chat for a link to the video. It is. All right, we're gonna take a brief pause. So people who are watching this for being like, watch and play the campaign, you can skip ahead for a little bit if you want to. Nice, it is pinned. Okay, let's catch up on messages because I have a lot happen on messages so far. So I want to see what all is going on. My only gripe with PO1 is I have done the campaign like 100 million times. Yeah, that's fair. But I would rather do PoE1's campaign 100 million times than to do PoE2's campaign 100 times. Just from the sheer amount of how long it takes and the grind for it. We're going to switch to our freestyle real quick. That way we can all view Lily's POB, which is apparently CI Eviscerate Elementalist. Lily, get out of here. Get out. I think PoE2... So my gripe with PoE2's campaign is if they wanted to make like a long campaign in like a story and involve like a lot of story, I wish they would have just made like a traditional RPG or like a co-op RPG kind of thing instead of making an ARPG. Like, I would love for them to have an RPG-styled game in the world of, like, Path of Exile. That would be really cool. But I think for an 8 RPG to have to play like, I don't know how fast people do it now, but when I played on the first patch that launched for PoE2, it took me like 60 hours to get through the campaign. And I was like, there's no way I would do that for multiple characters. Obviously, it's probably faster now. People have figured things out and stuff like that, but still, that it's like very quick. All right, we're cooking here. This is Lovable Lilies CI Eviscerate Elementalists, which they're going to switch to in their privately with their friends. So let's judge it harshly enough. Also, they posted it in the thing, but if anyone needs the link, I'll repost it for you. Lily, what is this? Tyler, get him! Look at this tree. The reason it's slow is because there's no movement speed. They need to make player faster. That's fair. I didn't do this exact tree, but I had a tree that looked really horrendous that was similar to this yesterday when I was doing my strength stacking exsanguinate elementalists. And people in chat were yelling at me. Like Tyler and Fisk, who comes commonly, he was yelling. They were both yelling at me. But I'm all for it, Lily. Like, so this kind of chaos, this is what I'm here for. This is what I love. This is the stuff I thrive on. We love CI. CI is probably one of my favorite defensive things. Obviously, you can't do stuff like low life with it, but just not having to ever worry about chaos is just so good. Also, I love Energy Shield as like my favorite defensive layer. We're at 10k Energy Shield, pretty sweet. All right, we're taking Golem nodes. Oh, so we're a Golemancer, I assume. We'll be going here. You're getting Shaper of Flames is the one you're going to go for in the end. All right. Because we are an Ignite build. That makes sense. You don't have to get a probably Ignite chance, I assume. You can go just straight up damage over time multiplier on everything. And like effect. That's pretty sweet. That looks weird. But I guess if I were to spend 1 point, I would rather have the extra energy shield than the 1 intelligence. Because we're not intelligence stacking. Oh, we probably have this. Oh, maybe we don't have that. What is happening? That's not going to be there. That was just an idea you had at 1 point, and you probably cut it out for points. Okay. Duration skill effect. We love duration skill effect. We got the block nodes here. We love those block nodes. Block nodes here. Those block nodes are great. Area effect of any in-game T7 Ubers Wintertide POB buddy. No, unfortunately, that's not thing what we did right now. So the issue we have with making a super late game thing is I don't know how I want to scale stuff yet. There's multiple avenues. Like, I guess we'll flashbang warning people real quick before I go over to my notepad. So flashbang warning to everybody who's new to the chat. I'm about to put up a notepad that's going to be a big white screen, and you're going to be blinded. But so I have multiple avenues of things I want to look into for how I want to scale Wintertide Elementalists. One is I want to look into the CDR breakpoints for brand recall, because the way brand recall works, especially with Wintertide brand, is when Wintertide brand detaches, it doesn't lose its sacks, which it says on the gem itself. And whenever it detaches, it releases the debuff with the cold debuff AoE, which is essentially how you do most of the damage with Wintertide. So on like bosses or big targets, you essentially want to be able to brand recall the brands off of them to make the detach happen and make the debuff happen. And then it'll reapply itself. And then if you have brand recall up fast enough, you can keep detaching over and over again to kind of like machine gun the debuff over and over again. So as long as you have good brand recall CDR and you have good duration and activation of your brands, I think the damage should be really good with that for like single target. But as far as like late game, I'm looking into Shrink stacking with Iron Will or ES stacking with Transfiguration of Soul and Low Life. If you look at Wintertide or any other cold dot skill, even like Fizz dot, so like Exsanguinate and all that kind of stuff, they have the line where spell damage modifiers apply to the damage over time effects. So if you go Iron Will and do Strength stack, you will get a lot of you'll get a lot of spell damage essentially from like stacking strength, plus on top of like obviously having much of life, and you can do things with that. And Transfiguration Soul is kind of like a lesser version of that, where it doesn't give you as much spell damage, but you're getting to stack ES and like intelligence instead of like strength, and it's a little bit easier for the witch side to do. And low life obviously adds like more damage multipliers. But the reason I don't have a guide is because I don't know which way I want to go yet, and I haven't really tested it in an in-game setting. Plus, with all the changes to Cold Dot, the cold passes on the tree, and Elementalist, they're all buffs that I can't really showcase right now, even in this run, because they're not there. Like I'm playing in standard, right? We're not playing with the new patch that has all those things. I could obviously throw together a POB for stuff, but I'm not really a POB warrior. I don't want to just throw together something and throw big numbers into it and be like, look at all the cool big numbers. I like to play something and see how it feels and guide people based on that. So these are items you can try out if you want to look into different ways to stack it. But I haven't made the POB myself yet. I plan on making like a day 1 update and day 3 update and like a week 1 update kind of afterwards. Appreciate the subscription to L. It just says L. I don't know if that's your whole name, but thank you for the subscription. But yeah, back to the conversation. Big thing is if Wintertide ends up being an issue for late game scaling of like T17s and Ubers, the Elementalist package is going to be is like so robust that you can go into any hit based skill, and you'll be fine to kind of scale it. It like beyond that, like my backup plan if this goes poorly is probably to do like cold BV crit, and I think that'll be pretty good. But yeah, so that's just kind of the vibe on that thing. But obviously, if you want something more, like I say in my video, if you want something more concrete as far as being like, hey, I need something that's like more foolproof. This is not the place for you. This is some old gamer just doing what he can to kind of make a build that he enjoys. But if you want something tried and true, obviously things like volcanic fissure of snaking, that kind of stuff will be probably more of your jam. All right, back to Lily's thing. Also, don't look at the rest of the information. It's all gibberish. We're gonna pretend like none of that exists. All right. So back to judging Lily. Lily, honestly, I think this is great. Stop calling yourself old. You're not old. I am old. I am approaching 40. Lily, no notes. I'm fully here for this chaos. I would love to see an update when you actually get it, a real character, and how you progress it and stuff like that. But I love this a lot, and I think you should definitely do this as a transition once. What are you going to start? You're going to start like Wintertide and then transition into this? Or what do you start for this? Feral Edge feels so weird, but I get it. Aegis Aurora, you really love Aegis. I mean, it's a great defensive layer. Who doesn't love it? I remember you said your friends and stuff are all grinders in private league, so this stuff seems pretty easy to get. Obviously, the lighting meeting is only questionable just because I have a lot of bad luck with lighting meeting, but yeah. So I love it, Lily. I think it's great. I'll probably do Cold Dot. Polaric is probably the hardest thing to get. Nah, just grind it. I think I got it's Polaric the one you can get from like the regular, like not Eater, but like you get it from his like little dude before that. You can technically get it, I think. All right, so this is Lily's build for anyone who is looking into it. This is Ignite, Eviscerate, Elementalists. Lily's feel free to post it if you want to share it in chat. See if everyone might want that, but I like it. I think it's good. As is tradition, we are going to put this in the Yoinking POBs thing, which is at this point all Lily's build ideas. All right, let me catch one chat real quick, and then I will. I'm so sorry for people I miss chatting stuff with. But actually, it's just a lot of people talking now, and it's really cool. I'm enjoying myself. Come on, Merc Lab's a good bit for T-Bear and Tyler. That's supposed to be just talking themselves. We love it. Tyler clipped me for big math. Rip. Where did Tech go? Oh, Mighty Tech. There he is. Okay. It's pinned. On reason it's slow. Movement speed. Yeah. T-Bear. Question for the chess piece. Wouldn't 11% fizz damage taken as chaos be counterproductive with negative chaos res? Wouldn't that do much? Are you talking about on Lily's build? Because yeah. If you're here to hang out, it's no big deal. Are you talking about this build? T-Bear? No, because the chaos res doesn't actually matter. They are chaos inoculation where they're immune to chaos damage. So you don't care about chaos res. You're immune to the damage. So that's essentially just 11% physical damage reduction. Yeah. I missed that you used to be able to get physical taken as chaos on a corrupt for shields, because that was really good as well. And I think you used to be able to get on your helmet as well. I used to run this with, what's that one? Incandescent Heart was really good to run it with. All right, I have a bunch of messages now too. All right. Sorry, I'm actually just overwhelmed with all the messages. I really appreciate it so much. Thank you everyone for messaging and privately and in chat. Really appreciate it. I think actually at this point, I think I've hit affiliate now. Let me go double check. It hasn't calculated yet, but I'm pretty well sure I got 2 followers since the beginning of the stream, so pretty sweet. The whole living life without coffee is not working, so I blame my lack of conversation and lack of caffeine. Yeah, I drink unsponsored energy beverage. Turn the can around for energy, but I am getting to the point where I need to just kind of chug the rest of it and start drinking water, because all the talking, I definitely need to hydrate a lot more. Didn't take it in POB. I have 5 extra endurance charges while mapping. Alright guys, I'm gonna steal that idea and then put it as my backup plan. So when people are like, Wintertide's bad, I'm like, well, have you tried Ignite Eviscerate? Thoughts? Definitely turn into a monster. XD. Oh, another update to patch notes. Okay, before we get back into the gameplay, they apparently updated patch notes again. What the fuck is lied? 10 a.m. Another update to patch notes exiles, impacting masteries, skill passive clusters. Oh, that was just the post from the thing talking about what happened last night. So this is what happened last night for anyone who didn't know. Oh, you just one thing about the PoE or POB? What was it? Look at the AoE cover. Oh, I will go to the AoE cover. I actually love AoE coverage. That being said, I don't know how Eviscerate looks in general. Isn't it like a kind of a cone coming from your like shield? AoE. Jesus. Does it actually go all the way around like this, or is it only in like a cone, or does it really go like 360 degrees around you? Eviscerate. It's a cone. Okay, it's a cone that just reaches off the screen. Okay, that's still really cool. I mean, I'll take a cone that reaches off the screen. 14.6 meters. Wild. But yeah, so patch notes for anyone who didn't watch the YouTube video. This is not it. This is Lily's thing. Just gonna run through it real quick. This is also not it. You know what? We're close enough. Here it is. They essentially added some cold damage, or not cold damage clusters, just like damage over time clusters, and then also some cold damage masteries work out for us. Because previously, if you look at the build guide, The cold damage clusters, they don't really, or masteries, they don't really offer a lot for cold dot specifically. None of these are super good for cold dot. And some of these are like never picked. Like no one ever picks the covered in ash, and no one ever picked the maximum cold res. I wouldn't say no one ever picked maximum cold res, but like there's better ways to get it. So they changed those, but they added 2 new clusters in the witch starting area. One is called Hasty Demise, which gives you increased damage over time with spell skills and increased attack speed or cast speed. It does reduce skill effect duration, so that will be a negative for brands. But we could probably balance it out if this wheel ends up being good. Like I said, we'll have to see where they put the wheel at and how many points it is, that kind of stuff, before we really decide to invest into it. Harsh Lessons is a little bit more what I like, because it gives you just cold damage, or not cold damage, just damage over time multiplier for spell skills, and then reduced damage duration of ailments on you. The ailments isn't as beneficial for me early because I run Purity of Elements, as I say in the video, and I'm immune to elemental ailments, but obviously the non-elemental ones it also still help out with. And damage over time multiplier is a great way to scale damage over time builds. The other 2 parts that I want to mention are the cold passive mastery changes. Like I said, they removed the +1 max cold res, and then they added it to where it's +1 cold damage over time multiplier for each 4% overcapped cold resistance. I actually have to look into how that works. I want to say the fire node is for resistance and regeneration is similar, but I don't know how far overcapped goes. So like, can I just go to like 200 overcapped and keep going, or does it stop at a certain point? I know people talk about this. I just haven't looked into it myself. So if you can keep going, that could be a lot of damage dot multi. If you can't keep going past a certain point, it's still probably a little bit of an increase over the other masteries. So it's still not bad. And then the other one is what me and Lily were talking about. They removed the Cover in Frost one, but it now gives -30 fire res, but +1 to all cold skill gems. +1 to all cold skill gems is super good for cold dot. You want to scale levels with Wintertide as much as you can, which is why you want to use like replica allopathy, I think is what it's called, gloves early on, because it gives you a level 25 Wintertide brand as like, so you get a pseudo like kind of 5-6 link from using those gloves early on. But later on, you probably still want to use like your Wintertide and probably a helmet, so you can scale levels even higher with like, you know, plus the helmet levels and, you know, empower, that kind of stuff. But plus levels for cold gems is super good for damage. So that is a very strong mastery. If I don't take this one, I will take this one no matter what. So that's just a little update on what happened last night for cold stuff. Pretty cool. Also, Occultist got, I want to say this is a buff. Because now, Lily. We're going Elementalist now, but like, this would buff your Occultist. It's Occultist change. Essentially, instead of getting recovery, you just get like 75% increased maximum energy shield. Because I'm assuming because you were max spell block is what you were for, so pretty sweet. Cool. All right, let's get back to the gameplay so I don't aggravate any VOD watchers too much. Let's switch back to our game capture screen. Let's see with this. On a weird note, there's nothing to do with PoE or GG. Did you hear China made contact lenses that made eyes see infrared? Hell yeah. Predators we are. And not predators in like a illegal sense. Predators in like the movie, aliens and stuff. Cyrus, planning to message. What did you say? Lily, I'm not going back. I did say, did you look at the occultist change? I need to start the timer. The occultist change that was revealed last night as well. I think it's a buff to your build specifically. I really need to organize things. Also, in League launch, I would technically put stuff in my stash. I guess I could technically put stuff in stash here, but I'm not going to because I don't. If I do another solo self-bound run, I don't want to have stuff just sitting in there. But on both my builds. Well, the other one's Elementalist though, right? So it doesn't really, the cultist doesn't really affect that. Yeah, the aliens. I watched the new movie the other day. It was pretty good. I actually haven't watched Aliens or Predators movies since like Alien vs Predator forever ago. And the last Alien movie I watched, like just solo aliens, was like Alien 2 or 3. I don't remember which one it was. I actually don't watch as many movies anymore. I don't know. I feel like going to the movies just kind of fell off as like a entertaining thing for me. Also, movies are generally expensive if you go to the movies. So I mostly watch them streamed if I watch a movie. But even then, I mostly just watch like Twitch streams or YouTube videos, that kind of stuff. Short form content. I watch more shows than I watch movies. Which, to be fair, shows have become a lot better at storytelling over the years compared to like movies. So. Alright, guys. Hour 28, we're starting Act 3. Let's see. I would be happy if I can get to like the end of Act 5 in under 4 hours. If I can go in like 3:30, that would be even better. But under 4 hours, I think, is a reasonable goal to shoot for. I think I usually average around 5, though, so let's see. Yeah, going to the movies is super overpriced.
When you build
Also,
something, you make
you just don't know who, like, what kind of people are gonna be in movies with you, and they could be like loud and noisy and stuff. It kind of ruins the experience. So I like to just kind of vibe at my house. The only time I'll occasionally go to movies, like we went to see Deadpool 3, like me, Tyler, and our wives. Was the last movie we saw in theaters. But we went to like the fancy, we call it Movie Tavern here. I'm not sure if it's everywhere, but it's called Movie Tavern. You have like reclining seats, and you can order food at the like actual food to be delivered to you and whatnot. So it's just like a different experience than like going to like a common movie theater. I don't think my fire res is super good right now, so I don't know if I should be walking on the flames. If you're playing RF, your fire res is probably fine at this point to just run through all the fire.
Portal.
And honestly, most people
Rune
will
dagger.
probably work on their resistance a little more at this point, like just like minor crafting. Not me. I'm lazy. I don't have time to do that kind of stuff. RF mentioned, yeah. You can also just leap slam over the fire pits. Leap slam mentioned.
There she is, my work in progress. Let's
Monologue.
see if Rayclast has been good to you.
Also, so if you end up getting the
Like
Ball
that.
Cold Snap in Act 2 of the temple from that corrupt thing, the damage goes up a good bit if when you hit the Ball Cold Snap. Like bosses like this will just like melt. Some would say hit goes up 50%.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Number. I mean, congrats on that, bud. That's a lot of weight to lose. I think I weigh around like 230 right now.
See you.
But maybe not.
Tread carefully.
Also, I just don't want to sit next to next people. Even if I wasn't a large person, I don't want to sit pressed up against somebody else.
Victaria.
Honestly, should we just sell that? We might. Looking for just 4 links at this point. If there's no 4 links, or like, I guess I can do this anyway, just in case there's ends being gems. It would highlight 3 links anyway, so it would probably still work for it.
Don't do anything I would.
Here we want to pick up Frostbite.
General Griffith.
And then now we want to buy some extra stuff. We'll put Frostbite up here. Let's open our build guide. We'll go to the notes tab. We'll go down to Act 3. After Lost in Love, which I think is the quest we just did, we buy like an insane amount of things. So you don't necessarily need to buy all these. And I want to say in the guide as well as a video, you don't need to buy everything at once. You won't use all of these at once. So just buy ones you'll want to use right away. I would definitely buy Period of Elements because I want to use that right away. If I couldn't afford the others, I wouldn't. I would want to use automation, so I'll buy that. Like I won't be able to use Malevolence, so if I didn't have the alterations for it, I wouldn't buy it right now. And I want to buy Discipline, and I won't be able to use right now either. But like I said, buy what you can. Don't worry too much about it. It's not a big issue. We want Period of Elements in the build somewhere. Let's put it here. We want Frostbite in here, so we'll probably get rid of Arcane Surge at this point. We can go back here, grab our Brand Recall, which we'll be using. We'll put Discipline and Malevolence, however you say it, in there. And we're going to sell this off because we don't need it. But that should be everything that I needed to buy. Just kind of leveling with me. And we're going to come over here and grab this wood. Oh, right. Did she sell anything? My goal was 210, 220. I mean, already really impressive how far you've gone. I don't know how long it took or anything like that, but that's still, just in general, really impressive. So, it's a lot of dedication to lose that amount of weight. Oh, we probably want to fix our stuff because it's a little weird looking now. So we're going to do that. We'd love to have our automation on. Perfect. We don't need this stuff here, so we don't want that there. We'll keep this for Frostbite. And a lot of this stuff, like you're like, oh, it's a lot of buttons to press. You don't use most of these things unless you're fighting certain tough enemies. Sometimes then, I don't use it. I just like to tough it out and just watch them slowly die to my cold dot. So, no. The other thing is, people are like, oh, to play cold dot, you need to do like a dual 5-link on a 6-link with like creepy boss and like warhead or something like that. You can. I mean, if you want to stack multiple cold dots on top of stuff, pop off. I'm lazy as hell, and I'd rather just watch them die slower than to optimize for that.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Figure it's about time.
Gradually weeping.
Yeah, man, best of luck to you. That's definitely a good reason to turn it around.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Hopefully, good news in your future. In campaign, you can decide if you want to do
Mana flask.
interface here, Cassia. But if you don't want to do it, you don't have to. It's just that eventually, once you get 2 maps, you will have to come, you have to finish campaign. You will have to come back here
Essence.
and do this quest to unlock her for your hideout, so you can like be able to unload stuff.
Transmutation.
Also, there's like people who know loadouts like this really easily. They're like, oh, well, going down here is stupid. The last thing is going to be at the top because this room was tiny. I'm not one of those guys. Once again, we're games done eventually. We're not games done quickly.
Agate amulet.
It's a tree name. Also, the damage is starting to ramp up a good bit. I don't know if everyone else is happy with this damage that's happening, but I'm happy with the damage that's happening. So, stop being mean. What's today? Today's Tuesday, chat? Is that accurate? I think so. So that means we have tomorrow. We're gonna be probably just doing any touch-ups on like the build guide and stuff we need, making sure we have stuff in order. Thursday we might take the day off just to kind of give us a break because we've been streaming since last Monday, every day, and that way on launch day I'm just gonna full degen it and have full energy to play constantly. It is indeed Tuesday. All right, sorry, time's kind of lost on me right now with not having a traditional job at the moment. Days of the week don't really exist. Time is a flat circle. Time is a... What time is it? What's that number for? Time is a soup. Yeah. Soup right now. Alright. You want to do Catacombs? This is one of the ones you need to do for your... you can see up here, your Labyrinth. So Catacombs you should definitely do. That being said, we do not do our Ascendancy in Act 3. So most people will get like their things unlocked and go do their Ascendancy. We won't do ours till Act 4 probably. You can do it in Act 3 still if you want to, but the first 2 nodes we're going to get from our Ascendancy are gonna be the golem nodes, and you don't even get golems to level 34 after the first Act 4 quest. So you won't really get a benefit to it besides like 10% elemental damage until Act 4. So what I like to do is just wait and do it in Act 4. That way you're have a little bit more passive, so you're a little tankier, have a little more damage, so it's a little bit easier just to do your Ascendancy. That's just something I like to do. You obviously do whatever you think is best for you.
Must bear two blades.
The unfortunate part is, even when we get our first Ascendancy on this test run, we obviously won't have the new golem buffs, which are just like such a huge damage increase. Like, you'll get 35 to 40 dot multi just from having a chaos golem out. That's insane.
Yes.
A Chalice Orb, gang! We're rich. Oh, we don't need a full clear here, right? This is just for the Ascendancy and we leave. I came here for no reason, but I got a Chaos Orb out of it, so
But I'm ready and not
maybe it's worth it. We'll leave. We're still grabbing... Oh, we haven't grabbed this yet at all. Okay. The pathing's a little different than what I've practice run on, because after I did my practice runs, people in chat were like, if you're trying to go towards new players, you should definitely pick up more life nodes. And I was like, oh my god, that's actually a really good point. I didn't have life nodes at this point on the practice runs.
Progress is literally
So-
how you're measured.
I'm learning my own build guide a little bit after practicing it.
Portal.
That being said, I do agree that they need more life nodes early on for people who are maybe somewhat newer and are more angry about dying. Like, I don't care if I die a lot early on in maps and stuff like that. Once you start grinding like 90 plus levels kind of thing, it gets a little more annoying. But I think by that point we'll have some defenses figured out. It'll be okay. Witch just doesn't have the defenses early. But if you go hit-based Witch, you can get a lot of defenses now from the new Shaper of Fire, or Shaper of Flames, and Shaper of Winter nodes. Tyler, I forgot to do it yesterday. Is there any chance you happen to find SK emotes and were able to add them? If not, I will probably remember to add them. That's in my to-do list.
Life flask.
Also, for anyone who enjoys other games, Execution Mode 3 is amazing. I love Execution Mode 3. Played it, beat it. No notes. Good game. And Tyler just recently beat it. He was trying to beat before the launch happened.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Don't know if going to the docks here is the correct move. Honestly, at this point, chat, I don't follow any racers to know what they necessarily do to like shortcut stuff. So anything from Act 3 onward is pretty much just, that's normally what I play. So I don't have a lot of tips here. It's supposed to just be me running around all weird. Oh, I do have one tip though, which will come later, but I'll mention it now. If you are a new player, for instance, like coming from Path of Exile 2 and you haven't played Path of Exile 1 before, and you for some reason want to start playing Scion, you need to make sure to get to Act 3 and like almost finish it to unlock Scion essentially. But I'll mention it whenever we actually get to the area as well.
Rare lily weapon. Mana flask.
I don't really use mana flask at this point, so I'm not worried about picking it up anymore. That's the other issue I kind of struggle with progression-wise. After a certain point, which is pretty much now,
Rare for
I
link.
likely will not
Rare for link.
upgrade my flasks or anything like that. In fact, sometimes I don't upgrade my flasks all the way into like yellow maps. I'm just like, it's good enough.
Chromatic. Scoring.
Or oh, scouring is what it said. Okay. I was like, what's scoring?
Rare wand.
We got a rare wand here, and we have a lot of rares. Probably need to start. We might actually need to start putting stuff into the inventory. We don't need
Rare
this.
jewelry.
We can wear these gloves now, so let's take that out. Let's see if this wand's any good. It's okay. Honestly, it's not that great, so we're just gonna toss it.
Rare wand.
Toss it. Like this. Perfect. There you go, got some added. Oh, I didn't get to see. Mon ami! Escape, please? Hell yeah. Whee! I love it. Big fan. Oh, there's Monaco too. Well, let me scroll up, but I see there's more. That's sweet. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Oh, we also need to turn the quest for these big ass things. They take up so much space. Okay. This will pick up, and we'll get on moving again. I hate this area. I hate it with a passion. This layout always confuses me. I think you have to come here for one thing. You don't necessarily do the Fairgrace thing, if I remember correctly. But you need the item from the chest. I forgot what it is. We are level 27 and 29, so we're good to kill stuff here. This is a unique essence monster, which I don't think is a constant drop. It's like a Rogue Exile, looks like. So,
Essence.
that's cool. 4 link, man. Give me 4 links of like 4 link blue armor or something, man. I don't need full evasion 4 links. Alright, so I need to get the other thing. We also need to get the plume. Wait, did I just miss it? Oh, maybe it's down. Like here. Also, you can do strong boxes for like some like rare gear or stuff like that. I don't want to identify the strong box, and I'm afraid to click it to be frozen. So that's usually why I don't. Oh, I see it probably right here. So that's usually there it is. That's usually why I don't click on boxes unless I feel like
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Let's go to town and definitely turn in some stuff just because we have a full inventory.
2 out of
Let's sell some crap, right? Double block, we love it. We currently are using this 2 link. We guess we could we put it here though, so we can probably sell that. Or we'll probably keep this. Let's sell this stuff though. This doesn't help us because we don't need a lot of red and green. We need more blues, so having an armor evasion 4 link is not super helpful for us. Unfortunate, but that's just the way life is sometimes. That's just the way it is. Just gonna hit this with this. Even more dexterity, perfect. Alright.
bring me back something nice.
Definitely should have different regexes.
Hello.
Different things. Oh, I don't even remember.
Bye. Hello.
Oh, does she have a new thing then? Chaos damage over time multiplier, you son of a bitch! And minion thing,
Be
gross.
careful.
Yes.
Oh, did I miss one of... What is that for? Actually, we'll figure it out. Oh wait, I picked it up. It goes to the thing later. Got it. Okay. Back to Battlefront. Check out the new War Bond. Helldiver, yeah. We love a good hell dive. Sweet liberty.
I'd love to see the inside.
Honestly, at this point, I might be able to even run. I think I need one reservation node and I can run Discipline. You can also choose just to run like Malvoyance if you don't want to run Purity of Elements. But Look at all that resistance. I'm almost capped. Overcapped on fire. And that's just pretty much from random rare gears that I'm dropping and not really capping on. And Delirium. And period elements. Hey, that guy has the crown I want. Give it here.
Rare jewelry.
Here, drop it. That SOB. You want to grab skill effect duration. That really helps with the... Because essentially with Wintertide brand, you specifically want it to get to max stages to be able to apply the biggest debuff it can.
Armors.
And then you also want it to last long beyond that, so that it stays popping on and off kind of thing. So you can find a good balance of like brand activation versus brand duration versus like your brand recall cooldown. I mean, you don't care much about brand recall cooldown if you're like a pack, because the activation right here will happen by itself. It only really matters for tankier rares or unique bosses sometimes. Alright.
Augmentation.
Augmentation, we'll take those. The build's feeling pretty smooth already. I mean, getting a 4-link obviously would feel better once we get our hypothermia. But, I mean, the 3-link is feeling pretty good. We don't have actually any damage buffs as far as like +1 or cold spells or like cold dot or anything like that on like a wand and stuff. So like this is... And this is going to get buffed in the future patch, so... Well, the top end I guess is buffed. The bottom end I think goes for a little bit. But it scales better in earlier game stuff.
Alteration.
We are 28 and 28, so we're good to kind of just move. Ew. We want to take... Does she offer it? No, we'll take the Jade Ember then.
The cockroach.
I like a dash.
Take this.
We'll talk
You,
again
wanna go,
soon.
you always want to go into this room over here. There's a crafting recipe here. Okay, cool. It is here. Crafting recipe right here. You want to grab that. Give you fire damage. Especially useful if like you're doing, fire stuff.
You tread carefully, exile.
Alright. Let's see if this is any good. We'll take that. Less dexterity, but we get a little bit of spell damage, a little bit of strength. We don't need a lot of dexterity right now, so it's not bad. To the sewers we go.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Here's damage recipe. We out here. Also, I don't know if you necessarily need to kill Fabricius up here, but as someone who plays a lot of Betrayal, I like killing Fabricius. I'll kill him any chance I can. Looks like the new Warbond doesn't run up till 12. Rip! There was an update. Oh yeah.
Portal.
Fabricius down. Who won the game, chat? We beat him! Got a bug dive now. Probably sure dive.
Quality flask.
Just so mean. Yeah, so play the same playstyle on Helldivers no matter what. Loadout changes, but I constantly just stay running around solo and just kiting and trying to play out away from the crowds.
Life flask jewelers.
Rulers, let's go. Life flask, we'll take that. I don't like the noise those guys make. It's very creepy. I don't know why I opened that door when the sides are just open right there. That's really strange, but he did what he did. Remember when we had the technology for doors to automatically open in vault temples and then we just lost the technology? I remember.
Mana flask.
I think now we start moving up through here. We're going towards the golem nodes because we're approaching 34. And by the time we hit 34, we want to get the golem nodes. If I pick the wrong points, just follow the guide. Because the guide makes sense. I just made most of the changes to it last night without having to run practice through it.
Rear sector.
Rare scepter.
Ornament base.
What, like what? Oh, this is a great sword. We're not gonna be a great sword, Elementalist, at least not yet. Maybe in the future. It's chat to allow me to cook something crazy.
You need a master knight.
I hate this specific zone as well. Really, any zone with like small corridors. They're my least favorite.
Life flask.
Number 30, 29 or 30, so that's not bad. You might hit this and watch it be one that freezes. It didn't. That's at least.
Whetstone.
Oh yeah, we like the Whetstone. We don't need the rest of the stuff. That was close to being what we wanted, but I'm not gonna pick it up. I guess I could pick up for the chromatic that it sells slow, but what are you gonna do?
Chromatic.
You get a free chromatic right there. You don't need to sell stuff for chromatics. You just get free when you ask for them. That's all you gotta do, chat. You just have to be like, can I have a chromatic? And then they just drop them. I'm newish to PoE. Would build with Forbidden Flesh and Flame for Elementalist Golem Ascendancy and go something else if I'm going Golem build, or is that just dumb? So, what I would recommend is, if you're interested in doing Golems as like a lead start, no matter what kind of build you're doing, I would just pick Elementalists. And then later on, when you're able to afford Forbidden Flesh and Flame jewels for that node, you can switch to like the Occultist or the Necromancer. What idea did you have in mind? Like, what are you trying to do exactly? Also, welcome to the stream, Hollow. For anyone on Twitch chat, YouTube chat is real. I have someone talking there now. Prove you guys wrong. But if you have a certain build in mind, or like want to get a little more information on like what Ascendancy you would pick besides the Elementalist that you're trying to build, I can kind of give more feedback on stuff as needed. Happy to help, especially newcomers to PoE. If you haven't played PoE 2 and you're just a newcomer altogether, that's also fine. 3 thyroid up. Did my game just freeze? Up. Well, it crashed. Let's pause the timer real quick. Alright, I think all's... Not really sure. I said I'm new. Maybe minions again, but just golems, Ancestral Guardian, and Mercs buffing with my allies different items. Yeah, so you can definitely do that. Like, for instance, if you were to play like the Necromancer. I just want to be clear. So you're new to PoE. I'm not sure like how, I don't want to like give you wrong information, but like Forbidden Flesh and Flame jewels are especially for like nodes that are really popular will probably be expensive. So for instance, if you're trying to steal the Legion of the Primordial jewels, those will probably be really pricey because that's like the big node that was buffed this league. But also at the same time, for Forbidden Flesh and Flame, the way it works is you can steal nodes from other ascendancies within your same class. For instance, like Necromancer can steal from Elementalist, Elementalist can steal from Occultist, that kind of stuff. But you can't be like a champion on the bottom of the tree and stealing from like a witch at the top of the tree. So, but if you're just trying to do like a minion build and like you want to be a Necromancer and you want to steal that node, you can do that. I would just try to decide which one you want to do first. Like for instance, if you specifically want to play golems first, I would try to find a way to make Elementalist golems work. Because I really think the Forbidden Flesh and Flame jewels, for one, they won't be ready right away, like available, because they're I'm not sure if they drop from Pinnacles. I know they drop from Ubers. They might drop from Pinnacles too. I have to look into that to see the drop rates. But they don't drop until like Pinnacles are at least done. And then you have to obviously get the pair. You have to be in a competing market where people are trying to like all buy the same one. So it will be a little harder to get Forbidden Flesh and Flame jewels right away. Especially as a new player if you're not used to making like currency and stuff. I'll start the timer up again once I get back to the area I was in before the crash. So don't yell at me, chat. But yeah, like the concept idea you had it makes sense. I mean, there are people. I'm not a big minion player. I'm playing when we playing golems. I'm playing elementalists. But as a general sense, I am not a huge minion player. If you want to follow someone that has like a more hard start guide, then I would probably look into Gazzy TV. I believe he's the one who is like the big minion content creator. But if you're trying to do just your own thing, or you want to build your own POB and like get advice here and there, I'm happy to help with what I can. I love like, because even if I don't play minions myself, I love like learning new things. So like if I have the time where I'm not trying to run for a live stream, I like to review people's POBs and get them feedback on like what choices I would make and stuff like that. So feel free to always pop in, hang out. Like I said, I stream on YouTube and on Twitch, so you can go on either or, whatever works best for you. Obviously, you're on YouTube, so if that works good for you, then perfect. And I'll be posting more content videos to YouTube as the league progresses. I'm going to do like a day 1 update for my build, and then day 3 update probably, and then eventually like week 1 and so on and so forth as I progress the build. But yeah, if you end up having a POB you want me to review, I might have some time towards the end of the stream to like review POBs and stuff for people. Oh, okay, we're at the location. Let me unpause. That being said, I think all the buffs to the witch ascendancies recently, it makes it a hard choice for what node most builds would want to steal. Obviously, minions would probably have a less desire to steal random nodes, but like Elementalist has a lot of good nodes that you'd want to take. I would even say like Occultist now has a lot of good nodes you'd want to take, especially since they buff Vile Bastion.
VGR link.
Even on a non-minion build, there's some decent nodes to steal from Necromancer and stuff like that. So hard choice for Forbidden Flesh and Flame jewels.
Whetstone. Mana flask. Life flask.
Alright, let's beat up Piety.
Of all the worlds you could have conquered, you had to choose mine. Such power wasted on a feeble imagination.
Yeah, if anyone else has other questions like that, they're looking at builds. Like I said, I can't do full build reviews right now just because I'm trying to run through campaign. And I don't want the VOD to be too long, even though my campaign times are already long. But I'm happy to answer questions without looking into POBs and stuff like that. So, hop off. Hey, brother. Appreciate the video. Looking at Cold 2. Been a while since I tried this spec. What's your take on Aki versus Elementalist? Alright, so we recently got a buff to Elementalist, but we also, in the patch notes yesterday, that included the cold changes, like the cold passive changes. I would say they buffed the Vile Bastion for Occultist, which makes it more competitive.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Depending on how you were gonna do. I would say if you were planning to scale armor and like block for your defensive stuff, Occultist might be worth going over Elementalist, because the new node for Vile Bastion. Hey, Rocco's here. The new node for Vile Bastion essentially gives you increased energy shield based on your spell block, I believe is what it was. So you can get like 75% increased ES, which is really, really strong, right? You also get like a lot of other defensive things from. I would say if you want damage comes a lot mostly from Elementalist. If you want to go defensive, I think Occultist is a little bit more defensive. That being said, I don't think that means you cannot eventually get defenses on Elementalist, because you obviously, if the Golem thing works out well, you get the Golem scaling effect that can scale your defenses. You still have a bunch of other avenues as far
Why are you
as.
still standing there?
So I'm being attacked by my cat right now. Rocco saying has Rocco time. So let's hold him and pause for a second. I just paused. He's a big baby. Anyone who's new to the stream, this is one of my cats. This is Rocco. He lets me hold on his belly and pet a little bit. So you'll see him visit the stream a little bit. And there's a little bed next to me that he sometimes lays on as well, which I'll show every once in a while. All right, back to the question though. So Elementalist is definitely more damage early on, unless you plan on the other caveat, right? So if you want to go triple curse, you have to go Cultist. We don't have to. Like, I think there's a way to get additional curses other ways, but like the easiest way is to go to Cultist. If you want to fight against hexproof enemies, Cultist is good. The Profane Bloom's not as good. I would say the nodes that lead up to like Frigid Wake and stuff like that aren't as strong as the Elemental nodes, but you do get some stuff that gives you like a little more, like, what is it? Is it Frigid Wake that gives like more cold damage? Let's go look at the POV real quick. Yeah, Frigid Wake gives you 50% more cold damage, and more is always better than like an increased number. But I think you just have more options for scaling in Elementalists, whereas maybe Occultist might be better for a league start situation. That's probably where I would go with that. I think Occultist is better early with like no gear investment, and Elementalist. And I'm only saying this because we don't know exactly how the changes to Elementalist and the Golem thing will work. Occultist is more tried and true, like this will definitely work kind of thing. Elementalist is more of like this looks shiny, new, and potentially better. So we'll see how it goes. So if you want to play it safe, Occultist is a good start. If you want to take a gamble on if Elementalist works out really well and potentially be better, I'd go with Elementalist. I think the damage upscaling for Elementalist is going to be higher. But you can obviously, like I was telling the person on YouTube chat, if you want to later on, you can always steal the Golem nodes from Elementalists, and that helps out a lot with Occultists, but those Forbidden Mission Flames jewels might be expensive. Alright, unpause. If he sells anything good, he probably doesn't, because we're only really looking for 4 links now. So he didn't sell anything for us. This person has a reward for us, I believe. Rocco says he's gonna cry if I don't give him more attention, but we're not giving him attention right now, so cry, buddy. No, we'll give him attention. Oh, he fell. Buddy, I'm trying to. I don't need anything from here, I'm pretty sure. Let's look at the build guide. We're in Act 3. All things we really get from this point on is from Picture of Fate, which is like a pretty sure library quest, so we're just gonna grab one random and then don't worry about it. But yeah, Miso, if you end up wanting to play Cold Dot and you want to follow along the build guide, or even just like play Cold Dot and follow a similar guide kind of thing, feel free to come into the chat, especially after League, and see how things are going. And if you have questions, I'm happy to answer anything. Cat hair all over me right now, so my nose is a little itchy. Okay. Got travel to the sewers. Did I forget something in the sewers? Oh, I didn't get the third plaque thing. The bus thing. That's what the issue is. Oh, I missed the bus when I was playing Dream. Alright, chat. We're backtracking a little bit because we messed up not getting one of the bus, but you, as a gamer, would just do better than I am. And you get it on the first try. Because you're super smart and you're very talented. What are we, chat? That's right. We're not games done quickly. We're games done eventually. We did it.
Whetstone. Rare wound dagger. Rare shield.
Take a rare shield. See if that's any good. Alright. Probably in the second portion then. I'm gonna check over here just in case, because I want to go back here. That'd be like crazy. We want to try to get a red and green link together before we finish Fixture and Fate and get faster attacks. Hey, new follower! Appreciate the follow! Man, I'm gonna butcher people's names. Jaff? Jiff? Jeff OS? Jared says, I might go Penis Brand instead. I have a feeling that all the uniques will be expensive for AG. Are a lot of people talking about Kings of Command? Also, what are the things unique? Oh, for the AG itself, not for like the build. For, like the ones who put on the AG. That's actually a good point. With people buying stuff for like their mercenaries and stuff like that too. And other people also just adding an AG on top of their mercenaries. Those kind of items will probably be hot commodity if you're going like put on items that people will enjoy.
Progress is literally
How do you think about that
Flask.
originally? But that's a smart move. It's pronounced Gaff. Gaff? Or is it Jeff, like Geoff? I need to know. I was looking at a fleshed out Elvenus build with progress stages. Ew. Did you come here from the YouTube video or like the Reddit post or anything? Because I have, if not in the pinned comments, there should be.
See you.
It has stages. Obviously, it doesn't go fully into like late game, but that kind of stuff will be updated as I progress through the actual league once we have all the buffs and stuff
See
and
you.
everything. I plan on posting new videos for like a day one update, how things are going and whatnot.
Bring me back something nice.
If you see the guide and you like that, feel free to always like come back and stuff like that, and I'll get giving updates. With G sound, not J sound. Yeah, all right, Gaff it is. All right, cool. Sorry about the not being good. The video's got 20k views, and the guide's expanding the guide, so I feel like people are probably gonna price fix like they do in other builds. That's fair. It's always good to have a plan for like. For instance, I only in this guide I used uniques for like my level 70 thing, but they're very common like tier 5 uniques that even if they're popular, they're usually still only a couple of chaos, if not just one chaos. And they're even cheaper like once you get into like week 1 of the league if you're like a little bit slower in playing and whatnot. But if you're using uniques that are like maybe a little bit harder, like tier 2 or tier 1, tier 0 kind of uniques, then yeah, and your build is popular, you're gonna have a bad time getting those uniques typically. Unless you're like a hardcore grinder who just makes big bucks, which I typically am not. I mean, I'm a hardcore grinder, but I don't make big bucks. It's just a lot of playtime for me. It's not about efficiency; it's about just large quantities of playtime. I haven't really looked into like what I would put into my mercenary yet. I know people made a lot of suggestions on like Reddit and stuff like that, but I was like, I'll worry about that later. That doesn't seem like a major concern at this exact moment.
Discard.
Plus, I don't think I'm gonna go like gearing up the mercenary before I gear myself up. Like I'm not gonna depend on the mercenary to do everything for me. So I'd rather focus on my own character first and then worry about him later. Or her.
I must know precisely where he stands.
But yeah, Gaff, you got any questions about the build that I posted? where you're just kind of hanging out to enjoy the content, to kind of learn a little more about it. It's also cool. I should make sure you didn't have any questions you wanted to ask. First luck. At 5 times currency, it could be 5 mirrors, chat. It could be 5 mirrors.
Quality weapon.
Quality weapon. That'd be good if I was with build. Stuff which seems like this should do decently. Yeah, so the good thing about, like I said, it uses a couple of like very common uniques in like level 70, but you can honestly replace those with rares and you should get like similar results. You might want to change around maybe a couple passive to get more life early instead of more ES for if you're not using like Ghost Rife, but like you can go like base and be pretty decent.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
And like a lot of like the scale, like I told someone earlier, like, oh, do you have like a T17 like Uber version? And I was like, no, I don't want to just POD warrior a build and make it look like big numbers to like attract people. I purposely like dumbed down like my crafts and like my gems and stuff like that, so that they weren't like super unrealistic, especially for like newer players or like people who are just not top 1% of PoE gamers, or maybe SSF. So like the numbers will get better. Like even getting level 20 gems, like you're getting a crazy amount. If you're able to quality your gems, you gain a shit ton of DPS as well. Because like the quality on the golems gives 20% golem effect, which obviously is really good. Quality on Wintertide brand is really good as well. Also, if you enjoy doing heist, I don't know what kind of concept you're into in SSF, but if you enjoy doing heist, the replica allopathy gloves are probably a really good investment to like get if you can try to get it early, like mid game, because it essentially gives you they updated it to where instead of level 22 Wintertide brand on the gloves, it's level 25, so that's like pretty much a free empower, and then it also just gives you like a lot of other stuff. So essentially, it's 5 to 20. Yeah, they're relatively common. So I do heist a little bit. I mostly in Settlers League, in all the private leagues for Settlers, I did a good bit of heist. And I want to say I always passed up the gloves because I was playing like Bleed and stuff like that. But I want to say I saw it relatively often. And from what I can see online, they're pretty easy to find. They're not a huge like rare item, so you shouldn't struggle too hard to find it in SSF and heist. And I would definitely recommend it, especially if you don't have a 6 link yet. Like you're still on like a 4 link or even a 5 link, I would definitely use those gloves over like a 5 link or a 4 link. And they're like I said, they're SSF farmable, so it's easy for people who are playing SSF or just maybe in a private league with like friends kind of thing. Yeah, I actually never really played SSF too much until we had a 10-month long Settlers League, and I was kind of bored, so I was like, I'm just gonna do a little bit of SSF. So I played a little bit, and I was like, man, the amount of time it takes to get like a 6 link is pretty large. But luckily, I was able to like play, because I was playing Bleed Shield Crush, which is not the Bleed skill you want to be playing typically for most things, but I really enjoy Shield Crush and Bleed, so I wanted to do it. But I was playing that, and I was able to like do relatively well on the 4 link and even 5 link when I finally got one. They buffed those gloves recently, so definitely worth picking up if you can get them. Also, heist is just early, even in SSF. Like you get a lot of bubblegum currency for like just rolling things and whatnot. You can get a lot of weird mechanic stuff too. Like you can get, obviously, if you actually do the blueprint rooms and stuff, you can get like essences and fossils without having to do that content. Oh, chat mentioned earlier, if you're a new player to PoE and you've never played the game before, and for some reason you really want to league start a Scion league start, you have to get to this point of the game. There is, I'm not sure if I already passed it or not, but there is a room in one of these levels of this scepter that essentially is where you get Scion unlocked at. So if for some reason you're a new player and you still want to play League Start Scion, You have to get to this point in the game. I recommend doing it in standard just to have the character unlocked so that you can play it on launch. Once you unlock it once, it's unlocked on your whole account though. So like, you can unlock it in standard and then you can play it as many times as you want on any other league. League's economy might be super inflated with all the mechanics for loot. That's fair. They ended up like that's kind of been in the last few leagues, to be honest. Things have been kind of inflated since like Affliction League, really. Affliction, everything was super juiced. I would say Necropolis was the ability to like craft multiple fractured tier 1 gear for like and whatnot. It was pretty strong. Settlers was also really good with combinators and whatnot. So like, and like T17s have been a thing for a bit for regular economy. So definitely. Oh, was that the room, by the way? Did I just pass it up? Yeah. So she's in this cage right here. So on the last floor of the upper scepter, you'll get Scion right here in this cage. And you talk to her and it opens the cage and unlocks whatnot. So do that in standard before league launch if you want to play Scion on League Start. I'm mostly really excited. I want to see more of the alternative gyms, like the Trappist gyms.
The master that called you here?
Before I did Wintertide, I was really looking at the Storm. I want to say Stormfall of Trappist. It's like the bleed dot. Because I really like not bleed dot. It's like just his dot. I really like dot skills, which is my bigger issue. And I think that was really sweet. And it kind of scales the same way, like the same way Elite do. So might eventually do a secondary build with that. But I'm also interested to see what kind of other secondary gems they end up getting.
Submit, heretic!
Oh, I was like, where's it at?
Have you ever
I
seen
think it
the
both
true
ran.
face of God?
Honestly, I think I might try the wheel thing that I talked about. Gives you more duration, and then it also gives you brand attachment range. It kind of gives you cooldown reduction, and it gives you attachment range, which I think are both pretty decent. I think it's like boss stuff.
Die!
I like that I froze him there, so he kind of like didn't do his actual animation, and he almost died because of it.
This world is an illusion, exile.
What I'll end up probably doing though is I'll probably play trade just to help get out updates for this build as best as I can for people who are trying to follow the build guide, and then maybe like a month until league I'll probably just build some SSM stuff. Or maybe who knows, maybe I'll be doing really well in the league and I'll just try to build a bunch of different builds to, you know, create content as a content creator. Who knows, maybe I'll be the cold guy. I like changing up builds though. I don't like playing the same build over and over again, but I do want to fine tune it if we want to follow at least. I'm out of potions. I'm bleeding, so probably gonna die. That's fine. I was looking at chat, so I wasn't really paying attention. That is on me, but you shouldn't probably do the guy there. And he's like literally 1 HP. Like he was literally going to die. What are we about to die?
Rebels.
You don't have to wait for what's her face to talk here. You can just leave, go aqueducts, and then you can just talk to her here. Yeah, hello.
Don't die.
So if you want to wait for the animations for her like walking up and talking, go ahead, pop off. But you don't have to, chat. Like most things in this game, you can leave.
Jewel.
Maybe actually we're picking up that jewel. I mean, we are near jewel sockets, so if we find like a really good one, even if it's just magic, we might still use it. Or even if it's not a real good one, maybe we just need like a little bit extra dexterity and we already have the jewel socket, so we'll just want that and we'll have it on it. I don't know. At this point, we're not hurting for wisdom scrolls anymore, So identifying random things like that shouldn't be a
Transmutation.
big issue. Because we're not, I don't think we have too much more to buy. Oh, chat, we didn't do the library. Oh no, the guy that says specifically do the library. Okay, so chat, we're gonna go back to the library. Also, we're supposed to hit Aqueduct that we hit here. Okay. Oh, you're messing up. So we're probably a little bit close enough, you know? That's life. But look at that. 2 hours to get to the City of Sunlight. We're slow, chat.
Legionning. Legionning.
Got me in like CC there a little bit. Don't really care about taking that bird on, so I'm just gonna move on. Everyone out of practice from the year hiatus. I mean, to be honest, I've said it in the video, I've said it like probably a couple times this stream already. I'm not the fastest runner in the first place. My average before I started practicing was probably around like 9 hours for a campaign. So it's just, I'm just slow, a little bit old. I don't do things properly all the time as far as like how things are supposed to be done for like speedrun purposes. So it's just the way it is. It'll be alright though. Take a little bit extra time to look at stuff. Yeah, speed fire skills. We'll never need that. So we can sell that.
I'm watching you.
Alright, so normally you would want to go and do the quest now to get the golems, but we're gonna go back to Act 3 because we didn't do. Yeah, that's okay. Cool, you're the same vibe as me, because that's what me and my friend Tyler, like, we used to be like, all right, we're just gonna play it on League launch, and we're not gonna, neither of us are gonna go to sleep till both of us are in maps, kind of thing. And we would play for like, I gotta get there probably around like 9 hours, and you get there around 12 hours, kind of thing. So then we would go, then we would go to sleep and wake up and start grinding maps and whatnot. That being said, I'm probably gonna do heist just before I even finish campaign on actual League launch. One, I think it's good currency. You can also get like 5 links that way pretty easily and whatnot. So, and then obviously if you're looking for the Alpapi gloves and getting the heist and getting that would be pretty nice. Like the second I drop a contract, going to the Rogue Harbor, and we're gonna just play that as much as we can, and we'll do campaign if we start running out of contracts or like currency to buy more contracts from the guys that got sells contracts there.
Rare wand.
There's Siosa. Midpoint real quick. Up to Siosa.
Fortune
Find the
Foreman
student entrance. Ooh, forward base. Mall. You don't need a mall, guys. Hey, think. Gotta find. There it is. Loose candle. Find a loose candle. You get into the archives. Now you gotta find the stupid golden pages. There's one on the map, but you gotta go walk around to get it. And you do this mostly because we want to get hypothermia. We don't have a 4 link yet, so we guess we don't need it. And we also want faster attacks for our shield charge. But honestly, if you are not super passionate about these things and you wanted to wait till like Act 6 and just buy them there, pop off.
Life flask.
Progress is literally how
As
you're
long as you're
measured.
having fun playing, it doesn't matter about the efficiency as much. Fun outweighs efficiency.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
That's something you need to take with you in pretty much anything you do in live chat. Probably should have went the other way first, but actually I'm hanging back the way first. Also, I'm like
Jewelers.
a little over leveling, so probably going to. I'm probably gonna stop killing stuff, but I'm really just killing everything.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Wintertide just feels so good at this point, even on a 3-link. Like the activation thing makes it so good to just like watch it bounce around.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Alright, we're back out here. Probably. You could probably run back, but I'll just back out and teleport back to Siosa. The waypoint. Perfect. Also, the annoying thing about Siosa, and I hope they change this one day, is that if you're trying to buy items from Siosa, man, Swift Affliction. Well, that's not a reward. Okay, I need to change that. I thought Hypothermia was a reward from here. I need to change that to POB. What Affliction is, we'll take that for later. I'm not going to use that right away. So you need to purchase this. So I need to change that. Yeah, they made it pull from your stash. The fact that you need to have the currency on you drives me crazy every time.
Mana flask.
Luckily, I'm carrying all my currency, but like most people don't do that. We have some links. We want to put this up here for now to level it. We can put in faster attacks and start leveling that, and we'll keep this for later. Let's identify this real quick. Trash. Alright, go to Act 4 now. So we're supposed to do that in Act 3, guys. You can wait to hear if you don't have your links either way. It doesn't really matter. You can even skip it if you really want to, like I said. Do what you want. I'm not your boss. So now you would technically be finishing and going to do things. So we're going to do this one quest, and then we're going to go back to Act 3 to do our Ascension. We unfortunately won't get all the new cool golem buffs, but we will still get some of the old ones, which are still a little bit relevant. It just won't be as strong. You're losing quite a bit of damage and defense and mana regen and all that kind of stuff. So just keep that in mind that this will look better in the new patch by a significant margin. If you're if you're an occultist, I think you say the same thing from your first Ascendancy. And honestly, you could probably use Ascendancy after the occultist. Or like whatever level, 27 or whatever it is. I need to be killing people here? I don't need to. Need to find that nerd. There's the notebook, so I thought he was over here. Yes, nice. Craft recipe here. We want craft recipes as much as possible. Later on, they always come in handy, even if it's a use.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
You never know.
What do you want?
We can identify this. The damage penetrates doesn't really help us. So like, probably wouldn't even identify that. But if you're looking for like +1 gem or something like that, it's worthwhile. But damage over time effects do not penetrate. So I mean, you can do it with a hit of like cold snap and whatnot, but your Wintertide will not penetrate damage like that.
Speak.
Oh right, I have to use the banner on the wall first. I went to start in the quest and I was like, why are y'all not ready? You have to go walk over here, get that, and now you can talk to him to get your golems. You can get one golem here, and then you'll obviously have to purchase the rest of them, which is in the guide. So we'll just grab our first one, which is Chaos Golem, and then we're going to go over to Uterus and Vanja. I don't know if I say that. Could be right. Could be wrong.
Yes?
We're gonna fire our golems here. So we don't need ice golem. We do want flame golem. We don't have enough currency. We actually can't buy any of the gold. We have no orbs of chance. So you get your golems later then. I would say your chaos golem is probably one of your most important ones in the new patch. Right now it's not gonna help because this is a shit golem for me right now. But in the new patch, this is your most important one. It gives you all the damage over time multiplier, which is extra ton damage. So we rip that we won't really get to use it, but
Be careful.
we're gonna put in we can. Alright. Act 3. You probably, before you leave Act 3, can go get the waypoint, so you don't have to walk to do this now. So you can like go in here once you get your 6 things, and then get this waypoint, and then go on about doing your stuff. Then we can just teleport straight here. But it's whatever.
Within these walls,
It is
the Lady
whatever.
of Justice doth preside. Ascend with precision.
Honestly, it says recommended level 33. I felt like it always was lower. I feel like maybe I should always run it. I get like 28 or something instead. Even if it recommended 33. I don't know.
Rarely weaken.
For people who care about stuff,
Manifest.
there is a website that pretty much tells you what the layout is of that day's labyrinth. But for the most part, I just kind of do my best. Like Tigre said earlier, 1 through 3, the first 3 labs don't really change that much daily. Whereas like Uber Lab changes a good bit, so you don't even need to worry about what you learn kind of general layout.
Draws close to the end of the path.
Full damage, we want to get Breath of Rhyme, I'm pretty sure it comes up
When one
next.
defiles the effigy,
Breath of the Rhyme. Don't think I can tank a lot, so I'm just gonna actually leave. Even if I'm high level, I am still a bit of a squishy bitch at this point of the game. You get tankier later, but earlier, not so much. Obviously, our brand recall is not super big right now as far as fast reduction things, so like later on your damage will be just higher. General.
if not kneeled before you.
I'm thinking about it. I'm going to go put on fix the POV thing. There we go. Okay, make sure that says buy hypothetica and not a reward. Ah! Also, the general vibe I go for, and maybe that's because they don't change too much, it's always just kind of go upright. And if things don't work out, then we just move around from there. We got it right here. Nice. Ask me to try what you want to look for. You go to the side areas, you don't really want to go to those unless you have to. I'm trying to kind of show what the little map looks like then. I'm not sure how many. I don't think the first lab has a lot of side areas. I think it's mostly the later on ones that matter for that. It's one good thing about maybe not doing like a crazy amount of damage to Zaro. I am chilling him a good bit so that he is attacking much slower. Also, my auras are off? Okay. It might be why my goes for too. My resistances aren't as high for some of this stuff. Get purity off, guys. Oh, I probably shouldn't run through the fire. Actually, my resistance is probably okay where I can run through the fire, but don't play it safe. Don't run through the fire. It does damage. You want to not die in Labyrinth, because if you die, you gotta start over. Like right now, I am out of health potion, so if I take more damage out of it, then things are gonna get bad.
Fallen face.
Fallen face, great swords again. Thank you, video game, for giving me the great scenes. Alright. Killed a little bit of guys, so we got enough stuff. So this is a basilica. If we look at this map, we can see that it doesn't directly go to either one, so it doesn't matter which way you really go, probably. I'm just going to go basilica. But if it was like, oh, you go off to the side and do this weird little side quest, or you can go on to the boss, then you would want to spawn the boss if you're trying to speedrun it. If you're farming the content, like you're trying to get
Transmutation.
Like I'm here, but I'm not gonna grab that silver key. I do not care. For me, just getting out of lab as fast as possible is the reward. After this trial, that's where we want to go. That's what needs is the boss room.
An aspirant can afford to be promised.
You gotta do
An emperor
3 times, so this is the 3rd one. So if I beat him this time, I'm able to ascend.
must navigate your empire.
Where I only have 3 nodes to beat, or 3 friends at once. If I can get him next to his minions, we can stack up the debuff pretty good. Kind of makes me think, like, what if, like, the curse, isn't there a curse that, like, summons, like, minions or whatever? I wonder if that would be decent to have it pass off to the boss. I thought.
Is an illusion.
Rear one.
I got. Oh! Jeff is also on YouTube. Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it, man. Glad you're enjoying the content. And give me a 4-like.
Before your
I always like to just rush past this and go ascend first.
before
Not for any purpose other than if I crash, I have to start all over again, so I want to make sure I get my Ascendancy.
and not even our strongest war.
And we will be going this node. Like I said, it won't be too big of a buff for us in its current state, but later on it will be.
That we all deserve.
Creating music via AI, I know people like this side, but I figured an easy way to copyright on streaming platforms to create their own music. Pretty much just play RPG soundtracks, and then I don't have it recorded to them.
Transmutation.
We got Chaos Hope, we're rich. We got more treasure keys, we're rich.
Quality flask. Life flask.
We got an amulet we're not gonna pick up because we're not bogged. We don't want the quality flask either. I got more
Rare
key.
jewelry. Rare jewelry. Rare jewelry. Rare jewelry.
A lot of rare jewelry that just dropped off. We'll pick up these. I don't care about those. Anything else? No, that's it. I think maybe. Do we have a chance warp yet? We don't. So maybe we. Probably just add quality. That's an option. Yeah, we'll add quality to our Wintertide brand. Normally here you probably want to pick Transfigure Gem if you're in like a trade league. If you're not in a trade league, you don't care about Transfigure Gem, so quality is really good. You do that, I usually do, but OBS usually only works for Twitch, doesn't cover YouTube or Kick. Yeah, so the way I have it streaming right now, it should be no music playing on YouTube, which on top of the fact that like YouTube doesn't want you playing copyright music in general, I like to offer it as also if you want to watch on YouTube and like listen to your own music and not listen to whatever I'm listening to, that's an option for you as a streaming thing. But yeah, I just have it. YouTube doesn't stream my music over on most of the game screens. It's just me talking and the game noises. Two-stone ring, put that here. Honestly, these are a little disappointing that they're not more sockets, so I might not even identify these. But this will give me my faster attack, so maybe I should identify this if it's good. It's awful. I need all these blues, so I can't really identify for that. I want the heavy belt, so I don't want to identify that either. So we're just gonna sell that junk and move on.
Talakota, go.
Mate.
Don't do anything I would.
Yeah, I can be spooky like that. I don't really mess around with it too much. But if you want to do it, it's whatever. I don't really care. Alright. We're back to Act 4. We got our Ascendancy thing. You should be able to summon a golem now. Put it over here. I equipped him right. What do golems look like? Oh, I put it in the wrong hand, didn't I? Yeah, this is... Okay, he needs to be in the other thing. What's in this hand? Faster attacks? That's fine. Okay, I was confusing myself with some stuff a little bit ago. But I have a little golem now. He's really cute. Like I said, he doesn't benefit me a lot right now, but in the patch you'll get chaos resistance, which is like kind of whatever it's early on. The big part is you'll get a lot of dot multiplier, which is very good. You'll have 180% buff effect at this point from just the Ascendancy nodes and from that one cluster we picked up recently. Yeah, I think he ends up, or he starts with like 10% dot multi level 1. So you end up like 28 dot multi level 1, I think. Is that map check out? I think so. Right now he just gets PDR. He loses the PDR in the new patch. But whatever. I really did not want to if I could. I'll probably actually use one of the other golems once I'm able to buy one. I don't know what's like probably Stone Golem, because while it gets more defenses, it still has like the other node. It still has like the life regen. Good with words, not with singing. Fair enough.
Gift card.
Gift card, we're rich. I'm not good at singing either, but I still do it. Wife hates it.
Good find.
We have 34 and a 35 area. That's not bad. Looks like we should have went the other way to get over there, so that's a little unfortunate. We'll go circle back. I believe the spirit is a passive point, but who knows? We'll look it up if you want to. There we go. Yikes! Lots of dudes there.
Mana flask. Foiling face.
And they do this like in foiling bows. They know I'm not playing a bow character. They know it. They're just messing with me. Check the guide. I'm pretty sure this is where I'm supposed to be going. When in doubt, check the guide. Yeah, we'll pick up these nodes, and then we end up right here to start our transition tree.
Mana flask.
Don't really use mana flask anymore, so we're not gonna grab that. feel like I need to go the other way. But I don't know why I go that way. Maybe what I'll do too is on the POV in the note section, I'll add like a buy priority list for when you're buying things that you might not be using or you need to buy multiple things. Or maybe I'll just let people figure it out. I don't know. Alright. We're at Dahlia's part. We get to do the annoying dudes now. I might die at this boss. I'm bad at dodging a lot of his fire stuff.
So this is what the inside of how you
I'm also unleveled a little bit, so maybe I should kill a couple things. Stuck in the corner there. I need to check the vendors when I get back to see if there's any floor links. I'm bad at checking vendors at this point of the game. And sometimes I'll just go throughout the whole campaign with like only 3 links and like miscellaneous weird stuff, but you really want to start getting your 4 links. The issue is all the 4 links that have dropped so far. Hey, chance where we can get another golem. The issue is that all the 4 links we've had so far have been like strength and dex space, and we need like at least like something to be a little bit intelligent space. Because we need a lot of blue sockets. I think we end up with like only 3 red, a couple green, and everything else is blue. Oh, look at Grace. Everything else is blue.
Augmentation.
Augmentation, I'll take it.
Jewelers.
Jewelers. Honestly, I could probably just make my own 4 links at this point with all these jewelers. I think that's what I should do. I don't know how to do the skip thing. I want to say there's like a skip thing you can do where like you zoom in really close and you can like teleport up to like the wall. Maybe that's in the other act, not this one. Maybe in like the next go around of the act. Yeah, it is. I haven't seen any of the volcano waterfalls. Peak Shrine. Now we'll go fast, surely. We're not really wanting the essence, so we're just gonna keep on moving. I guess we could kill it. That way we can try to get. So we're still looking for like a good Wander Scepter that actually gets us damage. But we've already passed it, so we're not gonna do that. Damage is actually pretty decent from what I expected from hit-going comms. living above. The fireball things can't kill me because the AoE
That's literally how you're measured.
Exit. How goes the Wintertide? Marshall! It's going good. I don't know if you noticed already, but I posted a video to YouTube with the build guide and stuff and talking about the build a little bit. I stayed up to like 2 a.m. last night doing that, so I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't notice it. Because obviously it's insane hours to be doing stuff. But yeah, we're doing our run right now. Obviously we're a little slow because we are who we are. The youth of the nation. But yeah, it's pretty well. Let's go with bread. We want a red golem. We don't have any more chance orbs, so we can't buy more.
Be careful.
Also, that's unfortunate. That is actual unfortunate. That is actual unfortunate. You want to grab that waypoint that I just decided to run past because I was zoned out on it. Rip. My times are going to be awful now.
Of course.
They already were off chat. That's the joke. But they released patch notes last night, Marshall, that made cooldown a lot better. And I talked about it a little bit in the video, which I'm pretty sure is still pinned in the chat. If you want to go see it and see what it's about. Honestly, is it better just to run backwards from comm? It probably is. I don't feel like having to rediscover all that stuff. So maybe we should run backwards from comm. Pretty excited for Wintertide or Cold Drought in general. Like I think comms is actually slightly longer. Yeah, but at least I know the path. I think it was the reason I chose to do it. Because it's already revealed to me because I just did it, whereas the other one was brand new. So at least I don't get stuck on like a dead end. It'd be really good if I could just jump down here. I can see it. Let me do it. Leap Slam could do it. Things are looking spicy. Yeah, man. I'm super happy with them deciding to just give me free buffs. That's why I was like, when I saw the buffs, I was like, okay, I have to get the video out tonight. I was like, because I feel like other people are going to jump on the bandwagon, and I want to try to get my content out sooner just to get more people interested in it and stuff. So I stayed up to like 2 a.m. making the video.
VGR link.
And ended up pushing it out and stuff like that. The quality is probably kind of whatever. My first video does, so it'll get better over time. Had quite a few people stop by, including some people on YouTube for once. I've actually had YouTube chatters, which is really nice. Usually I have people just pop in on YouTube and go away, but now they're actually coming in and talking a little bit, so it's pretty nice. Alright, so chat, you want to grab this next time? Let's take a short break real quick. I want to check something real quick. You want to look at Wintertide? Nice, okay. I meant to check this last night and I didn't do it. I know you can't see the screen, but some of the damage over time stuff was like with spell skills, and I was like, I want to make sure Wintertide has the spell note. And it does. So we're good there. So those things also do affect Wintertide. So I don't sound incredibly crazy. Alright. While we're actually on a short pause, I'm going to actually take a second to run to the restroom before we finish the run. So, fun fact, RF has this... Oh, that's true, it does have a spell tag. You know what? RF Elementalist is looking really good, depending on where those nodes end up on the tree, but RF Elementalist, for any RF enjoyers, looking good. Alright, I'll be right back real quick. I'm going to change the screen. We're just going to leave it on this, because it should be like 2 seconds, so... Be right back. I'm going to turn the camera off so you can't see me walking away, though. Alright, chat it back. Did everyone be while I was gone? I'm back. I wonder if Pox is going to update his build to put those nodes since it's general dot damage. It's going to make my Soul Realm build even better. That's true. I haven't looked at his new stuff to see what he's actually doing. I know that someone mentioned he was talking about doing Elementalist RF. I don't know if you actually posted anything about it or not. And he does already go up, even on like his chieftain and stuff. He does already go up to that side of the tree. So maybe depending on where it actually lands at, he'll add it. Because like even the you don't care about the duration thing, as far as I know. So the reduced duration shouldn't matter too much for RF. Okay. Wasn't gonna do RF Elementalist, and why? Oh, what did he say? Why? That's wild. I feel like I feel like I would probably be willing to play RF Elementalist than Chieftain. I mean, Chieftain's fun, obviously, but that's me.
Rear sector.
Defense is mainly. I think defense is on. Elmas is gonna be fine, but obviously we'll have to see how the buffs go. Or like how the buffs actually feel when you're actually gameplay wise. But like even right now, before like all the buffs and stuff, I want to say Captain Lance. He's leveling his build as RF Elementalist and switching to like Peacock later, kind of thing. But he did like a practice run on RF Elementalist in current patch, and it looked okay. But obviously Lance and Pox have like different styles they enjoy of RF, so. Oh right, technically I only have 3 goals right now because that node technically only gives me +1, and then future node goes +2.
Rear sector.
It's life. He is picking the element goes. I mean, he just intends to take dot nodes, and since it's general dot, you don't have full dot. Yeah. Didn't you buy the cool MTX for a skill, or was that fever dream I had? Oh, you're right. I did buy a cool MTX for the skill. Did we hit the purchase button? Do you want to equip it? Nice. Talks about hitting red maps and not having defenses to survive mobs not dying right away. I don't know. I mean, if that's what that's his prerogative, that's fine. I like the concept of like doing something new and learning how to improve it. Like, so maybe you won't be able to scale the defenses as you the same way you can scale it on like Chieftain, but like there's ways to build defense on which it's not the same, but you can still do it. And I like the concept of like trying to like figure that out. You know, it's like solving a puzzle, I guess is a good way to put it. MX is so pretty. Yeah, actually it's pretty good. I like that it's a general brand MTX, and it changes what it looks like depending on what brand it is. I think that's pretty good. We are 37, so that's probably okay. That being said, I remember watching I'm Exile stream, and he was talking about how this is actually one of the better areas to level in if you're like underleveled by a lot, because usually there's a lot of like magic packs here. Yeah, I didn't even buy it on sale. I just bought it full price. I already had the GGG bucks though. I definitely showed a door there and it went away, right? Like, I'm not crazy. There was a door showing up there. Okay. when I wait for a second, I saw I had a lot of comments on the Reddit thread, so I have to go answer all those later as well. I hate this guy, mostly because he has like just all invincibility phases. And like the little stupid sword things will still do damage to you even though he's invincible, and I think it's really annoying. He's not even a tough guy to beat. Most builds can probably one-shot him, but you just can't because of forced phases. Can't wait to Soulburn hits PoE 2. Are they bringing it to PoE 2? When did they announce they're doing it? I know when I was originally playing PoE 2, I went to the Blood Mage thing, and I was really hoping they were bringing like Reap and like Exsanguinate stuff, and they just didn't do it. At least not in the patch that I was playing in. It's supposed to be like on an item, which is weird, a concept for me, and then it never showed up.
Fury and
Let's go, yeah. Alright guys, we're in the gross part. Who's excited for butthole doors? Oh, I said I was gonna look for forlings in the merchants, and I just definitely did not. No one in chat reminded me. Not very kind chatters. Yeah, I am excited for when they full launch movies here and seeing how the game is then. I just want more content for it before I can really get into it. But honestly, as a content creator, if this isn't working out, I'll probably end up playing it anyway for like new patches and stuff.
Transmutation.
Now go back for the transmute. Transmute's gone now. Your hair is always gross. Yeah. I don't like a lot of the realizing how many there are, but like a lot like small corridor zones are like the worst zones in the world. Especially for shield charge, you just like hit a wall and get stuck on it constantly.
Jewelers.
Not bad. I need a 4-link, so maybe I'll pick my own 4-link.
Like that. Fusing.
Kat, would you say this
Fusing.
build is button intensive? If someone were to ask that, would you be yes or yes? I do press a handful of buttons. Is there a way to automate some things though later on to make it a little less intensive? But it's hard to think of a caster that is not button intensive. Because you want like your curses, you want your exposure, you want like your damage skill, you want your movement skills. Like I'm only adding one extra button for like cold snap. It just depends, like, and there's ways to get around different things. Like for instance, if you only want to curse big rares, you're usually cold snapping them, so you can always get like a curse on hit ring or something like that, and you don't have to actually cast a curse. You can also get exposure on hit later on, so you don't have to cast Frostbomb if you don't want to. So like there's ways to like make it better. Yeah, but I'm pressing 4 buttons if I'm on bosses. But like I said, you can automate a lot of that stuff. Make it a little bit easier. Isn't there also like a hex touch support? I can like put on Frostbomb to where it just casts the first for me on them? Or am I making something up in my head? Well, like the same thing with cool stuff like that stuff. I don't know, bro. Thanks, Jeff. Unfortunately, on this one, you can't leave. You have to wait for her to finish talking. I don't think it's too many buttons. Yeah, peeked a hex touch, yes, but it won't proc until Frostbomb explodes. But imagine this is like traversing someone's body as some like, smaller of a vessel, and here's how it's up.
So much that I thought my
Jump on the magic school bus. Hex touch exists. So would you say it'd probably be better to put it on like a cold snap?
It seems I've underestimated piety. Good. I like surprises.
Yeah, I'm old. I know magic school bus. Who doesn't love the frizz? Getting stuck on random things in the walkway. Unpleasant. I just want to kill the bosses. I want to get the thing just in case that exit or something weird. Wonder when they stopped showing magic school bus in schools. I don't know, this could be what it is, probably. This is probably my least favorite of these three bosses. Because of the curse things. I know that there's a way to tell which curse is which, it's by the colors and stuff, but I never bothered looking into it, and I just do the best I can to
literally how you
what she
measure
does me. Speedrunners have already finished their campaign. They're already in maps. We're 3 hours in.
Exquisite.
This one's also a little annoying because it's like your first time really dealing with like heavy chaos damage. Pretty sure it does chaos damage. It's purple.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Hey, that's actually the colors we need.
I hate to be critical.
We're in here with an alchemy orb.
I've seen better.
We're so up right now, chat. Also,
Freebie
I probably
bud.
should have colored like alchemy orb a bit earlier. We're so up right now, chat. Full damage cast speed, but not very much. Why can't that be fire damage, or why can't that be cold damage? That's so much. Did this happen to me? Okay. Our damage should be a little better now. We have hypothermia support, which obviously isn't like a biggest damage support, but like full damage over time, and then obviously the more damage with hits and the other thing would be good for like cold snap and whatnot. I'm gonna head out. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your stream. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate the follow and all the talk. Feel free to stop by in the future streams. Have a good rest of your day, bud.
Progress is literally how you're measured. Is literally how you're measured.
Honestly, I usually die a lot more on these parts, so the fact that I'm not dying is pretty good for me.
Glad I won't be seen.
No one else is really impressed by that, but I am.
I have been expecting you, witch. You and I are about to create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Will you go to bed now, little girl?
Hell yeah, give me your nightmare.
Or do I need to tuck you in?
Now it's time!
Embrace the future.
The damage actually looks really good right now. Four Link definitely helps out a good bit. Okay, did I already phase him? Oh no, it's just the bar's glitched. Now he's phased, okay. Yeah, damage looks good. 4 Link, damage, good. Get him, golems. Beat him up. And this damage looks good already without like the actual buffs. Once again, we don't have the buff to Wintertide, we don't have the buff to the gold ones.
Understand what it means to be nightmare.
Not even using all our golems that we can use because we couldn't afford them and whatnot. Where are you going first, Clyde? This way?
Accept the gift of immortality. Accept the gift of immortality.
Accept the gift of immortality. Is the life regen just from Stone Golem just like super good? I feel like I'm not using life blast as much anymore.
Nightmare is the true
I never really used golems before, so if the life regen from the golem is that good to where I'm not noticing that having to use stuff around them, that's pretty sweet.
Very jewelry.
Yeah, the regen is solid. Hell yeah. It's like a free vitality aura on like a little stick.
What can I'm watching you. What do you need now?
Alright, let's sell some stuff. Let's see if we can buy some stuff. Probably just sell Grace. We're not going to keep that right now anyway. 4 links. 4 links that I can use. I need to make a regex for 4 links. Oh wait, that's a... That actually might be worth picking up and then just using... Maybe not. 3 links are also okay sometimes too. Okay. Do I have any more? I didn't check, but I don't think I do. So I still can't buy any more of these. You son of a bitch. I'm pretty sure the guide and myself say we don't need to buy any other gems once you get your hypothermia. Let's go to the notes. Act 4. Oh, Bone Chill support after Eternal Nightmare. So we need to buy Bone Chill support. Perfect. And we essentially want to link that with... Let's take some of the stuff out. We want to get our Cold Snap. Yes. Yes. Alright, there's a blue there, so I'm going to put something there. Look at it here. Frostblink can go here. Frostbite can go here. And we're solid. Cool.
See ya.
Let's talk to people, get our rewards, and get the heck out of here. I think that's the last thing we actually need to buy besides just coming back and get our golems, obviously.
You shall be rewarded.
I guess you don't need to talk to that guy. That was worthless. That was worthless. What do you give? Give me. Hex. Oh, I can just get it for free. Alright, I need to change that in the guide. Oh, actually, no, the guide does say reward. I didn't rebound guide. Alright, well, so you don't buy chat. You just get it for free. I'll just pick up AoE.
Still I live.
Our hopes are with you.
But still need to buy 2 golems, and then obviously get some 4 links and stuff. But other than that, we shouldn't need to buy anything else. Once we get 2 chance orbs, or if they're cheaper, once we get to Lily, we don't get chance orbs before then. So we're good. Oh, we're at the Ascent, so let's go ahead and hit the next thing. We're a little behind on making sure that we're clicking the timer properly, but whatever. What are you gonna do?
Armorers.
Armorers. Alright. Of those, I'm gonna constantly confuse those minions for being like things I need to attack. The golems. I just summoned my stuff to kill it running at me. Also, if anyone has advice, or not advice, or like, you know, something you should get a Twitch add-on that lets you see your character gear.
Alteration.
Honestly, smart call. I need to get the armor thing. I will look into that. I was about to say, anyone has any suggestions of things they'd like to see on the stream or added onto the build guide, let me know. So thank you for coming in, Demonic Teddy. Stating that right before I said it. The armory thing, that makes sense. I've only started streaming like a week ago. I thought that was just enabled by default for people, so I will look into how to get that done, buddy. Thank you.
Mana flask.
Yeah, no problem. I think my problem is usually I'll try to put like too much information, so I was like trying to balance being overwhelmed by the amount of information that I'm trying to share versus like having it being coherent. So I'm glad you enjoy it. If there's something that you think we'd be more clear on there, let me know. I will be live streaming on launch and doing like, update videos and stuff like that, post it to YouTube whenever it happens as well, so always follow there. Playing the build, I hope you enjoy it. I'm having a good time so far in campaign. And once again, this is pre-buff, old patch stuff. This will look better in actual league.
Now, where was I?
Oh, I need to make sure I'm not ignoring Twitch chat or YouTube chat, so let me come over. Okay, I had it covered by accident. No one's talking there. It's fine. Whoop! A little damage there.
4-link base.
4-link base. Oh, man, I need you to be better bases. I made a last-minute switch to Wintertide last night after the buffs. Yeah, so funny thing about Wintertide and my obsession with it right now. Before patch notes dropped, like the original ones for the league, I was playtesting a couple things. Like I was like, I want to play something dot-based, and I was doing like League Glad and I did like Poison Concoction Duelist, and I was talking to someone about how when I first started playing PoE for like serious, I played Cold Dot Witch, and I haven't played it in a long time. And I was like, I wonder if Wintertide is any good. Because I never really played Wintertide as Cold Dot. I played like Vortex and Troop Frost and stuff like that.
Chance.
So I practiced it for a campaign run, and I was like, this actually feels pretty good. If they give me, there's like recordings of me being like, if they give me a crumb of a buff, I will play Wintertide, Cold Dot. And then the patch notes dropped, and they buffed Cold Dot. The Elementalist nose looked really sweet, so I was like, I'm gonna play it. And then last night, they even added more buffs with the passive tree changes. So the POB will look probably a little bit different once we have the updated things. So I'll probably path some of those nodes, especially adding the masteries in. Like the mastery for +1 cold skills is super strong.
Progress
Like,
is
I don't
literally
care
how
about
you're
the fire,
measured.
guys. We'll fix that issue. +1 cold gems is just so good. So I'm glad I chose early on to look into doing Wintertide, because it paid off in the end when GGG just decided to give me a bunch of buffs for free. And yeah, it's not gonna be like I said, I'm not guaranteeing this will be the best Zoomer build there ever is. You're gonna be like crushing like 16 mod T17 maps kind of thing. But it'll definitely be fun to get through campaign. It'll definitely be fun to get through
Progress
probably
is
4
literally how you're
stones, and
measured.
then I'll see how the scaling works after that. I have a lot of ideas for how I want to scale. I don't know which one's gonna work the best. I'm gonna try things out before I tell people what they should do, or what I would suggest they do, kind of thing. I've had people come in asking for like, give it Uber or T17 POVs, and I was like, no, I don't want a POV warrior. I want to do kind of like honest, what
Gradually.
feels right about POVs. Like even the POVs
Face.
I made, a lot of the stuff's like 2 mod rares, or like the gyms aren't fully leveled. Yeah, that's what I said. I think that it'll still do good boss damage, and I think that an avenue I haven't seen a lot of people talk about is the fact that if we one of the ways I want to scale things, if we scale brand recall cooldown recovery rate, which you can get from one of the brand masteries, you also get it from some of the small nodes if you want to. If your brand recall has a low cooldown recovery rate, you can essentially do like a machine gun, pulling your brands off of the boss and having them pop back on. Because when it detaches, that's when the little wave thing happens, which is the big damage, cold damage debuff. So you want that to happen as much as possible, and if you can have that happen with a low cooldown on your brand recall, I think you can like stack damage pretty easily with that. So that's one of the avenues I'm looking at to see if scaling the damage for like bosses is worth it. And also a good early to mid game like purchase would be the replica allopathy gloves. They were buffed to give you level 25 cold Wintertide brand,
I swore there
which is
was
pretty much just like a free
something
empower. So you pretty much get like a 6 link off of like a 4 link glove. If you so on brand recall, it doesn't necessarily. I'll pause the timer real quick just to stop, even though we're not obviously gamering. But brand recall right here, let's see, just read it. Detaching them from enemies, increasing the attachment range until they attach to the target, spends a portion of each brand recall's cost to activate. So it doesn't mention anywhere that it loses charges. And specifically on Wintertide, if you look at the last line of the green text, it says the brand keeps charges while detached. So if you get to maximum activation charges of like 20 stacks, obviously this will require you to have like good activation rate, good duration, and all that kind of stuff. But like if you're at max stacks and you're able to pull it off the boss with like brand recall and then have it reattached to the boss, that max stack debuff is like happening over and over again really quickly. Because you should stay at max activations once you're there until you expire from duration. That's my big understanding of it from the words. Obviously, in practicality, we'll see how that works once I get into later game and whatnot. Because like I said, you need to scale like duration a good bit to make sure you're maintaining max stacks, or have like high of cast speed to where your activations are revving up super fast, kind of thing. So in that case, the new node that gives less duration but more spell that multi might not be the best choice. Yeah, so that's the issue with also, do you want to use like Swift Affliction, because it also does less duration. And that's why I said it's kind of a balancing act between how much less duration are you comfortable with to be able to balance out things. So it's a balancing act. Like I said, I don't know which is going to work best yet. That cluster might not be good. The other cluster is good though, with the cold that multi on it. I think it's cold. Or is it just spell that multi? It is just damage over time applied with spell skills. So that one, the second cluster is going to be good. First one, we'll see, because a lot of people still use Swift Affliction with Wintertide brand. I don't know if that's going to be the best call, but we'll see in the end. And then obviously the cold masteries are really good. I need to look into to see if like how is there a cap to overcapped cold resistance? Because I remember when they first did the whole fire one, where like you gain life regeneration based on overcapped fire resistance, people were speculating, oh, like does it stop at like 90? Like, so can you only get like from 75 to 90, and that's your overcap res? Like, can you, or does it scale past like 200? If it's infinite scaling, that master is really good if you just pump a bunch of like cold resistance, obviously. In which case, I probably would go something similar to like doing Ace Aurora build to get like no cap. Okay, so there's no cap. So if that's the situation, then like doing stuff like melting of flesh with like purity of ice, that kind of stuff later on will probably be pretty sweet. And then the other mastery is just good no matter what. The negative 30 fire res for +1 cold gems, that's just good no matter what. Yeah, that's what I said. I never looked into armor stacking, that kind of stuff, so I know people have done the work. I should look into the work myself to see how it was. So if it's infinite scaling, that is super good. It's not. I can just have fun. Be okay. Don't crush my dreams, Marshall. There's probably a lot of ways to get decent cold res. I mean, even in just the sorry, I realize I'm not on the right screen. Even in just this like zone, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of cold res. I remember playing witches before and having just a crazy amount of cold res. So it might be okay. But I'm also interested where they don't land on the tree. They mentioned like quadrants, I think, in the notes. But I want to know like actual positions, like where it links to and that kind of stuff. And then we'll see from there. But I think both of those masteries are really good. One of the clusters is pretty good, depending on how big the cluster is. Like, is it going to be like a 4 passive cluster, or is it like more of a 3 passive cluster kind of thing? Because we don't know all the details yet. And like, what do the small nodes offer? Are they offering just cold damage, and are they offering different things? So, but I think the nodes are good. Either way, it's a buff. I just need more information to know if I'm going to use them right away, or like how's it going to work in the tree. And that'll come out in the day 1 update. The plan is to play a shit ton on League launch, and then before I go to sleep at like 2 a.m., make a quick video update on like how things are going. I did unpause it, right? Okay, I did.
Scoring.
Scouring. Dibs. Yeah, I haven't really seen a lot of people talk about the whole brand recall thing, so I think I might be cooking too hard with it.
Self-fast.
And maybe I'm just insane with the brand recall and how it actually works.
Chromatic.
Either I'm cooking too hard and people have tried it and they just found it not worthy, or no one's just thought about doing it. So we'll see how it goes. I'm willing to test it out. Worst case scenario, you spec it up a couple points. Welcome back, Tyler. But yeah, Demontetti, I mean, if you're interested in playing it and you want to follow along the build, feel free to, you guys can follow on YouTube, you can follow on here, and I'll be posting content, daily updates with it and stuff like that. So I plan on streaming for like at least a week straight on League launch.
Something different.
What level am I? 40? And I'm in Act 5? I can't remember what I have the guide, but obviously the guide is mostly also for people who are potentially full clearing stuff.
Quality weapons.
This is also a good zone to level in if you're behind levels. There are a lot of like rare mob or magic mobs here. Pro tip for anybody.
Augmentation.
Tyler, I don't know if you were here earlier when we were talking about it, but technically,
Poor weapons.
ooh, I thought it was a 5 link. I'll look at that anyway.
Augmentation.
But like some of the cluster nodes will impact RF because they're like just generic dot damage over time stuff and not like specific like cold or anything like that. We are in Act 5. Yeah, we're about to be Innocents, which triggers the whole. Wait, no, we're in Act 4. We're in Act 4. Okay.
Alteration.
Point was you should play Elementalist. Wait, what act were we in? Chat, I'm cooked. We're in Act 5. We beat Justice, and then we have to go beat up Katava afterwards. To be honest, Scion's also probably fine. You're gonna go up to the witch nodes anyway. Even if you play a chieftain, you're going up that zone more likely, so you might be picking up anyway.
Mana flask.
You're going Scion so far. There's still so much time between now and League launch. You can be like Marshall and you could have like 4 different builds pop up by
Rare jewelry.
Marshall can't say for sure what they're doing still. Yeah, I do that every time though. That's nothing new.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
Shall we?
Also, I guess benefit to having golems. They'll take up a little bit for you. Oh no, this guy is definitely not Innocence. Spoiler alert from the story if you're your first time playing this game. I don't know why you do. It's fun. They're just pretty solid. Maybe Stormbrand Elementalist? I want to take advantage of that Herald sec. So I was... I don't remember if it was you or Fisk or someone else, but there was a point where I was looking at Poison Exsanguinate Elementalist with like doing Herald of Agony in the new Herald node. And then someone came in and told me that I should stop looking at stuff like that. And it's rotting my brain. I thought it was Fisk. Fisk is usually the one who's like, you should just do this instead. It was Fisk, because he was like, I don't get the obsession with the Elementalist, and I was like, it's new and shiny. Why play old dusty Trickster when you play new shiny thing? Pretty sure that's what I said, actually. I stand by that, chat. I mean, if you really like a certain build and you want to play something that's your vibe, sure, but I like trying new things out each league. I'm not gonna just play more and more Trickster over and over again kind of thing. The only exception is I'll probably always love playing some dot-based skill. Oh, I don't know if we're on. Some dot-based skill. I played hit for like 2 private leagues in a row. I'm done with hit-based. Finish up the lore videos. I need to actually start the lore videos.
Rare lily weapon.
Yeah, me too. It's my first time playing RF XDD. True. Maybe we connect the tree and then we do the respec. Also, I don't have gold, but we do quests to get refund points, so we can just do that instead of the gold. But when I do the respec, and I'll say it again later, you can use gold in the axe, hopefully, to do the 4-point respec that we gotta do. Luckily, we don't need to do a bigger respec. BGR? Oh, that's Chrome. I was just in Chrome links. But luckily, we don't have to do a big respec. Later on, we do like a more medium-sized one if we want to. That's more about efficiency and not like a requirement. You could technically just not do that respec and be fine. And just have a little plus a point in efficiency to later. You don't take them off with this passive point respect. It's all about just reallocating stuff places. YouTube chat? Oh, never mind, I was over there.
Wisdom stack.
I like to just
Everyone
wisdom
Jivati.
stack. Oh, we're getting stacked currencies. We're doing it. What other ways are there to wait? I don't even need like Frostbomb later. I can technically just do like I said that. If I'm not using the regular Allocacy gloves and using rare gloves, I could just use the implicit Eldritch Implicits to get exposure on hit. Obviously, it's less exposure than what you get from like this, but not by a lot. Freeze up a gem socket, one left button to press. You'll obviously have to do like a hit to do it, so cold stop's fine. And to be honest,
Mana
you
flask.
shouldn't be spamming out exposure in the first place. It's mostly just for bosses, which is where you'll be going your hits anyway. Might be a good call for later to remove concerned by the mana flask presses. Okay, is there... I don't know what the passive points are for here. I'm gonna skip all the passive points.
Augmentation.
Is there passive points here for the quests? Or do I just rush to Katana at this point? Does anyone know? Usually, I just skip through and then I'll come back later if I miss passive points. So I'm kind of just doing what I usually do. I don't really want any of these. Actually, we want the cold res one for the cold res node. XDD business.
You deserve
Let's go Cobalt. I think Cobalt can roll ES better.
for freedom.
I simply. Now, where was I?
With Lani's. Don't ever give up.
Alright, we have this chest. Let's make it. Let's do that. Hey, look! I told you. Oh, and damage recoup his life. That's actually pretty solid. What's the rest of this junk though?
I'm here to serve as best I can.
Looking for 4 sockets and something that's not a chest, or 3 sockets and not good enough. I guess this technically would work. I can put faster attacks and shield charge here, and then 2 of my red golems here. Maybe the issue is this is just like bad gear. Also, I don't need 4 links. I just need 4 sockets for some stuff, right? So by picking this up, probably pretty good just to be able to equip more crap. But I don't have. Oop, lost dexterity. I'm not gonna do that right now. We'll hold on to this for now. Yeah, like I said, Dex is one of those things you want to try to get. Can't, it's whatever. We're going to grab these nodes and go through here, and then that way we will respect we're connected to the tree. Oh, so we have to do ossuary. Okay. That's what I thought. I was like, I feel like I'm missing something, because that thing's not open. We gotta do ossuary. Ossuary is required no matter what. Oh right, let's read like the Staff of Innocence or whatever, right? Big spoiler alerts. Have I gotten another... Oh, I do have another chance, so I can go buy... At this point, I might as well just finish and see if the lead is cheaper, since I haven't spent chances. Buy some more golems. Probably just buy one more instead of buying all 4, because I can't even use 4 on this patch. I only get the maximum 3 on this patch, where it gets up from that.
Alteration stack.
And I'll probably do... I think a Flame Golem. But the cast speed and attack speed might be nice, but I think the damage should be what we're looking for. 42 and a 44 area. Not bad. Oh, let's go do this essence down here, and that way we can slam it onto that helm we just bought.
Essence.
Biggest thing you can learn is that I need more dexterity. You just kind of make things up as you go. Like the gear crafting for the Act 1 through 4 stuff, is just do your best. Do what you can to live La Vida Loca.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
And the more I feel of divinity, the more I want it.
Also, the golem revive thing is actually really nice. People were worried, or like, talking about how like the downtime for the deaths can be bad. Obviously, I'm an axe, so who knows? But it doesn't feel that bad right now. If I get more dexterity somewhere, that would be really sweet. So I can use the new helmet. Also, we're probably going to be Act 5 before 4 hours, which is what I was hoping for earlier, so that's pretty sweet. Unless for some reason it takes me 30 minutes to run across here and kill Kazava. I know a lot of people were like, I'm hoping to finish the campaign at this time, but not here. We're just an old dude playing a video game. Do I care about connecting the tree faster, or should I just get that big light node? I think I just go for the big light node. I'm not super needing to like do the respec right now. Even though I am in Act 5, I think, and that's where I said you should do the respec. If you're okay with just doing it later. Do the big node before we fight this dude, just so we have a little more health. And some chaos res, which we need. And some chaos res, gang! Don't worry for people who are like, this guy is taking way too long to play this game. It gets a lot faster in the second half of the game. Not a lot faster, but it does get faster. The first couple acts is a little rough. Oh no, Kataba! Ooh, wasn't paying attention to just dying there. Oh. Okay, just tank that one, that's fine. Rip out his heart. Yeah, see how like the debuff just explodes when you're deactivating and detaching and retaching? It's really good. Also, our mana's not great right now. We've got a duty mana flask. Well, we would have a lightning golem right now, preferably, and they will give you a lot of flat mana regen to help with these costs. Clarity is giving us like 19, but you'll be getting like 30, 40 from the lightning golem. At this point, I don't know exactly the number you would get, but it's it's probably still more than clarity. Alright, we should be near the end of this fight, because you don't actually kill him here, spoiler alert. You give him like a half seas and then he gets angry and transforms and then they're like, I'm coming to save you, you're too weak to handle him now. Goes Zip. The next thing we hit is when we get to Lines I Watch Part 2, it looks like.
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
I think I did my timers backwards, by the way.
There is no...
Not looking at it, there's no way it took me 40 minutes to get to the coast. The 40 minutes was to beat Act 1, so I definitely did it a little backwards.
Until now.
It's whatever.
Remember?
Alright, so we got Lines I Watch. Let's go ahead. Yeah, so technically Lines I Watch Part 2 we started at that time, and now we're on our way to the Kauai Shores. So that's how we should have been doing it.
Alright, don't think time and tide wait for
A little wonky, which was a double press early on to get past the coast, and I just didn't do it because I forgot.
And black thaumaturgy?
Excuse me, chat.
Farewell. Still alive,
Do you sell 4 links? What about old 3-link button? I want a 4-link. Look like it. These are all doo-doo.
Stay sharp.
Alright, let's go get Lily. Or like go do her quest so that she comes over here and starts selling us gems and everything like that. Let's go do that.
So
I think I will. I talked about it earlier. I don't think anyone really responded, or if they did, my bad. I think I will put like a priority list of like golem order, like what I would suggest buying. So I think expecting people to have like 4 or even 3 chance orbs is just too much. You probably only have 2 golems until you kill Lily. Let's hope Lily doesn't also charge chance orbs, and then we'll be fine. You're back again, and then I think if I had to pick a priority, I would probably do the Lightning Golem for the attack speed, cast speed, and the Chaos Golem for my first pick. I don't know, the regen from the Stone Golem is pretty sweet though.
Portal stack.
Right, maybe I would just stick with Stone Chaos.
Four-link base.
4-link base. I think that's the wrong colors that I won't really use. I keep casting things on my minions thinking that they're enemy. Three monsters remaining. You son of a bitch. So with this one, you have to full clear the area. If you open stuff, I want to say if you open like this box down here, it increases the amount of monsters in the area. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's stuff like Abyss that does it. Let's say there's something does increase monsters in the area.
Wilson stack.
Oh, it does. Yeah, see? Cutting down now again.
Chance.
So you don't want to necessarily do the side content in this area if you can avoid it. But if you want to, it's whatever, I guess. But there's one guy right there. I guess the good thing is, my golems will help me identify where they're at. Two people on here. You have to full clear it for the quest completion. A little annoying, but that's life. Right up here. There they are. Alright. Now we're going to turn stuff into Lily. Hell yeah. Some regrets out of it. And now we can buy and sell things to her. We're going to sell this because we're not going to use it right now. Alright. Golems. Golem. So it does still cost a chance orb. I do have 2 of them though, so it doesn't matter if you wait or not. I will still buy it because I said I would. But I think I'm going to use the... Actually, I think I'm going to use Flame. That's what I said originally, right? Yeah. Cool. And now you shouldn't... Like, I have things on the offhand. These 2 are in the build. And this is also in the build. So, like, if you hit space, you'll end up, like, making use of that stuff. But right now, we don't have the reservation, so we don't need to use the extra auras. And we don't have the sockets for the other thing, so that's fine. Oh, you're right. We could have went to what's his face, see if he has anything decent for sale. But still, because he now sells items. I need him to start selling me good items. I actually haven't had luck with scepters or anything this run. Alright, we have a new golem. Go ahead and we'll take this off now. Put a golem here. Flame golem. Oh, getting attacked. Pretty rude. So we get a little bit of buff effect from the golem. Also, so this is the part where I would just start doing heist. Do you heist from Act 6? So my campaign time would be way down on launch because I want to say like I want to start heisting as soon as possible. But I'm not going to showcase that here because that's not what people come for. They're coming for looking at the campaign play. I want to watch this nerd go over and heist.
Mana flask.
Mana flask, woo!
Alchemy.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
You take an early amethyst. You can get that reforged in like Harvest or something. That'd be really sweet. Obviously, you won't be doing it in the campaign, but like even just early cast for us to like have to use later. It's pretty nice.
Rare bullets.
And we'll have more defenses on relaunch. You get defenses from the Stone Golem. Also, you do more damage, which is kind of its own defense because you're killing things faster. The Stone Golem for sure big. You also get more AoE from the Flame Golem. Or, like, at this point, we'll probably, instead of using Flame, we'll probably use Lightning. The mana regeneration is really nice. Thanks for the help. I'm going to finish grabbing these 2 nodes, and we'll go to the reservation and probably equip our discipline if we can fit it in. That way we'll have a little bit more yes to kind of work with. Uyama. recipe. I think they're a little tankier than I thought they would be, to be honest. Or I guess it's like my damage is just not high enough. Alright, Tsukiyama. If you're overcasting on your brands and you're not letting them pop, you lose like a crazy amount of damage. The highest most of the damage comes from the pop. I don't think you have to actually stand here and talk to this guy for this, but I will do it.
The soil wants for your blood no more.
Just this time.
I am.
The
Yay.
spark. Exquisite. And not before.
How are things going in YouTube chat or in Twitch? How many people do we have in Twitch? We have a couple people in Twitch. I think everyone's just AFK, just kind of vibing, lurking around. Good. It's not a thing. At this point, I really want to get faster attacks on my shield charge, so I can actually be shield charging it wrong. I need to find a way to hit the sockets. I hate this layout. I hate it. In a second, we're gonna take a short snack break. I'm getting a little hungry. Important while gaming chat. Always be snacking. Whether it's like eating a healthy snack if you're into like a healthy thing or not, you know?
Wisdom stack. Rare jewelry.
Rare jewelry, I don't know about that.
Rare scepter quality weapon.
Quality weapon.
Transmutation stack.
I thought about doing this as like a staff instead of what we're doing now, which is like the wand slash scepter and shield. One, it would enable me to probably summon around, which some people enjoy. I'm gonna take a quick pause real quick. Just eat a couple little snackies.
Here we go again.
And two, there's some like pretty cool staff mods. Do a big stretch chat. Make sure you're working the wrists. Don't want your wrists to be hurting. We, as in me, old gamer, so you gotta make sure to move around a little bit. You don't get too stiff. All right. Need a little bit. There's the drink. Need some nuts. Those are good to eat for their healthy fats, I think. I don't know. Hi, Abigail. We're back at chat. We'll make sure to do our Ascendancy thing here so we can get our Ascendancies. Second one, we don't. It's not like the first one. We don't wait. Once we're able to do it, we feel comfortable to do it. We just go do it because it'll give us extra exposure, essentially, like extra minus res on when we do exposure, which is like a super strong node for Elementalists. Like minus 25 res on top of your exposure of 15, huge. I think that kind of makes, to me, now that I think about it, actually, a lot of people like to go like triple res on like a cultist, but the extra exposure, is it extra or is it always like a certain amount? Or like base, I thought it was like quality base. Let's look at it real quick. Put some brands down to protect us. We're gonna go over to this. Yeah, applies an extra, so that's kind of like, and you also regenerate a little bit of mana when you inflict exposure, which is really nice. But that's kind of like just having another curse, right? Peepo hey, Abby. Peepo hey. Let's get some Peepo hays in the chat for Abby. I don't think it was see. I think Todd walked away. I think most people were lurking, but if anyone's in chat, Peepo hey for Abby. But yeah, the extra exposure is kind of like an extra curse that you don't have to worry about casting, but find a way to add it to your build. And I think that's pretty sweet. And you can still get like double curse if you want by going the Whispers of Doom anointment, or you can like obviously path to it and grab it. Pikapunk's here! People hey!
Portal stack.
Welcome to the channel, Pikapunk. Let's talk about something. Oh, right. I think that if I were to go a second curse, I'm not even sure if I would go like the elemental weakness one on top of like Frostbite. Honestly, I might just go something like Chains or Feeble and just make things do less damage and less attack action speed. It would be really good. But if you want more damage, obviously you'd probably want to go. Well, not obviously, just maybe go like maybe Punishment or something like that. But just the one that's like damage over time, I think.
Augmentation stack.
I don't remember. I'll have to look it up. But you can also go Elemental Weakness and just have even more negative res on top of your already negative res. What is the third curse that occultists usually do use?
Div card.
Div card. What kind of ring? I didn't actually fully read it.
Rare wand.
Rare wand. I'll go back. How's your day going, Pikapunk? Excited for the new Path of Exile launch? And you're super into Path of Exile, and you love Path of Exile. What's your favorite thing? Abby also loves PoE. Abby will also be playing PoE on PoE launch. Surely. Re-downloaded it. We'll see if she plays it. She was asking a lot of questions about Agile specifically last night, and like how she would find it. Because I was screen sharing it while I was like kind of editing the build thing. It's like, how do I find all the stuff you're typing? So that was cool. Maybe she'll play the build XDV. Abby's class is a classic. Cat sitting very comfortable around campfire with friends, or with its friends. My favorite emote. It's Cure. You corrected it, it's a cube, but we all know. Don't know what's going on, but I'm happy to be here. Well, if you're ever interested in it, I'm happy to help people learn to play a video game. Actually, since posting my video at 2 p.m. last night, or at 2 a.m. last night, I actually got a lot more viewership from it, which is really nice. And posting on Reddit and stuff, so pretty sweet. I got cool people who are saying they're excited to try the build, and that'd be really cool to kind of walk them through things as it develops. Heck yeah, same. Pretty colors, that's all that matters. Pretty colors, good noise. I was gonna die there, I'll be honest. I'll well consumed, and I'm back. Welcome to the party. We have a Pika-Punk and an Abby currently hanging out.
Seems like those who don't learn from their mistakes.
Can I just leave here and it gets to the next area? I probably should have tested that. Actually, you want the recipe, so maybe I don't want to test that. Spell damage too? Yeah, we want the recipe. Let's go back to the town. Clear our inventory a little bit.
You've killed.
Can grab this right now? Oh, I guess we can. Oh, let's put this here.
Good work.
Okay, now I can't grab this, guys. Stop
With
giving
the
me
road
stuff
to
real
the
quick.
Frisian forest clear again.
Okay. 4 length though, we're rich. We will grab this one because we don't need that much green. And we could technically try to recolor that, but that's might be a little bit hard to do. We'll grab the blue.
Stay sharp out there.
Identify some stuff just so we can get a roll in. Cast speed, cold damage, gross. Gross. Can't use this level 48, gross. This only gives me 19, this gives me 22. I need to find a way to make this. Oh, here we go. Found a way. No suffix open, so a little bit lame. You know, I might just go. Let's just go to the crafting bench real quick. In Gava for a 6 link in Act 6. Yeah, that's only in the new patch though, right? Black Market won't be here right now. But you will be able to do it in the new patch. You can Gamba in like every act if you want to. Sensational. Probably not going to go switch affliction, so I'm probably just going to toss that, to be honest. I really need to sell. This is a bunch of junk in my inventory. Let's take out Discipline and move it to our front line now. Even though we can't equip it until we get the node, but no, it's fine. Sent it to you. Do you all have the 7 TV cool emotes, Pika-Punk? What's happening? And with the change to weapons, that'll be big. Yeah, like where you can't get like, resistances and stuff like that on weapons. Honestly, I'm getting kind of I would love to be able to gamble weapons right now because I'm still using like a nothing scepter thing. So being able to gamble to get like cold damage or cold or dot multi or something like that would be really cool right now. But sometimes that's just not in the cards. We're gonna sell this. We don't really want that anymore. We'll keep this because technically supposed to have it, even if we can't use it because we can't have a 4th golem right now. In fact, we'll put it here just to level it. I think I might start throwing stuff in the inventory. Who knows? You want to sell me a wand? No, you don't. Let's go on cast speed, but no, you don't. We're connected. Okay, so now we're connected. Oh wait, we need one more point right here. Oh, wait, we can rerun here. So this would be the thing that you can respec a little bit earlier for 4 points. I might actually leave the life node, to be honest. No, I'm gonna take it off. And then I can grab some of these nodes over here. One more point, we'll be able to probably safely equip our other item. Or other aura, rather. Getting her hook up with cool emotes for chat. Is she just typing the stuff without actually enjoying the emote? That's wild to do. That's wild to do. Okay, yeah, so maybe the next node we'll be able to do it. Sure am. She was typing stuff. I thought she was actually using the emotes, but it sounded like she was just matching what people were typing. That's funny.
Foiling face.
Foiling face, what is it? Y'all tell him? Like, what do we still need four links on? Just boots, really? Is the only thing really missing? Maximum amount of links? Nessa, I'm coming to save you! We're like best friends. You would never betray me. Also, if anyone in Twitch chat who uses 17 emotes, if you ever see like really unhinged emotes on there, I need to let you know my wife is the one who adds them. He is really unhinged. Facts. And Tyler adds all the cool ones. Oh, taking damage. Abby's favorite one is about cats sitting around a campfire. Yeah, like this about the hydrate one. Technically, I added that one, but it was by her request before she had power to add stuff herself. Also, I think it's pretty funny. Yeah, that's the one she loves. But I think we might have hit the affiliate goal today. I don't know how the process works for getting it, so I'll have to look into that after the stream. And hopefully we can get some channel point things going. And with channel point things going, we can do like redemptions for people. So, you know, if they wanted to have their certain emotes, you can channel redemption for it. Last night I was hanging out with Bree and Douglas after Tyler was like an old man and went to bed. And Douglas said he was in another Twitch chat, and when he joined, he typed meowdy, but it just said the word meowdy. It just said the word meowdy, and it looked like a weirdo. And I was like, yeah, not every channel has it enabled. If we enable different emotes for different channels and stuff. It's so fucking funny. You just go on a random Twitch chat and just type meowdy in it like a weirdo. We can probably go back to killing a lot more stuff, but even if we're not,
Div card.
damage is fine. Div card, we're rich. Ring. He did not tell me that. He told me and Bree last night when they were playing Rivals while I was finishing up the build guide. He was ashamed to tell his old man to brew. Where were you in Olge?
Armorers.
Armorers. I'm not going for that. I'm not going back for it. Stop saying it. What the hell is that about? People lurk.
Yes.
House! So at this point, I could definitely have my super cool Ghost Wraith. Maybe I have the Chaos from earlier as well. Could have had a Ghost Wraith for multiple acts if I was in trade. I might not get like a 4-link one, but obviously you can try to make it any which you can with your jewels and stuff.
Mana flask.
Mana flask. When's GG gonna add the auto leveling of gems like they have for controllers? They're just like regular classic keyboard people. Give me auto level gems, GGG. Technology's there.
Rare shield.
Oh, you can do it. Am I out of dexterity again? Yeah, I need more dexterity. Right? The Slapper! No, don't phase, just die. Stop phasing.
Werewolves.
I'm not talking to you, nerd. Get out of here. Be gone, nerd! I can teleport somewhere that's easier than walking all the way back. If I can't. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, chat? Oh, I guess I can. Man, this would be nice if they were. Move speed, nice. Okay. 149, I'll keep those. I don't need this because I already have. There. No, wait, I guess I can put my shield charge stuff in here. Maybe I keep these and find some way to slam it. I'll do that. Keeps. I keeps it.
Another.
Give me skills.
Stay sharp out there.
Big points. Big points. I think I got all the nodes that I want for that. We're into like this. We're into this game now. We're in the end game now. Oh right, can I pick up these nodes? Did I pick those up earlier and I just never did? Oh yeah, I picked those up earlier and I just never actually did it. Good change. More dexterity. And grab Riverway TP. No. That's fine. Riverway's not far from here. Gonna be okay. Armor. Okay, so we'll pick the armors now.
Alchemy.
An alchemy. Also, Tyler, I think in the TTS thing, he also added some more voices. I want to say they have like some new ones next to Oracle. I haven't tested them out there yet.
Rare jewelry.
Rare jewelry. Take it. .46 and a 48 area. Okay. Let's get it moving. I think if you can only run 3 golems right now, I would run Lightning over Flame on the patch, and then just save Flame for later. Flame's literally just more DPS, whereas Lightning gives us like more cast speed, attack speed, which is so like DPS increase, and then also mana regeneration. Oh, I am. Yeah, I'm dying. I'm back. Stop telling people I'm dead. Can I do this and like maintain, okay? Maybe a little more inherent tankiness. Expensive is having a larger amount of movement.
Transmutation stack.
Minoko, please.
Wisdom stack.
Wisdom stack. We didn't pick up the wisdom stack. Oh, I'll take that. Wait, oh, nice. Right, it's the thing anyway. Look at that. Cavern of Angry Kitten.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Don't worry, Nessa. I'm coming to save you. You're the last friend I have on this place. I don't know what I would do if you were to somehow betray me. Spoiler alert, chat, she betrays you. Swim once work is over. Where am I swimming at? Stay we. Oh, I don't know. I'll take on that pool. Hell yeah.
Life flask.
We love a good swim. Swear to God, if I had to go the other way, I'd be really angry. I'd be so angry, kitten. I don't know what's in that room. I don't actually care what's in that room. I don't think it's anything important. So I'm gonna abandon it and I'll go the other way. I'd be very angry. I'll get it. Is it like here? There's like a weird long. I'm gonna punch somebody. I'm gonna punch somebody. BGG!
Life flask.
I should pick up an upgraded life flask. I didn't. What are you gonna do? So happy.
Discard. Winston stack. Bending.
It's touch doesn't run circles. I am blue about going, but I am Wii, so the blue is our bounce. Through. Just build your own pool. Just like dig a hole in the ground.
Life flask.
Dig a hole in the ground, throw some plastic on it, fill with water. Done. Pool. Here we go. Let's slow roll this all the way to the end and hope not to die because we're squishy elementalists. We should look into getting like a mana kill or something like that. I mean, we'll get more mana from like exposure stuff later. Also, once again, Lightning Golem will give us a good bit of mana in the new patch. That probably will solve the issue. Also, I don't need to be spamming as much as I am, so I should get into that. Be more mindful of not spamming my mana.
Rogue's marker.
Rogue's marker. We take those. We're heist enjoyers. We love heist. We love beast farming, harvest. We love all the farming stuff. Harvest farming. Cool little plot in the land. It's pretty good. I don't know if I'm gonna do the new betrayal stuff, but I might just do it anyway because it looks like you could actually get a good amount of veiled chaos, which I think would be really good for crafting.
Portal stack.
Actually, I have zero idea when this week start, so I might just go heist and figure out whatever is next. Nice. Okay. Press this. Go down here. You can technically like teleport from like up there, but it's a little glitchy sometimes, so I just like to run. We're also at the end of Act 6. At this point, we don't do anything to the timer until we finish the game, pretty much. Big node. Mana. ES. Intelligence, which is also just like ES, so that's what ES. If you like fix res on your gear and you're happy with it, for instance, I'm still not overcapped on like lightning, but if you fix res on your gear without period elements and you want to run like malevolence leveling, you'll do more damage. I mean, malevolence gives you skill effect duration, which is good for your brands, but it also just gives you damage over time, which is obviously good for your damage over time brands. So you can always do that instead
Portal
of purity.
stack.
I don't mind playing a little less damage, just to not worry about being frozen for one, because you're elemental immune, or elemental element immune. But I also don't mind going with damage for just not worry about resistance as much early on. I could go and craft right now to put like lightning res on something, but it's whatever.
Mana flask.
There's something I was like, I need a essence for, so I'm gonna grab this. Is he? Oh, it's a proximity shield. I have to be close.
Essence.
Alright, we have an essence. I want to hit this helmet, I think. And I want it to be good. If it's bad, sad. Bad equals sad, chat. This is just better.
Rare jewelry.
Okay. So if I take this, I can do like this. We want to put our shield charge in here. We want to go grab our faster attacks from the back over here. Put that in. We can fill this with like golem spots. So we put like a flame golem here and chaos golem here. The issue is we don't have this now, but I think that we can put Frostblink over here. We can get our brand recall and automation up. We aren't really using these two things right now. And once we get these boots at 49, which is next level, we'll be able to just have all their stuff back in anyway. So this worked out in the end. It's okay, chat. Now we get a little bit faster. We do have to put like our ores back on. That's the wrong button to press. This. Clarity still on already? Clarity's already on. Let's make sure our golems are summoned. They are not currently, so let's just go ahead and summon them. And we don't have the curse right now, but that's okay. We have much faster attacks now, which is nice. And we'll get our discipline soon. 1 level is all we need. 1 level is all it takes. We can level up right here. If not, I'm just gonna walk away. Golems defend me.
Rare jewelry.
Nice. We now can use these boots, which are already an upgrade by themselves. And we have room for like a random little item thing. We no longer need that stuff we can sell. Frostbite. Oh wait, we need frostbite. Because we are one. We need more blue. We have some chromes, right? We have 15 chromes. We can probably make this blue. Just because it's a energy shield glove. There we go. Sometimes when you just say stuff, chat, it just happens. Identify this for cold damage? Why? Why always fire damage? Why do you hate the things that I love? Okay. We're good now. Let's go fight this nerd over here and beat him up. We just want to go across over this way, which will give us a little bit more dex right here as well. Yes, I'm here to save you.
So courageous. Such a fine example of woman.
Alright, get away from the Brine
I
King.
simply knew you
He's
wouldn't
dangerous.
disappoint me. Or my
That
husband.
boy is
You see,
dangerous.
his
I guess this is a good test to
Majesty
see how
could never be
survivable the
satiated
columns
on
are
his wedding day by one bride alone.
at this current level.
Thank you, my new sister. I shall always treasure your company.
Not monologuing, just die. I mean, they're like just taking those slams from him, so that's pretty good. We'll see how it looks whenever he's doing his little weird water shield thing. But pretty decent. Also, for like bad gear, being a witch and having like over 2,000 life ES, I would say it's pretty good for Act 6. Just having like random like gear that you found on the ground. We have Ghost Rider now, we have even more. Obviously we don't have a lot of physical damage reduction like that, like armor and stuff, part of illusion. But you know, do what you gotta do. The golems did die, looks like. Or they're all storm golems? What is that? Are they all lightning golems right now? They are all lightning golems. Oh. I don't want to be lightning golems. I want regular golems, please. That'll also help my tankiness out. I realized I was summoning... Oh! I was summoning them because Frostbomb wasn't on there. It was lightning golem was on there. That's funny. There we go. Now our damage is actually better. Our survivability is better.
There's your stack.
Hilarious. Okay. I'm not gonna pick up any of this stuff. Oh, I'll pick up Insolid.
Rare shield.
Born of ocean's mire, and death washed
This
clean
act is the
of dark
longest, right?
desire. And thus
Think of the second half. I think it is, yeah.
Divinity. So much strength.
hold on, Tiek.
That being said, the timer is pretty much for like only splitting up the first half, and then the second half is just one whole big chunk. There's an item segment for all 10 acts, because that would make the timer thing look hideous as hell.
Go with the spirit.
Turn your back, I'm afraid.
Also, a good thing here is one quest you do soon, she'll give you like a 4-link boot, which is if you haven't had a 4-link boot at that point. There you go. Hey, there's the thing we need, so we can jump up here. Grab this for that little
Progress
quest.
is literally how you're
I actually
measured.
don't know if this quest is required. I don't remember if it gives you a point or not, but we're gonna grab it because we saw it.
Rare boots.
Rare boots. Oh, I'm bleeding. I'm gonna die. That's the other big issue with not running like physical damage reduction and stuff, is you just like bleed really easily. So I want to finally solve that at some point.
Tincture.
Level all these gems. Okay. I think you, on this one, you want to go down first, right? Because there's like a trial thing down here. Then you go up to get through the actual progress of the act, if I remember correctly. If that's not the case, that's just how I remember doing it, so... Not a speedrunner. Game's done eventually.
Armorers.
I'm not going back to the armorers. The armorers can eat it. You don't need a chat. You can obviously armor your stuff, you can sell armors for like some scrolls early
Rogue's
on.
Locker.
What is it? Oh, Rogue as marker. Got it. I was like, what should you just say to me? Oh, it's just Alva. I was hoping it was a weird little corrupt chamber thing. Also, I would probably be at 2 hours right now at this part of the campaign if I had Volkults, not the actually. Just saying. 50% increase in speed. Don't check the math. Okay, I was right. There was a trial Ascendancy over here, so it's definitely worth going over here first.
Wisdom stack.
Oop. Who would want to grab this
Converter's
normally?
Locker.
So I'm gonna grab it. Because I'm a heist enjoyer, as I've said multiple times. I'm not gonna worry about throwing the essence, because we're not really... I mean, I guess I'm gonna do it to pick up for... trying to craft a scepter. Like I said, we're not really on a scepter that does any damage right now. So definitely need improvement for it.
Transmutation.
But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Wisdom stack.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
3B1G body.
Well, that's a good body if we didn't already have one, so. Is the trial thing on this floor or is it in the other area that I have to go back to?
Jeweler stack.
Ruler stack. I'm not going back for it. I would have normally probably. Because you want to like be able to link your Ghost Wraith. Because you're probably not going to buy it already linked. Okay, I'm going to assume it's on the other floor.
Quality weapon.
Quality weapon? If it's not, then that's life. We live and we learn, chat. We learn and we grow.
You there, local.
Here it is. Buttons.
Rare melee weapon.
All may find you.
Rare melee weapon. Also, Tyler, if you're still here, I talked earlier about how, oh, I need to just leave. Talked earlier about how it updated the TTS filter to like break it, like you get new sounds and stuff. Apparently, he added leap slammable weapons to like the caster and I want to say armor brand leveling thing, and that's what broke it. Leap slam mentioned. We're 50. What level are we supposed to be? 52's pretty good. Okay. More decks. We love decks. We're trying to get to this node. Honestly, I do want to try probably some of the recoup stuff. That's more of a later game scaling thing. I don't think recoup is good in campaign. But low life, petrified blood sounds kind of spicy if you don't like the life thing. Give me the map. Map. We're on our first maps. We made it to maps in 4 hours and 30 minutes. That's a bait chat. This isn't the real map. It isn't and it isn't at the same time. Don't worry, your friend Silk definitely will betray you in this world.
Rogue's marker.
Rogue's marker?
When I'm ready and not.
Stop teleporting around. Oh.
This is literally how you're measured.
I didn't give you enough credit, Malaga.
I'm not gonna pick that up.
This place,
Very cool.
this energy. I've learned.
But very cool. Thanks, Silk. It was crazy in there. Did I miss? Okay, I'm gonna say, did I miss a Trials Ascendancy? It's level 2 that has it. Okay. Now, what's Chamber Resistance added?
Mana flask. Wisdom stack.
Get this trial done. All these time cranks pressed for no reason, for funsies. Gonna run through it. You know, all the button presses are just like shortcuts in case you end up like dying a lot or whatever. And not actual buttons you have to worry about pressing. So just gonna run around it all. Song Poison stuck in my head, you nerd. Did I sing Poison a little bit ago, someone?
Fine line between consideration and hesitation. The
Poison.
former is wisdom.
Yeah, I did. Nice. We like to say, we got him. Also, for the newcomers in campaign, you'll come across this little mod thing right here.
Chromatic.
There's little hideouts. If you go into them and you fully clear the area, you unlock the hideout to be able to be used for like your own base. There's a couple free ones inside the campaign, so you see it like throughout the campaign. There's like 3 or 4. Good pro tip for anyone who happens to watch this entire thing and is new to the game. Other pro tip, you don't have to do all this in one sitting, especially as a new player. You can like take breaks. Just because I'm doing it this way, you could play like an hour and then go live your life doing something else. You don't have to do it this way. I'll still do it this way because I'm obsessed, but you don't have to do that way. You can make good life decisions. Hey, give us
Rogue
give me. It's the guy from the first time we were in this act. But now he's a skeleton that was raised by a necromancer. Course getting elixir. Chat, we can do it. We can stack strength. Go ivory tower. Course getting elixir. Yowdy, Bree. I was telling Tyler a little while ago how Douglas told us that he was saying meowdy in random chats, and they were, didn't have a thing. Wait, I thought it was 5 at first. And they didn't have it enabled, they just saying meowdy. Like a weirdo. I don't think there's getting in this map right here, it's just getting to this point and going to kill this thing. I don't think there's anything else to really do in there. So I'm just gonna do this. Oh, I was like, this guy had the community curses, but maybe I'm just messing up with the curses.
Rare wand.
Grab that. Oh, grab the wand too. Get on my face. We're not doing it right now, Tujin. Leave me alone. Leave him alone. Red thicket, we need to go here, right? To do fireflies? Yeah, fireflies, and then technically kill one of the parent
Progress is literally how you're measured.
The first red thicket you don't have to do. I think the first one's where you get the chance to get hideout. Also, for the hideout thing we talked about earlier.
6 socket.
Ooh!
Ornaments.
Unfortunately, nothing I care about,
Rare
but
scepter.
very cool.
Ornaments. Rare jewelry. Rare jewelry. 6 socket. Freebie 1G body. Rare wand. Rare scepter. 6 socket.
Oh, I think I thought these boots.
Rare fortitude. Rare wand.
The good thing about the 6 sockets, even if it's not things I would use, if you get a 6 socket, not 6 link, just a 6 socket, you can sell them like these for jewelers, essentially. Makes it easier for you to be able to stock stuff yourself. Whoa. Dreadstone. Eat the Dreadstones. They're the modern Stone Age fan.
Progress is literally how you're measured. Progress is literally how you're measured.
3v1 Arkham.
Progress is literally how you're measured. Progress is literally how you're measured.
How many of these do I have now? Any more fireflies still? There's one down there. I don't want to do the abyss thing.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
It says I need more, so I'll just make sure it's not down here in the bottom corner. There's not. Perfect. 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 Perfect.
Rare full Linkius on one. Rare shield.
I'm not picking up those things right now. I mostly just care about rare scepters and wands.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Rare wand.
Rare wand.
Rare wand.
Son of a...
6 socket.
Full damage, but
Rare
it's
wand.
not worth it. Okay. And the fireflies, we can go just head out. We go beasts as well, which you don't necessarily need to do. You can come back and get those later. Let's just put Pantheon stuff. But if you don't even want that Pantheon, like, who cares? Oh, okay, we made it here. Let's just go talk to that lady then. Let's turn some stuff in. Well, let's sell some stuff first, actually.
You are like
Sell this and this and this. Probably should start cleaning my inventory. We would originally probably, like, depends on which ones you want, or which links you need, but I'll grab these because we're looking for blue, I think.
There's an Asmeri.
Ooh, 25% movement speed? This is actually pretty solid. You just like craft some life on there, or you can craft like life you can't. You can craft like some resistance on here, or like if you need like strength or something, you can put that on there. That's pretty good. Chat.
You? What? So? Fare you well.
that would just make life complicated.
Me?
We really probably should figure out where we want to go with flasks. Do this. So I want to lean. I think I'm leaning towards going like suppress.
Hello. Goodbye.
Want to grab these nodes first, or want to go for the damage nodes? Maybe the damage nodes first. You make a choice for yourself, whatever ones you like. Free country. Oh, I should have took the teleport. Go back. Alright, that quest is done. Get a bunch of nerds, get a bunch of experience.
Rare shield.
Alright, there we go.
When I'm ready,
Transmutation stack.
I'm back for it. Missed your chance, transmutation stack. It says the one downside to playing dot builds is you will just leave stuff behind and keep going back for it and die after you walk away. But I like dot builds anyway. I don't really care. Obviously your deck is big enough, it doesn't really matter. Things will die quicker usually. In this area, you probably would want to do Alva if you want Alva in your base. Or is it the original one? It might actually be the first half of the campaign that you do that in. Oh, no, she's here. Okay. I'm not gonna do it.
Augmentation.
People that enjoy Alva are weird. just saying it. Spitting facts, chat.
Joella stack.
Also just a prank. I need your tickles for everything, so please keep it. Also, imagine if I was doing like the flame golem right now, and I had the AoE effect for the new patch. Wow, good old wide explosions. Is that the part of the campaign where we don't gain levels as fast? Sag.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Now we can start getting damage, some damage, more damage dudes. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Maybe a tip about this area. 90% of the time, it's always go around the back of it and loop around to you find like just the center. But eventually your end goal is to get to the center. That's where the temple's at.
Approach, challenger.
You always want to go at the large loop to the back. If it's like a long area like this, it kind of messes that up a little bit. So we'll see how this actually ends up being. Looks like this is a fun one.
Quality weapon.
Yeah, right here.
Ready and not before.
Quality weapon. $5 hours. I think this is Act 7 completion. Honestly, it's not that bad of a time.
Rare melee weapon.
I've had worse, you know? Like I said, once you get like F5 and you get like your sockets and stuff in order, you really don't change much about the build. I mean, you can replace gear to make it a little stronger and everything.
Life flask.
But if you are happy with the sockets you already have,
Life flask. Life flask.
oh, think twice. So after
Chromatic.
5, you kind of just on autopilot to run through a lot of things and enough to make sure you're leveling appropriately. You never want to be 5 levels below the area you're going into, or like 1 to 5 levels. Ideally, you want to be like probably 2 or 3, to be honest, to just not be like super underleveled.
Horn face.
But like I said, if you need to, you can stop and kill more things as you need to. Trying to arc Holly. Yep. Leap Slam would make it. Leap Slam! Seems like it's going pretty well. Campaign kind of crazy, it's pre-patch, but yeah. I mean, once again, I'm not the best speedrunner, but like the damage feels pretty good. You get like a shit ton of. I died there because I looked at chat and I got stunlocked, but you get extra defenses from the golems. You get extra regen. You get extra AoE damage. Like you get a lot more from these golems than I currently have right now. On top of the fact that Wintertide also gets a little bit of a buff itself, and we'll have better masteries for cold. So like the new patch, this campaign should be like super buttery smooth for the new patch.
Torment base.
Yeah, the fact that you get like 40 chaos res from the chaos golem was gonna be really good just for like all the dealing all this poison crap that was happening right now. Chaos isn't super common in the campaign, but you do end up with like this temple where you get a bunch of spiders who are just shooting you constantly. So yeah, I'm super excited for like. I actually hadn't done a full 1 through 10 run. I've only done like 1 through 2 a bunch, and then 1 through 3, and I didn't even make 1 to 5 yet. So this feels really, really good. I'm happy that I chose to kind of like back Wintertide. And honestly, GG gave me more buffs yesterday, so I think GG also wanted me to play Wintertide. And this is all like super scuffed gear. Like I'm not the best at re-gearing myself. Once I get my sockets, I pretty much just don't touch them. You want to be upgrading stuff. Like this wand, there's like no stats on here that are good except for the cast speed and obviously the implicit or the explicit. No, it's implicit elemental damage. You can obviously get like +1 on here as well for like gems and stuff like that. So just getting any like modded scepter or wand would be really good. It has like spell damage, cold damage, damage over time multi, cold damage over time multi, or +1 spells would like make the damage feel a lot better as well. So if you're thinking this looks kind of okay, then you're gonna love the patch, I think. And then in a trade environment, I also would have some of my uniques already, like my Ghost Wraith. So I have like 2 chaos that drop, and it's pretty easy to get a couple chaos in campaign. Yeah, that's the same thing. I was like, I'm really bad at once I hit Act 5 and like I got my sockets kind of like all in order. Like you're not buying any more gems for this build or anything like that. Once you get to like, well, you can get to Act 6 and definitely buy some stuff. After Millie. But after that, I just my brain turns off. I just walk around killing stuff. Just it. I don't really look for gear upgrades once I have like enough sockets for everything. I'll occasionally pick up like a scepter or like a boot and identify it if it looks like it might be okay enough. I don't really change my my flasks after like Act 3. Might pick up like a light flask here or there, but for the most part those are like the same flask I've had. I usually do that all the way till like yellow maps. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Also, I'm also like overcasting on my brands. I'm not letting them get max stacks and expiring for the debuff, so I'm losing a little DPS that way just because, like I said, I'm vibing. If you let them get max stacks and explode themselves, you do a lot more damage that way.
Rare jewelry.
I'll pick up stuff to sell. I don't really want to identify any of this stuff now. Damage boon. With the ramparts, hell yeah. At this point, we're also not stopping for essence nodes or essence monsters, just because we don't really need it to craft anything anymore. We have good move speed. You can obviously use it for scepters, but I'm using this, honestly. Another essence monster we just pass up.
Transmutation staff.
Yeah, you can just throw like up and down and then run through packs and you'll be kind of okay. You're just like gaining a little bit of experience. Nothing too crazy. And Sarn.
The foulest thaumaturgy hangs in the air. I approve.
Let me use cells.
Go with
Not you.
courage.
Oh, here's our new boots. We got those as a reward, and I was like, if they identify good, then we're gonna keep them. And it did identify good, so we kept them. 25% move speed on beats. We're OP now.
Be careful.
You sell
Watch yourself.
gold. Son of a bitch. Okay.
Bye.
Wait, what was that? Why'd that amulet highlight?
What is it?
I don't know why it's highlighting, but
See
okay.
you. That would just make life complicated.
Don't know who this is, but killing them anyway. So, that's their problem, not mine.
Rare jewelry.
Alright. The Chaos Golem right now doesn't really offer anything for it to us. I mean, it has like a little PDR. But if you don't get the Chaos Treasure, you want to, which is what, if you just want to use it in the new patch. Super excited for the Chaos Golem in the new patch.
Rare melee weapon. Chromatic stack.
Chromatic stack, I like it better for that. Is that more wood? That's 3 stack? Yeah, that's what it's coming back for. On campaign start? 100%. Cones are so important early once you collect maps and stuff, and you start like changing out your gear and you need to get other colors.
Mana flask. Life flask.
This lady's name? Annoying bitch? Deidre or whatever? Deidre? Deidre, I think it is. Yeah. Deidre the Vile. Oh, actually, you know what I should have done before picking one of those nodes? I think I want to pick those extra brand nodes. That would be good.
Torture a fellow witch, but you brought
I don't know which way people like to go first. Like speed run? I'm just gonna go whichever way I want. Because I'm not a speedrunner. We're not a speedrunner. Never bothered with it, but how did you get your TTS for the drops? Yeah, I can go with that. It's a certain creator. I want to say his name's CDR. I can give you the link to the post. 1 second. CDR speed, and I went over it in the stream. I can kind of go over it again. How to do it, but his post explains it pretty well. Just let me know if you have issues. The cool thing about his filters is there's a shit ton of filters. Like he has one, like I'm using currently level like caster. He has like level melee, level peacock to bow or peacock to spells, econ to, like, he has literally 1,000 leveling things. For he has an RF leveling one as well, like that kind of stuff. So, and then inside the description of his filters, it tells you what website to go to download the sound pack for that filter. A lot of them are the same sound pack, but some of them are a little bit different. And you can essentially just drag and drop them into your filter thing. He has all the stuff, so it shows you all the stuff. He also has multiple different voices, so I'm currently using Oracle, because it reminded me of Gladys from Portal. Picture science. But he has other ones, like he has the common TTS, I think it's called Brian, for like Twitch's TTS. If you're like in a Twitch channel and someone that does TTS, he has that voice as well. There's a couple other ones, so lots of cool options that he offers. He updated it recently to include some stuff. So he constantly keeps it updated, even if that post itself is kind of old. And by kind of old, I mean it's like months old, not like years. But yeah, it's a really cool leveling thing. He even has ones that go beyond leveling if you want. I'll use my own once I get after leveling, because I really don't want TTS after leveling. But yeah, I think the leveling is really nice because it lets me know like if it's worth going back for something that drops. Like maybe that portal scroll back there wasn't worth it, but that chaos would be. And I don't want to always check. It's nice to just hear. Right, we're gonna pretend that I didn't do this. We're gonna pretend I didn't do that. We're gonna pretend I did this instead. Yes, yeah, in the campaign and stuff, yeah, I'm good on that. But like the leveling filters, I think they start yelling at you once a level 60, eye level 60 item starts dropping. Just being like, change your filter, like it yells at you kind of thing, which is pretty funny.
Life flask.
Also for like, you know, farming and like mapping filters, I like to just do my own anyway, because you never know what kind of people are hiding versus like what you would want hidden kind of stuff.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
So.
Life
But for
flask.
leveling, I love it. I think it's great.
Life flask.
Wait. Okay, it's down here. Got it. Okay. There's a trial usually, but where's it at? It's way down here. Life flask. Life flask. Life flask. I also love the when quest items drop. It's Chris Wilson talking. Progress is literally how you're measured. Love hearing Chris Wilson's voice, but also funny reference to that interview he had or whatever it was. But I don't know if people were here earlier when I was talking about the brand recall stuff and how activation rate matters. But you can see like how as I up the cast speed, the activation rate's going up a good bit. Every time it activates, it will bounce to a new target if there's a new target nearby. That's just like a large DPS increase. There's an internal cooldown on the mastery though. I think it's like 0.3 seconds, so you're capped out at a certain point. I wonder if CDR affects that as well. Who knows? Is Yugal a quest passive point?
Orby body.
Orby body. I mean, these would be normally really good for us right now. I hold on to them just to hit them with like a alchemy or essence if I see an essence again.
Logan's Walker.
Probably need to start killing a couple things.
Foreman face.
Mostly because I am getting 4 levels under leveled, so I need to murder some stuff. I hate porcupines. That's the one good thing about getting skills that like destroy monsters. Like there's like that mastery for I think axes where like things you kill with an axe are destroyed. You can up porcupines.
Chance stack.
Each god is passive point.
Chance stack.
Okay. I wonder if I missed out someone back then. I think I skipped a god. You can't remember now though.
Essence.
Let's hit it on the body armor. I mean, it's worse as far as like it was good dexterity though. It's worse as far as like energy shield goes. Good fire res. This would balance out our +1 mastery, but we also need a green gem, so we probably just got to throw this away.
Rare falling gears.
This is also like my least favorite god to fight. He is so annoying. Might not be as bad with Wintertide because Wintertide obviously loves that they have extra bodies to bounce from. So, but typically I just hate all the bubbles. You can't like stand still, or you get like slowed and then instantly like just die. Get away, little bubbles. Really? Made all the time without dying and then just die right at the very end?
Switch filter.
Switch filter, see? Okay, they didn't yell at me to use a different thing, but told me to switch filter because it's different items.
In death, the mirror.
I will not switch filter. So, deal with it.
I'd be well.
It's a
Actually, at this point, you'd probably be okay switching filter.
you
But I
found
will
them.
keep it anyway. We want Cobalt. Cobalt's the better ones for... We'll just sell this. Yeah, let's identify this and see if it works. Want to sell it or keep it? Let's sell that. Well, it has cold damage on it. So. Strength, intelligence, kind of okay. Staff thing, cold, presence stuff is good, so we'll keep that.
Do anything I would.
We do eventually get 2 jewel sockets, so having something to put into those sockets would be really nice for us.
Be careful.
It is storming here, so hopefully our power doesn't go out. Looks like Tyler and those power went out, so that's unfortunate because they're not super far from us. I think that if the golem buff ends up being really good, and like the damage from like Chaos Golem and stuff is like really useful, maybe it's even better just to pack to like the life nodes earlier instead of going to the damage node that I'm going to right now.
Rare shield. Life flask.
Also, the additional brands that I can have out, like the level 5 route, obviously you can only attach 3 to a target, but like for like mapping or like running around, being able to cast 5 is very nice. Gives a really good chance for your first 2 brands to reach max attacks if you have the correct amount of duration and stuff. Man, he melted. I actually didn't even see him there, so... Yeah, briefly saw him, and then he was just gone.
Unique.
Unique!
Unique.
The Belly of the Beast, or whatever it is? Is that what this is? Yeah, we're so up right now. We're winning.
Unique.
We're not using Belly of the Beast. Wouldn't be bad if we decide to go left side and we use body armor early instead of going Ghost Wraith. We can go Belly of the Beast. I think it was like Belly of the Beast is like a bunch of life, right? And then other resistances. I think that's the biggest things on it. Also, I probably should have. I think we should be ascending to their second point soon. Or maybe we should have already done it. I can't remember. I'm so bad at leveling in campaign, or like playing the campaign. Whoop, getting sunned.
Switch filter. Weapon.
Switch filter. Now! Like I said, he should increase the level to like 70. But I guess like, at this point, you could probably trust that you're doing good enough. Act 7, Act is second lab, Act 10 is third lab. Thank you. We finished, we in Act 7? What act are we in? My brain's dying again. Pretty sure we're in Act 8. I hate this map layout. The enjoyers of the Lunaris Temple level 2 layout, you can get out. No one should enjoy this. You can leave!
Augmentation stack.
Augmentation stack.
Augmentation stack.
You're so rich right now, chat. For sure, I'm also at the. I think 55 is where you can use Rhyme's Gaze. Maybe it's a little bit later. Maybe it's 65. I don't know. But if you could get it now and four-link it and have the right colors you want, cool stuff would feel real good. Especially if you get the vault version. Oh, I'm not going back to that Chromatic stack. I normally probably would, but. No thanks. Jump it up.
Alteration stack.
Not going back for that either. You know, alterations are super expensive with combinators in the league.
Switch filter.
Don't tell me to switch filter again. Stop saying it. I'm gonna grab this recipe up here. Good old minions if you're a minion player. Yikes, but PB, I guess. We don't actually think has cold resistance, so it's a little tankier for us. But it's not that bad, obviously. Also, he does like 0 damage.
Switch filter.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
What level do people usually do second lab? P5? That sound about right? 55 is actually just recommended, so let's just go do that. Probably should have like tried to sell stuff first. This is trash.
Rare melee weapon.
Also, in campaign setting, you would not just hoard a bunch of stuff in your inventory like I'm doing currently. You would put it into your stash as you progress, ideally. So don't just do that because you see it in this video if you're watching this VOD later.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the
Double resistances. Oh yeah. I'm also super interested to see where they put the Veil modifiers. Like what if they put any in the axe, or if it's all in the maps, and if it's like any of the unique maps, or is it all in like just like the regular maps? That's pretty good as our damage, I'll be honest. He died a little bit quicker than I thought he would. Our next node that we're gonna get from Ascendancy will give us even more damage. We'll apply exposure. We essentially get an extra minus 25 to the res. Oops, don't want to run through a bunch of traps, but I'm doing it anyway. This might even be the right way. I'm just winging it. Like I said earlier, there is like a website that builds like a map guide to kind of show you how best to travel through Labyrinth, but for me it's a little hard to read, and I'm just too dumb. So I just kind of wing it. I think once you don't use the Raphael path, you go on-hit gloves for exposure and clarity that you're just using.
Rogue's Locker.
Frostbomb. Obviously getting that implicit requires people to be able to farm those things to get the currency for it. Or just buying it randomly dropped. Actually, I think, did they say they removed the random drop items that are influence? I feel like in the back of my head they said something weird about how they hate that things just like randomly drop what the influences are now because no one really picks those up.
An emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance with death. Slowness led straight to his hands.
Quality weapon.
Give no quarters.
Oh, do I have an aura off right now? Oh, haven't been using my defensive aura. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hey, Radiant Fishy with his raid again. Hey, Radiated, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. Ooh, hopefully you have a second to chat, because I don't know if you saw the very sweet cold dot buffs that were announced last night for the patch note changes. Hey, Jammy Pants. What is this emote? Radiate 35 arrive. That's pretty cute. Yeah, that's what Gold Dot general buffs for like spellcasters and stuff. But like, I ended up making a video which I think is pinned to the top to talk about my build a little bit. And right now we're doing the Act 1 through 10 run. But as we discussed yesterday, I don't do games done quickly. It's games done eventually. So we're 5 hours in right now. Wrong emote. What's up, Lundy? Lundy. But I'm pretty sad for the Cold Dot buffs. Feel pretty good about my choice to decide to try to lock it in. Playing Cold Dot. But I stayed up to like 2 a.m. last night making that video. So it's not the best quality, but it exists. How's y'all's private league prep going?
Rare Scepter.
I'm not going back for that scepter.
Flask.
We're not going back for the life flask. We don't need it. We don't need a chat. At this point, we're in like the last effort to get out of here. And as much as I can. Yeah, that's fair. Are you doing anything special, or are you just kind of like mostly just hanging out? Econk runs? Gross. That's like the easiest. Those ones are fast though. Before I decided to lock in Cold Dot, I was doing like Duelist, Peaconk into Econk, and then I saw everyone else doing it, and I was like, maybe I shouldn't do this. That's when I started looking at other things. I was like, you know what, I haven't done a Witch in a while, so I ended up looking at Cold Dot. But Duelist Econk runs are like just feel so good.
Mana Flask.
Zara, don't be mean to me right now.
Ooh,
I'm glad I didn't die to that hit. I did not dodge it. I don't care about any of that stuff. We're just gonna run. Fair enough. Alright. Also, we're practicing Elementalist without any of the buffs that really happen, so it's just this. Anyone watching who's like, Cold Dot is not that great. It gets better, guys. It gets better. I don't actually want to do any of these, so I'm not going to do that. Yeah, see you later, man. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it.
Stack. Rare jewelry.
07. Look on the practice. Thank you, buddy. I don't know why I'm identifying this. I don't want this charge.
Rare jewelry.
Only gets better when you make a different build. Hey. Maybe true. But we do. It does get better though. It's gonna do the annoying thing where we run the other way now. Chaos, we're rich. In our Soul Self-Found League, we are so rich right now. We've gotten like 5 Chaos in campaign. We're so up right now. Any new raiders want to share what they're cooking up or building for the new patch? Honestly, forgot. I want to say Lundy was gone. Or Lundy was gone. Some Warden something. Warden Lightning Strike. Warden something. VG. There, okay. Got it. That was what it was. Yeah, Venom Gyro. I had one of my followers who comes back every once in a while come in earlier with like cook build. They were like, alright, I finally settled on a new cook. I'm going Ignite, Eviscerate, Elementalist. And I was like, alright.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
I think the week-long wait for the league is starting to fry some of our brains. It looks good though.
Rare Room Dagger.
So who knows, maybe we'll change to Eviscerate, Ignite if Cold Dot doesn't go well.
Rare Lily Weapon.
Pretty good. Nice. Yeah, the way they showed it, it looked pretty decent. The AoE looked Just huge, even though like it's obviously a conal AoE. Rotha did it last league. I did it too until SSF HC. Alright, so it's a pretty common build. Nice. I didn't play the Retaliate builds. The only bleed I really played, well, obviously Interstrate's not bleed if you're playing Knight, but I played a lot of just like bleed Shield Crush last couple of leagues.
Whetstone.
Gotta farm Temple for Story of the Ball. At least that's easy to do if you have a target way to farm it.
Rare Lily Weapon.
We love targeted farms. And eventually we'll get
Rare
actual
Lily
weapon that actually
Weapon.
matters. So far we haven't been lucky to get weapon that matters, so we're just kind of...
Chance.
Okay, we're just gonna bleed. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, the person I was talking about, they're also playing a group
Rare
SSF
Linky Asanwa.
with their friends and stuff like that, so similar to you guys. But their builds seem to be like something that's not hard to farm for. What are you building, Dry Chicken? Do you have these out yet? Are you still shopping around? The Wintertide initially, I've experienced that build in my past, but I decided against it. I'm still gonna do it. That's fair. Whereas I like Cold Dot from like years ago or weeks ago, I'm not sure at this point. And I never tried Wintertide specifically, but I tried like the other Cold Dot skills, and I like it. I think it'll be fun. Worst case scenario, I think Elementalist is a strong package that you can like roll into most other things, so it'll be fine. My backup plan is probably going hit base and doing something like cold BV or something like that. I think hit base Elementalist will be pretty strong with the Shaper nodes. And obviously, Wintertide doesn't work out well, and I still need like go hit-based stuff. I need to do the other cold dots because they all have a little bit of hit on them, so that it'll trigger the Shaper nodes.
Foreman face.
Not picking that up. Randos feel bad to take. Yeah, it feels kind of like wasted points a little bit, but
Augmentation.
It might be actually a little bit worse now too that they added more like damage over time nodes with the new clusters and stuff. And like you specifically don't want the damage over time cluster that reduces skill duration. So maybe it's better to do regular cold dot. It doesn't have turn duration as much. Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, like the build didn't get worse, right? Wintertide, from what I've seen, has always been like a decent like mapper and like can get you like your void stones and stuff. So like the build didn't get worse. Just maybe other builds are like much better, but I'm not here to play the most meta efficient build. I'm here to kind of vibe with a bunch of cold dot. I love the sound of cold dot, love the chill, all that kind of stuff. Point. Good win. That's one of the things I'm considering. I'm trying to figure out how I want to scale defenses, like going into red maps. You can obviously go on left side and go more like block armor based, or you can go right side and go more suppress evasion based, or you can just do something weird and do like, you know, ES stacking with intelligence or like life stacking with strength. And I say weird because I'm looking at a lot of like life stacking elementalist stuff
Mana flask. Whetstone.
as a way to scale the damage and stuff too, because you can go like Iron Will to get a lot of flat spell damage or increased spell damage. So, and obviously we don't know if the minion cluster thing is going to be annoying to do or not. Like if the minions are really hard to keep alive, that would be kind of annoying. But if they only need a minor investment to keep alive, then it might be worth investing a little more into them. Because the buffs they give are pretty sweet. Yeah. Like I said, Elementalist, you're in a good spot to swap to pretty much any spell-based thing, and then worst case scenario, you can farm up like a bunch of regrets or gold, and swap it into even non-elemental-based spells, kind of stuff.
Dig card.
One of my many cooking things I'm doing is looking at Elementalist. It's definitely not good, but I love it. Also, we don't really know what all is going to happen with the new gems. Like, they revealed some of the new Trappist gems, but not all of them yet. So I'm interested if there's anything cool that happens from that.
Rare Lily Weeping.
Like, imagine if there's like a really cool cold dot one. Who knows? Yeah, 2 days, 22 hours. You're right. That actually reminds me. Next time I'm streaming, I need to put a timer up for like a little countdown for how much time's left. Let me. Hold on. Actually, I'm gonna take that note if I kill these monsters and get to the next zone. Alright, next zone coming. Alright. Notepad. Then. That's right, I do everything in Notepad, even though you can't see it right now. I know that's so you can't, but it's fine. Add timer to next stream for League launch. I said something else earlier. What was it? Oh, look to. I don't know what it was now. I forgot already. It's gone.
Life flask. Dig card.
Only 3 more sleeps. Doing too much. Let's move on. Everyone get excited for 3 more sleeps. Woo! I like how people will talk to me before the Raiders get here, and when the Raiders get here, everyone gets really quiet. So it looks like I'm only talking to myself about the Raiders. Don't be shy, guys. You can interact with Raiders.
Dig card.
That being said, my Tyler and his wife did just lose power because it's storming over here, so that could also be part of it. Dirty
Armorers.
Armorers. Chaos. Oh man, I'm so rich. I'm gonna buy the most expensive item in this Southbound League. Just keep running. Map. Oh, drain my mana. I hate that blue ring.
Switch filter. Rogue's marker.
No, I'm gonna be playing trade. Initially, at least, I'm gonna play trade. I probably will play SSF eventually, but since I'm trying to push out like a build and like become a content creator and stuff like that. I feel like I want to do trades just so I can help, troubleshoot and scale the build. Because people are asking a lot of questions right now from the video. Of like,
socket.
oh, do you have a
6 socket.
POB for like Ubers and T17s? And I was like, guys, I already said I'll promise that this is get to Ubers and T17s. But no, I don't have a POB for that. This is all theory crafting, so I want to be able to try to get ahead of the curve and be able to answer those questions and provide that information for people. And it's a lot easier to do that in a trade environment, while also still like letting people know, like, hey, this part of the thing is a little bit harder to do than solo self-found. But the initial POB I think is pretty okay. It does have a couple uniques, but they're relatively common uniques, and if you can't get them, it doesn't matter. You can probably choose rares and be just fine. Also, never really played solo self-found, besides most recently where I played a private league with friends, but then no one else played. They all like stopped after day 1. So like, this is pretty much like solo self-found. Hey, Bree's back online. You got internet back up, Bree?
Switch filter.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
I will soon take this power for my own.
I almost have to Tuyen. Get out of face, Tuyen. I should definitely probably start putting this on my inventory. I'm not gonna do that. But I'm not gonna do it. Grab nudes. I think I'm gonna change around that a little bit as well. I like going this way first and not grabbing those other nudes.
Be careful.
So I might just change that in the POB and send an updated thing. We'll see though. Let's go. No powers out. Are you on your phone XDDing in my chat right now? That's wild. Also, hi YouTube chat viewers. I see you sitting there. No one's talking, but just don't want you guys to feel forgotten. It won't come back on until 6. Did y'all still go to Tyler's mom's to go swimming, or is it storming too bad? I hear like thunder in my headphones, but that's about it. But still, weatherman approved to go swimming in the rain. I don't want to fight Lunaris. I want to fight Stellaris. Also need to work on my brand attachment range. Maybe that mastery's worth taking early. Just for like quality of life reasons. Not because of like it. I feel like it would make a huge difference with anything. Golems seem like they're fine against like act bosses. Obviously, it's not what people are concerned about. They're mostly concerned about Ubers and stuff, but
Rare water.
I like to good stuff. Damage is pretty decent.
Rare wand.
Rare wand, pick it up. Rare blood aqueducts. Eventually we'll find like a wand that actually is useful for us. Level 61 area. We are level 58. That's probably fine.
Augmentation.
Probably won't swim today because it's still thundering. Oh, I thought you said you already were swimming. My bad. Yeah, makes sense. Maybe just risk it, you know? What are the chances?
Switch filter.
I'm not switching filter. I'm gonna finish this campaign with this filter. You can't make me do otherwise. CDR. We do need to find a way to stop bleed from hurting as much.
Whetstone.
Probably just need to run steel skin, maybe?
Whetstone. Transmutation.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Fuck under her.
Mana flask.
Oh, that did actually shotgun me. Rip. Let me pick up these things that instead I wasn't picking up. Wolves are luckily elemental immune, but you might need to spec into Indomitable Army later for the physical defense. I'll look into that part. I did notice that besides the Chaos Golem, obviously, they don't have really a Chaos Res, but I am like right next to the Chaos nodes. So I can get most of them like 72% Chaos, which is pretty decent for like 3 points, plus like extra life and stuff like that. I'll look into the Indomitable Army thing, though. Because, yeah, physical will be a problem. I do like that they're, yeah. Let me say, if you end up going like a hit base thing, and you think like Shaper of the Flames, the way Shaper of the Flames is worded, essentially, the enemy converts its damage, including what hits the golems. So if they're converting some of their to fire, it's kind of like PDR. Because they're converting like some of their physical damage to fire, and they're immune to fire, so it's like PDR.
The dark farewell.
I am Swarm Knights.
You can.
Oh, you must have.
Be careful.
Oh yeah, these Chaos Knives right here are really good to get them Chaos Res if you're worried about Chaos. Indomitable Army. Oh, is it right here? Wish the move about bleeding helped me. No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you were going like hit based, it'd be good. Wintertide's specifically not good with it. If you were doing the other cold dots, it would be okay, like Creeping Frost or Vortex or like a cold set more focused build. But Wintertide, I wish they would just add like one 1 point of hit damage to it, so you can work with like more of the Shaper nodes. But yeah, any hit based Elementalists with golems, it's a good little tech to use.
Do you need help with something?
Alright, I am going to just dump stuff off into the inventory thing now. Because this is getting a little clustered. And I'm not going to probably do another run, so it being here isn't really hurtful. Do this here. Apparently never put that up anywhere. That's whatever. Cool. Yeah, that's not bad. Anything else over here that I would want? Maybe Energy Shield if I go ES based? Or would I just really just go up for 1 point and go over? I mean, I'm already in this area, so it's not too out of the way. Definitely something worth looking into. Wolves are dying like a lot and stuff. Yeah, I mean, no, I love the idea. That's what I keep telling people. It's like, I'm not here to be like, what I say is more correct. I love learning the game. People will know things that I won't know. Especially to do with minions, because I'm not really a minion player. So all the minion stuff, I just really like kind of get over my head. So, learning as we go.
Rare Jewelry Locker.
Probably need to start upgrading my gear though. I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to take a couple big hits. Flame.
Light flask.
Oh, oh.
Form and face.
What are you doing here? Get out.
Rear scepter.
Rare scepter? Alright, give me like the perfect cold dot scepter.
Alteration staff. Rear scepter.
You just say no. You could just say you didn't want to give me that scepter. Oh, yes it was. Well, it's 38%.
Progress is literally how you measure.
It's like 68 because of the implicit. I might try to stock it and recolor it, I guess. Definitely better than what we got.
Tincture.
Probably a situation where in most an actual campaign I would probably use this and actually craft on it if there's open. Like stuff that you can put probably something on it. I don't know. But you can get this early. And then later on you can like cold up multi and stuff. I don't know if early you can have. Cast speed, yeah, that's a good one actually. True. Yeah, it does for the activation rate. Try to get to max activations. Do more damage.
Form and face.
I mean, well, upgrade it. That's not a bad upgrade to start with. Sorry.
You did.
We're gonna grab this one.
Have you ever heard?
It's gonna be amazing. That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna have perfect stats. Why is that not cold damage? Yeah, the flat's okay. I'll probably use this instead. And just put cast speed, but yeah, flat would be good if it was on like a
Good luck.
creeping frost kind of thing. I don't know what I'm looking for right here, actually. What am I doing? Can't even use this at 62. What level am I? I'll just hold on to both of them. Use them, whatever. Right, we're talking to people. We're getting things done.
Well, it took... Until next time.
When I
Let's go fight a giant scorpion.
Flare shield. Transmutation. Quality weapon. VGR links. Chromatic stack.
I mean, for us, yeah, that's pretty good.
Quality weapon.
What Ascendancy are you doing? I forgot what you said you were doing exactly. You're doing Elementalist? Or sorry, which frack one obviously, but like, is that playing good Elementalist? He goes with more traditional, like,
There
Twister.
one.
I need more mana.
Yeah, same thing for like Wintertide Brand. You get like right at the very end. Before you beat Merveil. Lightning Tendies and Orb Storms. Who doesn't love some Lightning Tendies? Oh my god! No! No! RNG wasted. Hate it. Hate it here. Oopsie. Tabula Rasa. That's my inventory right here.
Life flask.
Rip Tabula. I don't think I've ever dropped or maybe like once forever ago, but I haven't in a while. Yeah. I honestly, if I dropped a Tabula on like League launch, I wouldn't even use it. I would just sell it. I would rather use a 4-link like Ghost Rite than use Tabula Rasa. Or like a 5-mod like Solid Rare, obviously, or 5 like Solid Rare. But it's still a luck thing. Like I said, it would be good if you're in trade to sell, or if you're playing with friends like SSF and someone else wants to use it. Also decent for just having a little an ult. If your retail plans don't go proper as planned. I'm drowning! Well, I don't need to stand here and watch you do this. I could technically just leave. It's too late. I'm already here. She dropped nothing? No, she dropped nothing of value. That's the issue.
A mother's
A toxic taste. Just the way I enjoy it.
alone.
You killed.
So, alright, I'm going to put that in the sash as a reminder of our failure. Then we'll cry. Alright. I want to go more of the tank days down here and grab these things. Rolling Magma brand. Oh yeah, is he doing the Arcanist brand like Saboteur? Yeah, I watched a little bit of it last night when he was when he was originally like, or not originally, but I watched a little bit last night after stream. Looks chaotic, but obviously strong. I mean, Jung's a great build creator. It's just so weird. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, if you play as much as like Jung and like the bigger streamers and stuff do, you're gonna want to play some weird stuff.
Switch filter. Tincture.
I want to say similar to that. I think Palstron did like a cast on crit rolling magma saboteur thing, or he was talking about it in the stream the other day. When I'm not streaming, especially right now, I'm pretty much just going to other content creators and seeing what everyone's doing up. For a couple reasons. One, I don't want to make something that someone really big is making because it pulls the support for me. Two, I just like to see what people are doing. I like to kind of see what the vibe is, where the market's going. Because if they're gonna make a unique that, or if they're gonna make a unique, essentially required for their build that I wanted to use, I need to know if I need to get out early before prices start spiking. Yeah, that's the same thing with like I mean, what was it, like the kinetic bolt of clustering that someone did like last league or whatever? Like there's just certain builds that just cook your CPU, especially my CPU. Like I've talked about it before, this computer's not great. It's super old. My graphics card is a 2080. Like it's like a 7 to 8 year old graphics card at this point, so I need to like upgrade stuff. I can't upgrade properly to Windows 11 because Windows 11 says I don't meet the requirements for this computer. So I'm going to upgrade soon. That kind of build would just absolutely melt my PC.
VGR link.
But some people like that stuff. People like the whole like crazy aspect of just like nothing but wild shit happening around them. I like playing like cast on crit. Like I used to play custom crit like Frostbolt, Ice Nova kind of vibe with the Cosprees. That was fun back then. That was 5 years ago? Man, was it 5 years ago? Rough. If it's 5 years ago, the time passes too fast. Oh, I didn't look away. Wasn't paying attention to the... Don't burn me!
Progress is literally how you're measured.
You have to remember, humanity needs us.
I don't remember what the reward is for the calendar thing, but I know the guy is somewhere on this map somewhere.
Live flask.
Dude, Centaur Man. Oh, I found him. There he is.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Book of Regrets. Oh, that's not bad.
Mana flask.
Not needed, but if I'm passing by, might as well grab it. Like I said, I'm not a speedrunner here. I'm not trying to... Obviously, I'm not a speedrunner if you see the timer. I'm gonna try to like break new records here. At this point, we're just kind of vibing through the campaign. Stop hitting me for chaos damage. I don't have my chaos golem resistance yet.
When I'm ready, I'm not afraid.
Oh, okay, okay. Just walk right into like all three of those going. Just keep swimming. Just never look back.
Mana flask.
You speedrunning on League Start? No, I'm not a speedrunner. I'm not good enough to do that. I'll probably do what I'm doing now on League Start. And it'll probably be worse because I like to do early heists, so like pretty much as soon as I start getting like a couple contracts from campaign, I'll just go into heist for a little while. And I'll finish the campaign whenever I decide to later. I like the heist as much as I can, as I like level up, able to buy like more of the contracts and stuff from that vendor. Plus, playing Wintertide, I want to try to get to blueprints to grab myself replica allopathy gloves since they got buffed to level 25 Wintertide. It'll be a good like early level. Essentially, it's like a free 6 link on a 4 link. Good little early mid game boost until you get proper like gearing later.
Val.
Val. Is it good for early mid net? Yeah, and the quality whatever I said. Yeah. Later on, you're definitely gonna want like the quality on it. You'll probably do like a multi-link helmet later on. I think even the 6 link in the chest is probably not where you want to be eventually. Especially if you go into the golem thing and you want to like maybe buff up golems for like defense or something like that, or maybe you just want to use the extra links for like cold snap, that kind of stuff. But you want rhyme early for like cold snap, and if you allopathy for Wintertide, they're pretty good for like early game. But yeah, later on you definitely want the quality. I especially want to try out, see if I can quality stack with like maybe getting a decently priced Ashes and Stars, because the quality on golems also increases buff effect per quality point essentially. So you can get with a perfect Ashes and Stars and perfect quality, you can get like 50 buff effect from your golems. On top of how good quality is on Wintertide brand, that kind of stuff. The levels from like Replica Dragonfang are also pretty good for Wintertide, so we'll see what works for us and like what the prices of things are. Yeah, I was looking at that one too. In one of my early cooking POVs for it, I did Ashes and Stars and Atlas to kind of look at to see how it would be. Oh Jesus! It was pretty good. We'll see how prices look, or what shots we might get, that kind of stuff, as League launches, and figure out where we want to go with it. Honestly, what I didn't do is I didn't put golems in the Dialis to see if the extra golem effect is worth it. That'll be interesting to see too. We shall see. Hey, Rocco. Fighting a little dude right now, Rocco. Now's not the time for Rocco time. Rocco, chat says hi. They haven't, but they will.
Miracles.
They think you're so cute, Rocco.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
He's just a big baby.
Ah.
Look at Orb, I'm rich. Alright, Rocco, I have to use my hands to do stuff. Not baby. You big baby. Oh, you're moving my stuff. Go lay in your bed right here, and I'll pet you in a second. We don't have too much of this campaign left. We can beat it in record time. Stop. Maybe record for us, but not record for the world. Honestly, Brand Recall might not be worth it early until you get like the quality on it, and maybe look into the cooldown reduction. Maybe instead of putting Brand Recall, we'll look into maybe a cast when damage taken setup, just to help throw a little bit of the tankiness. I think Brand Recall will be good later for like specifically trying to do boss content though.
Prayer shield.
I think early on without CDR, the automation of Brand Recall isn't super strong.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
My love.
Now, buddy, what you thinking? You think it's good? You can't see him, but Rocco's like right here in my lap.
Cool wind.
Trust me, I'm not just talking to myself like some kind of weirdo. Never found anything for this, so it's just sitting there. What is this? My bone shield. Okay, so I need this to be like a. I guess we can chrome it. Blue, 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 blue. Perfect. That's what we needed. We can go craft on it real quick. Let's see now. Have a good one. Yeah, man. Thanks for stopping by. Feel free to come by whenever you want to. Another time, if you end up wanting to learn some Wintertide stuff or have fun with it. Another raiding party. Heyo. Thanks for the follow, Dry Chicken. Appreciate it. Have a good night, man. Man, Rocco, you were. Hold on. Rocco, we're in the middle of a raid. Sorry, everybody. My big kitty decided he wants to play in the. Ugh. Rocco, say hi to the raid. Hi, raid party. Zerphora? How's it going? Good cast. Oh, I mean, we could do that technically because we have it, but I wouldn't do that in a league start situation, so I'm not going to do it now. Lich Cat. Cool glasses. Nice. You excited for the new league, I assume? Oh my god, what did Rocco do to... Why is that so zoomed in? Oh, I need to turn the timer back on. What'd you do? Let's just dial it back, buddy. Peepo hey! Oh wait, that's Straub Peepo clap, actually. Hi, Abby! Pretty hyped. Just finished my test run on maps. What are you playing? I'm doing my test run for maps right now. So we're in similar routes. That being said, as I've told everyone in my chat always, if you know the event Games Done Quickly, this is not the stream for that. This is Games Done Eventually. Games Done kind of okay, Games Done poorly. We're not speedrunners. Like, as you can see, I need to start my timer. As you can tell, we're at 6 hours. I just died randomly. We're at 6 hours, and we're in like Act 9, 8. I don't remember what act we're in. Kind of fried. Firestorm of Pelting Tanky Boss Killer. What ascendancy is that? Are you self-casting, or is it like a mine situation, or other traps? I'm gonna bleed to death in here. That's what's gonna kill me here. Golems, help me. Stop me from bleeding. Wizard self-casting. That's pretty spicy. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. Is that something you made yourself, or something you've seen somewhere and you're kind of just working around with? I'm to the point now where I'm just going to die a bunch because I haven't upgraded my defenses in like 4 years. Because I am really bad at trying to upgrade things once I get my wins. Built by Big Ducks. I've heard that name once or twice. I never really, played any of those builds myself, but I've heard him before at least. Pretty sweet. Yeah, I decided to do Cold Dot, as you can tell. I'm playing Wintertide. Decided it before original patch notes. Now I decided even more after update the patch notes. Pretty excited for it. You know, it might be an extreme sweet boss killer. I think it'll just be fun and good in like maps and stuff like that. Especially with the buffs. It's not really a league starter, so I'm trying to figure out a build that you used to start with. That's fair. What's your idea to start with so far? What'd you league start test on? Or what'd you campaign start with on your test? Please no. Stop killing me. Actually, you know what might be good for this part? If I have... I don't know if you already have it or not for the Ascendancy thing, but where moving doesn't cause extra damage with bleeding. Let's go here. This one. You should always have Relicash on for Belly of the Beast. If you're a build that bleeds easily. Which I am. Yeah, my chatters were earlier telling me that I can't league start strength stacking Elementalist. And they yelled at me for the tree that I made that was atrocious, so I was like, oh, fine, I'll play it safe and I'll do Wintertide. And then maybe transition to Fizz out later on.
Something.
Open. Okay. Also, welcome any raider. Right now, I'm doing pretty much low life, normal firestorm. Damage up. Pretty good, solid. I want to say, remember Captain Lance had played like EB self-cast like Firestorm for some of his playthroughs a couple weeks ago. To go into his EB like quiz, I think. So, I mean, it's a pretty solid choice. Yeah, do we think I'll finish this before 7 hours? Like the whole campaign? Because maybe. I want to say Act 10 is like literally like one of the shortest acts. Act 5 and 10 are like hyper short. As long as I don't get like extremely messed up in like lab or something like that, we should be good. Honestly, if I can get a sub 7 hours thing, that's an improvement. Used to do like 9 hours, a little bit of practice, 2 hours down. I don't like the mana issues I'm having right now, but eventually in the new patch you'll have Lightning Golem, which will solve like 90% of your mana issues where you don't really need a mana flask. So keep that in mind. This is pre-buff. Looks maybe a little bit rough because I'm also a bad player and don't defend stuff. But you also do a lot more damage after you guys later on. Practice really helps. Getting used to Slam weapon swap is a huge time improvement for me. I was watching, I want to say, I'm Exile a week or two ago, and his duelist runs, and in like Act 1, he weapon swaps to shield charge, and then swaps to two-handed to do like his special shield throw, and I was like, I'll never get to the point where I'm weapon swapping. Too old to weapon swap for that kind of stuff. But yeah, obviously, it works really well for people who do it. Like, there's definitely a lot of things you can do to make your run speedier. It's just like what you're willing to do, and for the most part, I'm happy with like a 7 or 6 hour campaign run, to be honest, for League Start. Like I used to do like 10, or I started off at like 12 like leagues ago, and now slowly working that place down.
Life flask.
Never gonna be like, I'm 3 hours campaign time on a League Start. It's real crazy. Practicing does help though. Even if you're trying to save a couple minutes here and there.
Chance.
Well, don't pick up the chance orb there, so I probably should go back and get it, but I'm not going to. But those can be turned into contracts. Or like maps and stuff, obviously. For people who enjoy maps. You're gonna die, Deidre.
Rare jewelry.
I'll take that. It's a pretty easy thing to be an upgrade. It's not.
Rare jewelry.
Fizz, lightning dispels, attack speed, cast speed, trash.
Rare 3B.
I don't have to socket it to just get slightly better, so I'm just gonna throw it up too.
Rare scepter.
This was okay to keep. Throw this here.
At last.
Guys, 3 more sleeps till launch. We all excited for 3 more sleeps? I am. Hi people on YouTube. Be sitting there. Appreciate you lurking. Let me know if you guys need anything. Don't want you guys to feel forgotten. I guess I also appreciate the Twitch lurkers, but you guys aren't really forgotten. I talk to y'all the most. Ah, blood!
Rare jewelry.
Take that. We'll take that. That could be an upgrade. We don't want to take anything else. Let's probably take the quilt, but we won't do it.
Good tidings to you.
Ready to go?
Right. Let's get that breath. That's not better, really. That's probably better. Lose some cold res, but maybe it's not better because of that. Oh, I also lose from strength, so not worth it.
Well,
Let's sell this stuff off. We're just not going to use this anymore. We'll just use the same gear we're using now, and if things go horribly awry, we'll figure it out later.
That would just make life complicated.
Also, in this practice run, I dropped a Tabula Rasa like a couple acts ago, so that's pretty unlucky. League set RNG ruined. We said I wouldn't use Tabula Rasa, but it would be cool to sell if you're in trade league, or like use for a second time as like an ultimate character.
That would just make life complicated.
If innocence forgives you.
Look to Lonnie for your reward.
The Bannon is
Silver flask.
now that you have returned, and we have.
Okay, oh, I was identify it. Yeah, let's do that.
It is.
I'm gonna do June. I am 62 in a 64 area, so we can go a little bit faster. We'll probably still kill stuff just because killing is fun in the context of this video game. Onslaught feels pretty good, obviously. Need to go so fast. So this is the last act, guys. We'll do like lab. I don't know if we'll do lab now. Actually, I'll probably do lab afterwards. I don't know. We'll see how it works out. But it looks like we could potentially get a sub 7 hours, which is not bad for us.
Flare shield.
Leap slam can get across there. I just know it in my heart. If only I had leap slam instead of shield charge. I guess at this point I could technically have it since we can scepter. But we're here now, so. Find a way to destroy the horns. Oh, okay. Alright. Fair enough, mobs. Fair enough.
Transmutation stack.
Yeah, give me the transmutation stacks. Andro boots as we get a probably pick up.
Rear scepter.
We're a scepter.
Rear scepter.
Yeah, we're coming back. We're coming back. Andro levels are pretty easy to do. These are all upgrades we could technically be making if we wanted to dedicate resources to 4 linking stuff, because our links are really important right now. Not necessarily links, but like just the number of jewel sockets are really important. Because golems take up a shit ton of space.
Rear scepter. Life flask.
Lock in, group. We're gonna
Life
rush this
flask.
campaign. This is normally the part, also, whenever I'm actually on League Start, where I'm just like
Life
ready
flask.
to get it over with Axe. Honestly, a couple acts ago, we're probably hit. I think act like 8. I'm starting being like, all right, let's just run. I don't want to do Axe anymore. I want to get to the fun content. I want to play Heist. I want to do maps. Which obviously you can do Heist before you get to campaign or finish the campaign, but you know you get the good Heist.
Life flask. Bending.
Ending. Thanks, CTS.
Life flask. Rare room dagger. Fusing stack. Fusing stack.
You can sex get that for life before. Let's get that.
Life flask.
Do not care for the life flask. That's the last about it. Is that a soul eater? I'm out.
Orland base.
Rolling base is probably pretty good. I don't know what it is, but
Rare room dagger.
we're moving. We're not going back for it.
Rare shield.
Flame golden get big. Yeah, so I think we'll definitely be picking up like more gear and identifying stuff, especially at this point, just to try to get a couple of decent pieces to kick us into maps or whatever. But honestly, it's fine. I am innocence. Oops.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
Rich Bannon, let's go. Bannon, come here, you bitch.
I fear.
Bannon.
We would take probably this. Maybe we'll take that. I'm not sure what I'm saying. Probably. It's likely gonna be better than what we're already wearing.
Go.
Do a quick pause. Do a quick hydrate. Parched. Oops, I just decided to say hit the word pause and I didn't actually press it. There it is. Good hydration check, guys. Good hydration check. Make sure you're consuming water. Or not. I mean, you're an adult. Probably. I don't know. You could be a kid. Who knows? Alright, let's go kill Katawa at 63. Probably should probably level up a little bit in here. 65 sounds good. But maybe I won't. Onslaught so strong. But usually I'll just get the heist before I can finish the campaign. That way I have to worry about the negative res for finishing the campaign.
Rare
Get
jewelry.
a good little heisting done. I don't really need that. Don't pick it up anyway, but whatever. Stuff over on what's on the screen. Perfect.
Rare jewelry.
Rare jewelry. We're not level at all, actually. We're getting very little experience in here. So, I might just go fight him at 63 and say that's that. Oh right, I know what I needed to do. I needed to turn on the armory add-on. That's what I had to do.
Rogue's marker.
So I will go and get that done today as well, after stream.
Bending.
We love bendings.
Ornament base.
Those are really good early on. So you have to use your alchemies for making magic mats, or rare maps.
Ornament base.
Don't need a bow. Bow Andy. Let's add that note before I forget about it. How to add Healing Armory add-on to channel. Good notes. Hey, anybody that's lurking or like new raiders or like that, I should have a pinned comment with my current planned League Start build. It's like all POD stuff with mostly talking about build. There's no like gameplay or anything. This is the gameplay for the campaign. But if you have any feedback on like things to improve in the build guide, or like things you'd like to see in the channel, YouTube or otherwise, let me know. Just like feel free to reach out. No
Alteration
big deal.
stack.
My lights I think just blinked. So hopefully my power doesn't go out right at the end of me running this campaign.
Alchemy.
That's unfortunate. That was so close. Well, at least I'll get that stack that I saw over here. I heard about it over here. Pretty sure it's there.
Alteration stack.
Okay, there it is. Alteration orbs are expensive, guys. You want to get them. Every single one. Yeah, we're not gonna level. 4 levels under. XP gain's kind of a little lame. So we're just gonna go and fight Katapa and rob this bad boy up.
I shall strike you down.
I mean, pretty decent damage. We've already phased him. It's not bad for the shit gear we're on, in my opinion. I mean, obviously there's be stronger builds out there, but this is pretty good. Doo-doo. Phases take so long. Oop. Oh, don't be there either. Still standing on the fist dot. I assume that's physical dot. Honestly, I don't have an idea. Because that makes the most sense for like a blood thing to me. It could be like a toxic blood and be like chaos damage. Almost died there to just bunch some enemy at once. Oh no, he has innocence. Stop being mean to him. This thing sucks, but maybe because I mostly have negative fire res when I fight him sometimes. Wasn't that actually that bad there? I was like, I wish there was a way to avoid the giant AoE of fire. But I think just having fire res solves that problem. And not just being... Oh, I have like no mana. Well, that's life. Oop, I'll start there. Uniques. I'll pick them up. We did it. So technically we could go and do our lab. We won't. So that's life.
Now that you won the day.
Mostly because, I mean, I could showcase like us doing the lab. We already did 2 of them. It won't really change much. I'm gonna post this into my Discord so that people are aware how cool I am. Right. So that is pretty much the Act 1 through 10 of the build that I have planned so far. You can follow along in like the guide that I did, or feel free to attend like my live stream. I'm gonna make probably some slight changes to the POB based on things that happened during this run, but I'll update the POB for like in the video, and I'll make sure that I leave a comment to let people know that it was updated and stuff like that. That'll probably be it for the stream today. We're in a little bit early just because it's been a bit of a longer day for us. I will be streaming again tomorrow, mostly just kind of fine-tuning the build and figuring out what we want to do as like last-minute prep. And then Thursday we'll be taking the day off. That way we can rest before the league launch on Friday. But if you enjoy the content, as always, please make sure to like, comment, subscribe, follow. Everything you do, I really appreciate. It kind of allows me to, build towards being a full-time content creator, which is my current goal. So I appreciate every single one of you who stopped by, who came in and talked, who like interacted with the stream, shared your great build ideas or like your opinions on my terrible build ideas. We will be sending you over to a raid, but for the recording video, this is pretty much it. Thank you all for stopping by, and I really appreciate it. Bye. Alright, now we're gonna pick out someone to raid. We're gonna raid someone whose name sticks out to me that isn't like a massive person. We want someone that's like medium small. Hopefully they have good quality stuff, but I never really know. Also want someone who's been streaming for too long, because obviously they stream too long, might be leaving soon. Do you have any opinions on who we're rating? That guy is on Path of Exile, but he's watching League of Legends, so probably not that. There's actually a good bit of PoE streamers that are at low views. You know what? Let's just go to this person. Let's see. Oh, you know, it's nice that I can preview the stream because that stream is not sounding good. I'm gonna start looking into more small content creators. That way, I can follow people and have this be an easier transition into things. I'd love to give you all to someone who's like interactive and also like webcams and a good vibe, but I don't know any of these people, unfortunately. All right, we're just gonna pick a random one. I'm probably not even gonna chat with them. We're just gonna pick someone that has like one viewer and just toss us over, and that way they can get a little bit of attention if they would like. Ex NFL player. What? Not that guy. Not that guy. Let's preview this thing. Does it sound good? He's literally just watching Jungron on his own stream. It is harder to raid than I thought. All right, well, that person's in a completely different language. Abby, you want to pick out someone to raid? No, just pick somebody. All right. We'll pick this person who's arc testing. That'll be that. All right, everyone. Be sending y'all over. Have a great night. Bye. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.